We're live.
Welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 203. The dark times are over. Now, if you've only been watching Pacific, maybe you didn't even know what the dark times were, but I swear to God, when we get through these games that are later on in the show for EMEA and Americas, this week was the dark times. There was some crappy games this week, but you'll see when we get to like the predictions, the upcoming games, the anticipation, it's building, and there are genuinely good things on the horizon. So well done, everybody. You made it through. I do, however, have some bones to pick, and I feel like just straight from the off, we need to be getting into it with each other. Because Chobra started this on his co-stream.
What did
you did an alignment chart of all of the, well, not all of the people, but plenty of the people involved in Plat Chat.
I started easy, yeah. I started with easy mode.
Yeah, you started with the easy mode. Now, you didn't even align me. I've got my own just separate area.
Well, you were off the charts. You just couldn't be on the. You just couldn't be anywhere. You just weren't aligning with anybody.
And the biggest thing that threw me for a loop is that Sliggy is in lawful evil. And
we all know that's true.
That's the one comment. That's the Molly yourself comment that's coming back. That's it. I do nothing bad, and then I flame one person, and now I'm evil.
Well, you followed your law until you became evil that one time, and now you've crossed the line. There's no coming back.
That's true.
There's no coming back. Now you're just evil forever.
I mean, we know what he's been doing on this show. Come on, guys, we can't skirt around.
That's true.
Anymore.
Yeah.
That's so true. Actually,
it's slowly getting more and more evil. It's creeping into my streams as well. I can feel it. I'm flaming more.
I did tune in a little bit and saw you handing out the red cards. I think I was watching actually Nongshim playing against Boom map 3,
dude.
and you were handing out a couple of reds, and I was like, he's starting to tread into some more calling out territory here.
To be fair to Sliggy, as you said, some of the Valorant this week.
It
deserved it. It deserved it.
No, it
some of
does.
the Valorant this week, it deserved it.
I think Danby's on 2 red cards. we're like playing
one of Sliggy's
2
favorites.
games.
Yeah,
dude, they're crazy. You lot talk. I'm gonna get the clip for it later.
It's
a great clip.
It is a phenomenal clip. Now, I did want to bring us onto another alignment chart though, which was from TMV. Because this one was based on whether or not they would press the button to kill you. Our member question from last week.
Well, that's where I started basically.
The arrows are everywhere. This is like the Pepe Sylvia.
No, because what happened was I just took the screenshot of yours and then just started drawing arrows, and then people put on top where I had put people.
I
so
see.
It is a bit confusing.
So they added the images.
Yeah, they added the images after the fact. So yeah, it is a bit all over the place, but it was a fun exercise. I mean, I also ended up with Sliggy and Lawful.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But I just put you in Chaotic Evil.
Yeah, well, I put you in Chaotic Evil as well,
know,
but you've tried to redeem yourself in this one.
Neutral,
neutral. Yeah, I do love the fact that Shayo's chaotic good, because I really think he is. Like whenever we have Shayo on the show, he's spouting nonsense, but it's all good nonsense.
I think that's perfect. Yeah, dude, his hit rate is all over the place, but he's had a few hits, but he's had some really big swings and misses as well. He really has.
But it never stops him swinging.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, well, we were just talking about member stuff, and so I do want to give a shout out. If you become a member to the show, one thing that it really helps us with, that I talked about last week as well, is literally just paying our guests. Like one of the things that we're really trying to do this year is cover all of the regions. We have a Pacific segment to start this week, then we're going into EMEA, then we're going into Americas. Requires quite a lot of people because it's difficult to watch all of the regions. So becoming a member directly helps us to keep coverage of all of the regions up. And this week we're even going to be talking about China. So all 4 regions getting covered this week. I don't think that's ever been done before, I'm going to be honest with you, on a show for Plat Chat. We also have a Pick'ems. So if you're a member to the show, you get access to the member Discord, and you can see a VLR kind of code that lets you join our Pick'ems. And we wanted to highlight in Pacific that Gino somehow has created a bracket that is like almost perfect. Only one thing wrong, I think, right?
Yeah, Team Secret Global.
This is where we find out this is Kurt's secret account, because he just had G losing despite the hat. He got everything else right.
Did I don't think I've ever told the story on Plat Chat that I once had a mod that scammed me on VLR.
Go on.
So so there was a guy in my community who was always like, there, and I made him a mod, and like I would do Pick'em's group for like, internationals and stuff, and he would always end up near the top. And I was like, God, this guy's a genius. Like, how does he know all this stuff? And then like one time he got it like perfect. I was like, how does he know? It turns out he worked for VLR and was changing his pick'ems
That's sick.
after the fact to make it right. And people in my community caught him because people got suspicious. Like, how is this guy always getting it right? People caught him, screenshotted his pick'ems before a game, and saw that it was different after a game.
That's amazing.
They got banned.
That's awesome.
Wait, he got banned from what? He got banned from his job at VLR?
He's gone. Yeah, he's got. No, well, he works for VLR, I think, still. Maybe, I don't know. But he's gone from my community. Ostracized.
Yeah, no, reasonable. That is so funny. Can you imagine if they're like, were you handing out prizes or something for winning?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, like, once I had made him a mod, it's like, what else do you want? What do you want? I can't, like, I'm not just gonna send you fucking
the stream key.
Yeah, the stream key. Yeah. So it was like, why are you bothering? But yeah, I did initially, like, I was giving, I'll give a gift sub to whoever finishes top or whatever.
Right.
So he did scam me.
He literally scammed you.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so the member question for this week is, I think, quite a good one, really. How many sideshows would it take to be able to beat G2? So it's an uncapped amount of people that you can have. How many of me in the server would it take to be able to win just one map against G2?
Oof.
See, I took this question a bit of a different way, because if you read the question, it says how many Josh Wilkinsons would it take to win a map against G2?
And you think I'm not the most skilled Josh Wilkinson?
I was thinking, can we scour the earth for someone else called Josh Wilkinson to give us a chance? I would pick no sideshows and create a team of some other Josh Wilkinson in hope of having a chance.
Have you guys ever watched the really murder of Josh Wilkinson? I was playing Hitman last night, and one of the lines of dialogue was, old Wilkinson, eh? Cheated on his wife with the secretary, I heard. And I was like, what? No, what the hell's going on in here? It's a common name. It's a common name. Have you ever watched the YouTube videos? Super popular all over the place in Valorant, where it's like 2 Radiants or like 2 pros versus 5 golds kind of thing.
Silver stuff, yeah.
Normally, from what I've seen, it takes about 2.5 times as many players if they are lower skill. So my guess for this would be like 12 of me versus G2.
I think 12 is reasonable. I thought you were gonna big yourself up a little bit and go for like 8 or something.
4. I could beat you with 4.
45.
I think 12 is very reasonable. I reckon you might be able to do it with 11, to be honest.
The thing,
you're using util. Util's not too bad.
I'm picturing the
He's not
molding
too
though
bad.
of like when one sideshow dies and is spectating the other sideshows, the molding that he's doing, going, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah, we would tilt very quickly. We would definitely tilt. All right, then let's move on. Let's start now. In theory, this is our Pacific segment. These are our Pacific minds that we've assembled, but let's talk China as well. This is not something that we'll be, I think, doing every week, but a lot of us have been watching China. It's been going on concurrently. Yeah, the Asia segment more generally. So we know which 2 teams from China are going to Bangkok. China's concluded their entire tournament. In fact, EDG managed to do their classic thing of running through the lower bracket and beating Trace, who were the first team to qualify. I said on stream, there is no way that EDG are winning this tournament when I was watching them in the lower bracket after they lost to Trace the first time. And after we showed some of those clips, like, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago, of them trolling the 1v5 situation, I was like, this team has got no hope of being able to win. They've never lost a tournament in China. They always run back through the lower bracket, literally every single time. And I said, this is the first time. It's a new dawn of a new age. Nope, same thing.
Yeah, dude, I was saying this on stream as well, because they were just like, oh yeah, because Trace, Trace been looking so good as well, and they had like a good map pool, and then I was just like, oh yeah, they're gonna be so fine. And I was saying on chat, I was like, oh no, like EDG don't have a chance really, like they're gonna get wrecked. I would give it like a 60-40, maybe a 65. And then like Haven happens, I'm like, yeah, there goes things. And then I'm like, Bind's happening, my chat's keeping updated, like 6-0, and I'm like, oh man, they might not even get a map. And they've just flipped a switch. Ever since they lost to Trace first time, they look like a completely different team. It's just like, yeah, let's just start trying now. Like, should we actually just start fragging out heavy, everyone making the hero plays that they normally do? It's wild.
There's literally a round where you can see where this happened. It was towards the end of Bind against XLG, against 11 liters of glue gaming. And they...
you can't put them in with the glues.
Yeah, what?
No,
You
they
can't
actually
be
are.
putting them in with the
They're
glues.
a top
They
4
look
team in
good.
China. I
Yeah,
think.
they look
They
good.
actually look really good. But
Said round
they
16?
but then no, it was like okay, so they won the final 4 rounds on Bind, and
Yeah.
it's that turning point started a 32 round win streak for EDG. Because they won those 4 rounds, then they 13-0'd on Haven, then they 13-0'd on Haven again against another team, and then they just, I don't know, they fucking unlocked their...
Which
Inner
DRG
demons.
picked. So DRG
The
sitting
worst
at
map of all
home
time.
watching a 30-0, and they're like, and then they go, next game we're playing them, and they go, right, let's pick the map which they just 30 like 130
We've got
nil
him
on.
here. Yeah.
Well, there was
And
there
they
was
they get to
because-
pick a tech side
They
again.
get to pick the side!
Yeah. It's like, why? What are we doing here?
There was apparently the post from Vukashu after they won on Haven their previous game, and he was like, "Call me the monster of Haven" or whatever. So clearly
Then
he
he
thought
could-
he was the main character, but he was not. It was
You-
EDG.
You can't tweet you're the monster of Haven and then get 13-0. That's criminal.
It's so funny as well, because the way that Vukashu plays on Haven, he plays Cypher, right? But he takes, he sits at back Haven garage, in the garage window, and he takes duels through that little crack in the double door. Like, every round you'll find him there. And people in China just can't stop him. They were, like, walking towards him, and they just end up getting whacked while they're trying to take grass. EDG, I don't think, went there once. They literally
Yeah,
just
they
were
don't.
sending at A and running AXX, running CXX, and Vukashu had no impact at all. Like, main character for maybe 1 round in the entire game.
Yeah, it was mad. And they took down the Trace. Deadlock, Vicecom, Bind.
Yeah.
They're the first ones to do it. It was like 9-0 until then, and then they managed to do it, which is pretty cool as well. But it was a little bit of hero plays. I like flicked for it pretty fast. I still think Trace maybe should have won this map, but that's just what EDG do. Like when everyone's on form and then it's like back up. Well, to be honest, it's just finals. They don't lose finals.
No.
They just play so good, and it's like, yeah, let's just get 3K now. Like it'd be 2v4s, and Kank's just getting like 3Ks on short, and you're like, oh my goodness, man.
Yeah, they were 3 rounds away from being eliminated against XLG. And then they were like, wait, actually, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Who
I
are
mean, I
we?
do-
Yeah.
I do want to
Watching
talk about
nobody
Trace, though,
play
as well.
against Trace. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Let's talk about that
Go
though,
for
because
it.
Trace, I think, like you shouldn't be put off. I think by the fact that Trace didn't win this grand final, because I do still think, like they will be a threat. Like they're not like, oh, you know, like we've seen at other tournaments. You know, the second China team turns up and it's like, you know, they're not going. That's not going to be the case. I don't think at Bangkok. Like Trace are going to be a threat for whoever plays them, right? But in this game, and I feel bad for Trace, right? You look at the first 3 maps, Kurt. If you go through the first 3 maps, they're all decided by 2 rounds, right? So, I mean, you couldn't get a closer first 3 maps of a grand final. And then they lose Abyss, and I feel like, you know, you're in a best of 5. You lose an OT. You're now 2-1 down. You're playing EDG, and then you get, like, just destroyed on Fracture. You lose 11 rounds in a row or whatever. But this Abyss... Nobody dropping 37. I mean, Kurt, if you
was
just show the last
unreal.
round, it's just such a good example of this game, of just nobody doing whatever he wants. I mean, he's like,
It was so silly.
This map is feeding generations of nobody trolling, because he can always just point back to this map and say, yeah, but it worked this time. So it's in there.
Yep.
Because he's just putting himself in all these crazy situations, and it's like, oh, nobody, what are you doing, bro? Get out, get out, get out. He stays there, gets 3 kills, gets 4 kills. Like,
He
just-
shouldn't be getting 1. He genuinely should not
he's
even be
just
getting
so
1
funny.
in these spots. Yeah, but we're about to watch, if Kurt pulls up the round the team he's talking about, him on defense. But on attack, he was
Yeah.
doing like the same thing. He was just like solo lurking into mid and just taking 1v1s in mid, and nobody could beat him. And he's just dropped 37 and they're scared of him. Like, he has such an aura of fear by the time you get to this final round that it contributes to how it works, because they just don't want to run at him, because they think of him
them.
like a mythical being.
Yeah.
I think I think he is though. It's some of the I can't. I'm going to send you a clip that's from my stream as well, because I was talking about this on stream and I was like, I can't suss this guy out. Like I feel like I have a pretty good read on like a lot of players and I'm like, I can't suss this guy out. Sometimes he's like
so stuck, man. He's so stuck.
He's so stuck. How is he getting
It's
3?
Look at him go.
That's crazy.
He's just one of those players where you watch him and sometimes he is literally looks like the best player ever, and then the next round you're just like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, what are these decisions?
This is the guy 1 week ago that I was shouting at because he threw that 1v5 by jumping into water with a judge. But he literally won them this series because he won them Abyss, and then he won them Fracture via the psychic damage that he had inflicted on Abyss. Like, genuinely, they came into this final map and they were just boomed. They were fucking boomed. They had no chance here on Fracture. And I talked myself around in circles when I was VOD reviewing this on my stream, because I was like, okay, this is a bad play. It's a bad play, and he manages to outskill it. And he keeps doing it. So it's bad Valorant, and he will eventually get punished for it, and he'll end up losing his team games because of it. And then I talked myself around in circles again, because I was like, but it was a 16-14 game, even with him dropping 37. Which means that they would have lost if he hadn't taken the risks, right?
Yeah.
So if he plays sensible Valorant in this game, Trace win Abyss. I think that's quite a reasonable conclusion to come to. Therefore, it was a good decision to play like a lunatic, because you had to take the risk.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. Yeah.
So the question though is, well, I think our answer is going to differ because they won champions last year. But how much of it is their opponents getting scared versus them straight up out skilling, right? Like at some point you have to wonder if literally the crazy just gets in their opponent's head every time in China. But then you think back and it's like, well, I guess it kind of worked at champions. And they are the reigning champion?
I don't think nobody was playing like a nutcase at champs, though. I really feel like he wasn't doing this at champs.
It was because I remember being on here and being like, it looks like a different player. Like the discipline's through the roof. We don't see.
And then he's relapsed.
Plays. Yeah, and this tournament, he's just like, oh, I'm back, baby. Like, just let me go. It's so funny. I send you a clip. I don't know if it's going to work, but this was the best timing ever. It's in the chat of the Video Ninja thing. It was so funny, the timing of this when I was talking about him. I don't know if you can play it with sound. But yeah, this guy's a lunatic. I never know what to think. But am I also mad for thinking that if these two played again at Bangkok, that like Trace probably might win? Am I like, I think it's straight up 50-50.
If they can overcome the mental side of it, I think they could. I think the Chinese team have such a big mental block.
Yeah, but play this with sound. Yeah. Check the timing on this. It was so funny. Nobody's just an interesting dude to watch. Because sometimes everything is incredible, and then sometimes it's just not. Like sometimes he looks like one of the smartest players, and then sometimes there's it's just so perfect.
Yep. I mean, he is a weird person. I mean, he's also IGLing for the team. Well, and one of the weird things is too, his IGLing isn't bad. Like, I actually think they play a pretty good macro game. His silly individual stuff doesn't bleed into the overall team silliness. Like you get with some IGLs. I called him the Jesus of China because he shoulders the sins of all of the rest of the players. Like he takes all of the burdens upon himself to be stupid, and he just does it all on his own. He's like, I will let you access your best selves, and I will take the silliness, I will shoulder it, I will hold it all on my broad shoulders, and I will fucking run it down mid and defend 1v5 against site execs. And it works. It works.
Yeah. I reckon he can turn it on and off though. Like, the champ, I'm telling you, the champs run. I'm not sure I saw one of these mad plays. So it'll be interesting to see at this tournament like what version of him do we get? Like how crazy are we going?
Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking, is he just a genius? Like, does he know? Okay, so on this Fracture as well, though, he was making incredibly good reads. He knew exactly where Trace were every round. He knew that they were 4-1-ing every single time on their attack side. He was pushing out defense, literally like knife out running towards them, knowing that there would be nobody holding, no lurker. He knew they were going into XX. He just had the complete read on their game here on Plat Chat. And so I'm thinking, like, does he know I need to play silly in these games in order for us to win, and I need to play sensible at champs? Or is that just results-based analysis because it worked?
Could be that he still disrespects the opposition in China. Like, that really could be it, right? Where he just feels like, well, we don't actually lose here. Like, come on, guys. Like, it just doesn't happen. And then he gets to international, and he's like, well, we have lost at international, so we probably shouldn't do that. It really could be that.
Yeah, no, I think you might be on something.
Yeah.
Am I crazy for thinking that this international tournament is going to be crazy good? Like, I saw, actually, it's funny. I saw on like the subreddit, the Valorcom subreddit, like people complaining about, because Nadeshot said like, oh, why is there an 18 Masters? And a lot of people were agreeing. And I do agree that, like, you know, having an 18 Masters like maybe doesn't feel as hype. But one thing it does do is it cuts out any of the shit. There will be no shit teams at this tournament. Every game of Bangkok should be a banger, because now that like both Trace and EDG are, like, both the Chinese teams are going to be good, and you know, from the other regions they're going to be they're sending their best, people. They're going to be sending their best. So it should be an absolute banger tournament.
I think the thing that made that not work at Madrid was that you had Heretics and Karmine Corp kind of fail to reach their potential. I think because they were rookies and didn't quite have that experience on the big stage. And so I was hoping for a lot from the EMEA teams. We actually didn't really get it. Whereas, depending on who qualifies, it feels like we're going to get a lot of experienced players, if not experienced teams going. You've got G2, you've got Heretics, Vitality, for example, have a decent chance of being able to make it. Sentinels look like they've got a decent chance. There should be some outrageously good teams going.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. I think, because I remember looking back at that, and it was a lot of like K Corp maybe having new strats and stuff. But I do think that teams are catching on, and maybe not getting caught out. Dude, it's such a weird meta at the moment where everything's viable. But I just still think like the top teams are still doing like really good. Like, and I thought there'd be more upsets, to be honest, from like some of the lower teams, and maybe they're not taking enough risks.
Well, the upsets might still come as well. We're only halfway through most of the brackets. True. I do want to point out as well that Kang, the poet that he is, hit us with another insane banger after they won. There's a clip of it, and the translation is, if EDG had not been born, VCT China would have been in eternal darkness. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Sick. It's a quote about Confucius originally, I believe. I think that's like the origin of it. That's what I've been told. But then like it's also apparently a meme just in China. Like everyone uses that as like a meme. But then the way he says it, and it's just so true in Valorant that it's like, oh, okay, yeah, like that's true. Like you guys brought the light. All right.
The little bits that we get coming out from China, like the memes and the like ways that they shit talk their teams and stuff, are always fantastic. Shall we? Oh, well, the other thing is, if you're interested in talking about China and watching China and that kind of stuff, they're actually playing an entire other tournament before Bangkok.
Yeah, I heard about this. That's crazy.
It's crazy. But EDG and Trace at least are not fielding their main rosters.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. It makes sense for all the other teams, actually. This is great. This is actually what I would like to see the general format go towards, which is that you have these like best of the rest tournaments right before Masters. But it doesn't make sense for Trace and EDG.
Yeah. Do we know if they're going to play like the two new maps? Like if they're going to play Ascent and Icebox?
No idea.
Oh no.
Well,
then it would be pretty good practice. Yeah, no, because in theory they wouldn't be in, but like you would kind of want to do it for practice, right? Or otherwise everyone just vetoes them.
Yeah.
It's going to be a weird one. But I do like this.
It's cool. So let's move on to talking Pacific then, shall we? So we can revisit China at another time before stage 1. But now let's go for one of the teams that debuted this week, TALON. I don't know about you guys, but I was expecting TALON to be running Primmie on duelist. And so that was immediately a bit of a shock for me when we saw them running Primmie on the Taeho, Primmie on Deadlock. We've seen Primmie Clove before, and I like Primmie Clove. The Taeho and the Deadlock, I was confused by. So they did manage to squeak out a win, but how did you end up feeling about TALON, a team that we generally rated about top 5, top 6?
my views were like relatively mixed, I would say. I was surprised because they played double duelist at the beginning, and then you're like, yeah, but Primmie's not either of these duelists.
Yeah.
And then I watched the first map and I was like, holy hell, Talon looks shit. I was like, this is not gonna go well. They don't put him on duelist, and it looks like no one else can do anything. The lack of practice, I think, showed quite a little bit on this map. I think this is a little bit unlucky for them. They kind of got exposed early on a map, in my opinion. I think they would lose this again if they played. And then I saw the other two maps and I was like, oh, okay. We're actually like, we're drilled, we're looking good. So it was a big mix. It was a really big mix.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first map was very much just like how they always look on a lot of these first maps, right? Just like the lack of discipline and people like overheating at different times and clearly not calming correctly. It just all came through on the split. But I agree, it got a lot better. I mean, on Lotus though, I think if they weren't fragging as hard, would it look different? Because like Primmie's sitting on his Clovo the whole time, and he's still just like waiting for kills to come to his arms instead of just like opening up sites when he could. So it's just like you could be winning harder is my take, right? But the fragging power gets you by.
The TP on this clip is incredible.
Yeah,
just watching in the back. No, I agree with what you said. He kind of bailed them out a little bit, but I do think they had relatively good fort going in.
Yeah,
I have a couple of clips unless anyone wants to talk about some more stuff.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a clip that's on split of like bad, and then I have a kind of like two clips on Lotus where I'm like, oh, this is good, like fort process. So yeah, this is why I'm kind of thinking that it's like map dependent. And
is this the Euro ult?
Yeah, this is the Euro ult. So you can tell that like, so you have a Euro ult and you have a breach and you got the Teo damage, but the Teo damage goes out fast. So instead of doing like what FNATIC do and they get like info, actually just straight send the rockets to the back, and then this guy doesn't flash when they're all behind the smoke. It's like, guys, we need to coordinate this a little bit better. You got the Euro ult, that's meant to be your pure 100% combo. You can stun, you can damage where they are instead of doing the damage for the back of sight. So you can kind of see their rounds getting a little bit confused where they're like, oh, okay, yeah, Euro goes to the back of the site with a TP, let's do the damage here, but actually they've forgotten like
They actually look clueless with the meta combo.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. So it's just like you could have used the pure info and then we hit the stun, but the damage is already done, so there's no combo there. And then the combos are bad because they don't flash when re-peeking the two over towards the back of, well, the front of sight.
They were also running 1-3-1s a lot, or not even 1-3-1s every time, because but they were running ban Yoru solo lurk over towards A a lot, and then Jip Boy's walking into B, and he was dying walking into B so often. And he was doing it on Abyss as well, actually, where he was trying to take some space and ended up getting punished a few times. But it just didn't seem sensible the way that they were approaching the map at all.
Yeah, no, I felt like it felt like I mean this in the nicest way. It felt like one day of prac kind of vibes, where it's just like it wasn't much thought out, or maybe there was like plans that were thought out and they didn't properly either remember or have enough time to actually get them to a good level. But then on Lotus, I thought they had some really cool stuff. So they were playing against GE's comp, which was wild, by the way. So they were playing a no duelist, triple sentinel. And so this comp, it basically, they're going to shut you down on A, right? But Talon started doing this stuff where they're like double sending it out with the raise and the omen into a smoke. And this was just really good to just literally let GE know, like, you're not going to lock us out of A at all. So they did this on the bonus, and then they managed to convert the bonus. And then when they got another buy, in the next clip, they did a different variation of this where they had another smoke and they just went out. And so they did this so early on in the game, the GE was like, wait, we've never had anyone that gets out of A main in practice. Like, now what do we do? Like, these guys are out on A, and there's nothing we can do. You see here, they dodge all the grav nets, they dodge the damage. We got a fade eye that gets them, and they're just in the smoke. I was impressed with this. I thought this was very, very good, and it probably shows that they've practiced against a Teo on this map, and they had set stuff that they like wanted to do against it. So it was like a bit of a mix of split. Damn, it's not looking great. But then I saw this stuff, and I was like, oh, we got some fort here. Like, we know how to play against this comp. The game plan's like really good, and we have different variations to show them that they can't take aggro A on defense. So
yeah,
it was a mix
I think
of,
the Lotus Yeah, I think the Lotus looked really good. Like the A Rebel stuff was really good, and like you said, it kind of punishes the timing of Tejo, right? As strong as he is with all the travel time, but then on top of that, like they were just shutting down Vice. Like Vice's util was getting no value, right? It was just getting deleted right away. The wall's gone in the first 40 seconds and stuff like that. It was to the point where I'm watching it and I'm like, while I'm casting, I'm thinking like, Talon might be one of the teams that would beat the Vice Lock even on bind. Like they just clearly understand the timing and value of both Vice and Deadlock. So I think they practiced a lot against what they thought would be meta, but then on split, I mean, obviously they weren't coordinated well enough with their own composition.
They also have played that Lotus composition before,
Yes.
and they've been practiced with it before.
Yes.
And I think one of the really important parts too, when you look at the compositions that they're playing, is that Primmie gets insane value on Clove. And putting Primmie on Tejo looked, I mean, the coordination side of it looked dreadful, but like his understanding of the agent also just didn't seem intuitive. And I'm not a big fan of putting big fragging people on Tejo. Alfia talked in an interview in EMEA about like, I can make it work because I'm more aggressive. I'm watching him play Tejo. I'm like, no, you can't, buddy. Like you are getting way less value than when you play almost anything else. You are stuck in your iPad too much and you're too far back a lot of the time. And FNATIC are having him playing like, really safe post-plant positions instead of taking gunfights. And I felt the same thing watching Primmie here too, was that there is going to be an enormous difference getting Primmie on roles where he can get like second player in trading out kind of kills.
Yeah.
But the problem is a lot of those in the current meta tend to be initiators, I think. And that doesn't seem to really vibe with how Primmie wants to play. So I think they need to find comps that work for them and prioritize that aspect of their game rather than bolder strategic or tactical ideas.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I saw we're going to start calling you Quiet Man's Valorant. You didn't say much about the Clove value there. Anything to comment on?
No comment. No
No
comment.
comment. Okay.
I mean, for me, this game was interesting because we just saw GE play as well, like these same maps, right? And so, like now I have a better idea in my mind. Obviously, when only a team has played one game, it's tough to like know, did they have a bad game? Are these their best maps? Like there's a lot of unknowns, right? But having seen GE play these maps again, it gave me kind of a better idea of like when they just played DFM, G lost 2-0 on Split and Abyss, the first two maps. But I thought the G's defense on Split like actually looked like, I mean, they're playing double Sentinel, right? They're playing against a Deadlock Cypher, so of course it's going to be pretty tough to play against. But I was watching G, and it felt like G should have won on Split. But DFM kind of just like clutched it up at the end and then, won some kind of clutch rounds for them to steal it. So, but this is why Talon are a tough team to kind of think about, because it's like, okay, you lost on Split, but G, don't look too bad. And this is why Pacific in general, like, as you kind of said at the top, like Pacific in general just feels like there's a lot of mid, there's a lot of like, this team is decent.
Whoa.
Not like mid in like, I mean mid in terms of the actual way, like middle of the pack. Not like mid as in the way the kids use it. I'm older than the kids. But like there's a lot of middle of the pack. So like when Talon win against G on Abyss, I mean, look, personally, I don't like playing Jet and Chamber together. I don't think that gives you the most value that you could have, to be honest. And then when they played Abyss again today, G, I was like, oh, man, they're just not getting this that much. No,
they don't get the map.
Yeah, they're just not getting it. Which again just makes it's difficult. And like, yeah, okay. And I think that Clove, to answer your point there, Sliggy, like you're talking about a very specific player, like you say, Sideshow, that has this kind of problem of like, what agents can we put him on to put him in the best spot where he's going to still find value playing the agent, but is in that role of, like he can be the second player in. Like that, it's kind of a weird space right now for that. And obviously Clove is obviously a great example of an agent that can do that and is perhaps best suited to literally being that. But Primmie's kind of a unique case where most other players, you can probably find an agent who is better overall and say, well, they could just play this, right? Like, like an Alfia, oh, he could just play this and, be better than he is on Teo as well and be the second one in. Yeah. So it's kind of a unique case, I think, with Primmie.
Yeah, they could look at a lot of Yoru ISO stuff, though. They could look at that kind of stuff, because ISO is that kind of like second person in, kind of a lot of opportunity to get your gun out, be very impactful with pure rifling. Having the shield is just bonkers for a guy that's generally going to be better than you anyway in a duel. I think they want to be leaning in that kind of way instead of. I can see a lot of frustration from Frost maybe developing if Primmie can't adapt to more standard roles, and he expects that Primmie should do that. I think Primmie's a unique player because he's quite inexperienced, that you have to mold the team to him rather than expect him to mold to playing perfect Valorant.
But I also think the meta is very open at the moment that you don't necessarily need, you can lean into the win conditions of your team if that is something on pretty much every map at the moment, I would say.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the Gen.G RRQ game then, because that was.
Do we need to?
That was a banger. Okay, Chobra, you're going to get a lot of good opportunities to talk about RRQ, in my opinion, because listen, even though RRQ ended up losing this game, I actually felt much better about RRQ and worse about Gen.G at the end of it, despite the fact that the score was the other way around.
Yeah.
The moral victory,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Dude, they should have won. They should have won this.
I mean, they should have, but it's it's just, you know why this hurts? Because I feel like they should have won last year at Kickoff too, but back then nobody believed me. And now everyone's like, oh, we agree. They should have won, but they didn't. And it's just like, how many more years of should have won can one man really take for a team? You know what I mean? Like, it's the 7th time. Come on. One of these days you gotta win.
Just Chobra, Nadeshot, exact same take.
It was dude, it was good though. Cushy's crazy.
Yeah. He's so good.
He's
Wait, he might be the
good.
best rookie of the year that I've seen so far. He's absolutely insane.
I was having this conversation on chat. I was like, he probably is the best rookie. You got like 20 other people that are up there, but this performance, if he can keep this level up, it's it might even be above Karen levels in terms of what we saw at the beginning. It's incredible. I don't think he can keep this consistency up, but he looks insane, and his util is really good, and apparently that's something they've been focusing on a lot.
Was he had to change his name from Kush to Cushy, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that because it's like,
I mean, presumably.
Yeah, no, for sure, yeah.
I mean, this RQ is just cursed with picking up players that have to change their names, right? Tabletop to X-Pharaoh, and now Kush to Cushy, and they just all pick these bad names that can't be on broadcast again.
God, when I saw that Gen.G, Gen.G, I felt like, map 1, it's like, oh my god, what's going on? And then map 2, it's going bad. And then I thought I was about to see another EDG awakening of halfway through the first half of Lotus, it was kind of like, oh yeah, Foxy Nine's winning a clutch, and oh we remember, oh yeah, we're good at the game, aren't we? Let's just win. And then kind of for the second half of Lotus they did. And so I was expecting Haven, I was like, oh, Haven's going to be a 13-3. RRQ are just going to swept aside, like EDG did to G-Lai. They're just going to stomp them through onto the next. And so I think that it was even more impressive, because I was expecting RRQ to be like, oh no, they've woken up. To the fact that they, took them to OT, had chances to win the game, had 2 map points, Chobra dying inside. Were you casting this game, Chobra, as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were
I've had to cast all of RQ's games
yeah,
so far,
he's
by the way.
casted all of the games.
The worst schedule ever given to a caster.
It was, dude, I had so much hope after Fracture, and I think Gen.G.
Can I rant about Fracture though for a second?
Sure.
Holy fuck, Gen.G have no idea what they're doing on this map.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're running the same. They have like 3 strats, and they ran the same 3 ideas over and over and over again with like. Some of the game, like when they started out on their pistol round idea, it's quite nice. They ran like a split onto A, Yeoman sends a dart over to clear dish, then he's got the drone to be able to clear over towards A main. They didn't quite expect to get pushed by a Neon, and they end up losing it. All right, fair game. The problem is they're running the same stuff every round. Every round's a 4-1. Every round they just take space and go into an exec. They're never like taking some arcade control and then going back and pressuring A, leaving a player inserted or waiting for the re-clear. They're just playing at the same kind of standard tempo of we take a bit of space, we go into an exec. And it looks so readable. Incredibly readable.
Yeah, they run the you run the EG comp, but then you take none of their stuff. Like, come on, just take all of their stuff. It's there. Like, it's all there. You'll get so many rounds. But yeah, I agree. Like, the understanding was like off, and even just like the small amount of rounds we saw in defense, you can kind of see when like a team XX on them, RQXX on them, and then Karen like smokes down, and that's your go signal, right? You're meant to beat them out of their smokes, so that you can just defend your own smoke. And I'm seeing like Karen go, but like Foxy9 staying behind the smoke, and I'm just like, but guys, this is really like, we're really off in terms of coordination and how we're handling this. So I think it's similar to Talon, where they got exposed early on the map.
And I'm a D1 hater of Foxy9, and I'm here again. Okay, he had a few great rounds on Lotus. He had
quite a lot.
Well, on the attack
on
side,
Haven, he had a lot. Lotus, he only had a couple, yeah.
On Lotus, on the attack side, he had 3 rounds that he got kills in out of 12. But he kind of won his team all 3 of those rounds because he like deleted some people that were pushing him in B, gets a 3K, they win the round, gets a 2K in another round, gets I think a 4K or something in the other round as well. But generally is not actually getting involved in their attack sides anywhere near as much as you would get from some of the other players. On defense, though, they did a lot of set plays where they were pushing out the opposite side of the map, pushing them into Foxy9, and he was owning in an anchor position. And I was like, holy shit, they figured out how to get some good value out of Foxy9. Oh my god, this could be something they can really iterate on. They did tons of like reclear strats on Lotus, where they allow you to take rubble control, then they ambush you in rubble, and Foxy9's anchoring over towards C, so when you react over towards C, he deletes you, or the other way around where they clear out towards Mount. So I'm thinking, all right, this guy is gonna start building a reputation as being a good anchor. I mean, I think, is this a round cut where he ends up destroying them over towards A or something?
I just looked, he gets a 3K in this round. I don't know what happens. And
yeah, I assume. Yeah, so look, this is that like rubble, mound reclear kind of setup, and they flush them into the other side of the map, and this is where you're going to see Foxy9 snack on people on the other side. It's really nice. It's like a cool way of playing the map. You couldn't do this every single time because I think it would get a bit too readable because they were just running the same idea all across the map. But it's a great way of doing it. And Foxy9 going on an aggressive angle, getting a pick, comes back, manages to get another one. He's like playing really disruptively. So I'm like, okay, this guy's got it for anchoring. And then I'm watching what he does on Haven. And holy fuck, it's dreadful. It's absolutely dreadful, some of these rounds on Haven. He's like, he's always fighting. They're running a Viper composition. And you have a Viper orb down in C long. And he's constantly like playing around the box between Garage and C long. And just having to take the most ridiculous fights. Because he's not playing in spots where he can actually play any of his team in, where he can play to delay. He just has to like swing and hope that he deletes people as they see split onto him. It was so bad.
He had that problem in the off season too. Whenever they would play Haven, he would like constantly want to fight more. But it's just like you said, it's just like you just have too many angles. Like you're not set up to constantly fight. You're set up to hold. But once he figured out he shouldn't do that, again, just like Lotus, he woke up and he was like, oh, I just need to hold this one angle. And it doesn't matter how many people come in. I just need to fight them one by one. So I do agree. I mean, we were talking about that as well, where it's just like, if you can play Foxy9 like that, where he's just an anchor, he's a turret, and then you push the enemies into him, and then he just sweeps up the kills. That's great. Obviously, the question is how far does that go compared to a proactive meteor, right? Like at an international stage or something like that. That I think remains to be seen, but it does seem like they're slowly recognizing how they need to utilize him.
But one of the other problems, though, is that they're running a Viper composition here because I assume Munchkin, as the IGL, is like, I can solo win these rounds for us sometimes on the attack side by getting these incredible lurk plays off. So he cooks up really nice attack side rounds for them with the Viper. But then it doesn't look as good, in my opinion, now on their defense. They're running like the shit wall that covers front B and long and
I
short.
think that's the thing with Gen.G though, is even when Viper was like kind of becoming the meta on Haven, they were one of the early teams and they had some really good stuff with it. But even back then, I remember thinking like they were doing that shit wall then as well. And I was like,
guys,
everyone else.
I was the first one to use this wall. Stop.
When you used it, Sliggy, when you used it, it was 1994 and it was innovative. All right,
Yeah,
nobody's
like,
complaining in 1994 when people come out with the telephone for the first time.
Yeah, sure. Doesn't mean it doesn't
Matt's
help.
is lurking through that wall, and he's like, "Wait, there's a wall here. What's this?" Like, you can't lurk through it every round. But like everyone else is doing
We've
the
developed,
seawall.
we've learned since then.
Yeah, everyone else is doing the seawall, but they were still doing that one, and it wasn't working then. So yeah, I think that's just them, to be honest. For whatever reason, they think that that's the best way of using it. And I agree. Defense side, like obviously the second snakebite, was a pretty
And did post-plant.
significant, pretty significant nerf on that map. But
Being able to pick up your orb on the attack side, being able to place it down in an area that they were retaking from, being able to throw 2 snakebites to keep them out, like these are all reasons that composition was unbelievably powerful that don't really exist anymore. Munch can still find a value out of it, but I think they're just going to slowly drift behind the times if they keep running this.
Yeah, maybe. I do think I agree with what you were saying about Foxy9. He has, because if you did like a heat map of where he played on defense, that one spot is just bright red and everyone else is just like nothing. Like I'm worried about the ante for him. I want to see him have another trick that he likes to do, because it's literally just like they take garage, I'm gonna get in the smoke and kill anyone at long, but then sometimes they're like a recon coming in, he's like, well, I'm now just gonna duel everyone in garage because the recon's gonna get me.
One of the other parts about that too is his position works best if he puts a turret that watches C long for him.
Yeah.
So then he can only fight garage. And when they didn't default to break the turret, he actually had a round where it worked really well and he managed to get the kills into garage. But if they just delete the turret at the beginning of the round, which is like one of the easiest turrets to get rid of, by the way, which is why most people don't put it there at all, because you just swing C long. If you know they're not going to be running an operator there, it's a free turret to kill. And they didn't tend to be running an op there as often.
I also just want to add one thing. I do want to give credit to the team on RQ side. We're done giving credit to Gen.G.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that's going to happen?
I want to give credit to the team and the coaching staff because Xfero's been really, really sick. And so, if you notice, no matter how many creds they have, he's constantly buying judges and playing areas that work with the judges. On Fracture, he's constantly playing Heaven with the judge. And on Haven, he's constantly just in garage at different angles with the judge. And I just thought, regardless of win or lose, I was like, okay, you're making the best of what you got. Like the fact that you're saying, okay, we'll play around what you can do. And then work off of it rather than saying, well, no, this is the strat we prepped, so you just have to work with it. I thought that was pretty nice of just trying to get him as comfy as possible.
I do appreciate that. I think that's a really good point, but it just made me think like the whole of Team Heretics was sick this week. But could you imagine if they all came out with 5 judges?
Yeah.
They're like, this is the only weapon we can use this week. It was their first kill to first death rate on Haven for RRQ was 19 first kills.
Oof.
Jeff gets
to
12
7
and 1.
to 7 first deaths.
It's a devastating
19
game
to
lose.
7, and they end up losing this
Gotta
game.
win. You gotta win.
You have to win that show, bro. You have to win that.
It's over, Joe. That was the chance.
You know what?
That was the
Okay,
best chance you're gonna get.
Can we just say, I thought it was hilarious that everyone was talking about, oh, we can hear the joy in his voice when they reached match point. You know what I was thinking? Literally, they hit 12, and literally, as I'm shouting in my head, I'm like, I think they're going to lose. I think they're going to get impatient, and I think they're going to lose. I don't think they can handle this. And then it happened, and I was like, oh my gosh, I thought it, and it happened, and I manifested the loss. And I'm just breaking down, and everyone's like, oh, we could hear the joy in his voice. We know how Chopra thinks. And I'm just like already having a breakdown on my own. It was crazy.
My chat was doing that the whole time, and they were like, we've never heard a caster cry live on stream like when they lost.
Oh, God. But it did give me serious hope, though, for RRQ. Because the ups and downs of RRQ have not hit yet. I feel like they've just been playing well pretty much the whole tournament
They look
so
good.
far.
Map
Better-
always
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Like as a team, they haven't been completely losing it. In the past, they'd have like maps or rounds where the team just looks lost entirely. But now it's, they still have like individual overheats and stuff. But yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Okay. Let's go into another game, though, that we had as our match of the week last week. It's a rematch of the Ascension Finals in Pacific. It was Nongshim playing against Boom. And the big part that I want to focus on in this game is does Nongshim actually know how to play non-Neon compositions? Because I've heard from you, Chobra, and from the other Pacific talent that we should believe that these guys are not Neon one tricks. And yet the only map, and they slaughtered on the Neon map. Oh my god, Pearl 13-3. Oh my god, it's so fantastic. They absolutely owned them. Then Bind, Danby plays Raze, and what rating is that he's got from VLR over there? That's a 0.45. That ain't good, honey. That ain't good. And what I was watching from this team on Bind was despicable, if I may say so. They played... I mean, Sliggy, you must have been thinking the same. Because this is the most OP comp on Bind, as declared by Sliggy. And they're playing in front of their Sentinel util, pushing down short, pushing down long. Danby's baiting in pocket behind his Sentinel utility the whole game. No, my god, it looked dreadful.
I think a good example of this is round 3 on Bind. I'm pretty sure that's right. It's whatever their attack is. Oh my goodness. But dude, I was looking at the map picks here at the beginning. I was thinking like, why have both of these teams picked these maps?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Sliggy. Fuck
dude,
me. Why did they pick Bind? Why have you picked the non-Neon map that you don't know how to play the comp, and boom, have just beat T1 on Bind? How does that make any sense?
Dude, up there with DRG against EDG for Haven in terms of stupidest map pick of the week.
Okay, so this is a great example. So it's oh no, it's the other way around. It'll be the other way around, Kurt. Sorry, third round when they're on defense.
Round 15.
Yeah. So but dude, I was just because I was remembering looking at Boom play Pearl when they played T1 and they won double pistol, but they lost that map, and I was thinking like, Boom can't think they're good at this map. They didn't default long once to like break the util. And I was just like, I can't believe they've done that. And then Nongshim picked Bind, and I'm like, you guys nearly lost to these in the final. The only reason you won is because you had hero plays like in the Ascension final. I'm like, what the I thought it was the wrong way around. And this is crazy. Like this comp is so good. It's so good. Right? You have to the enemy team has to default. Like the enemy team has to go find the vice wall, has to go find all this util and break it. So they lose.
They just walk into them.
Dude, look who the first person swinging is. It's the vice. Like, what are we doing?
It's so bad as well because the wall gets tripped in showers. They prowler and they know that nobody's scaled. So where are they? They're waiting outside showers, and then they walk into them like they had perfect info that exactly they were about to walk into trouble. They knew it. They knew it in their souls, and they fucked it. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. And when I was watching Danby as well, I was like, "What are you up to on Raze, Sonny Jim? Like what are you doing?"
The whole thing felt wrong. Like their Bind. This was the best example I've seen for a while, where someone plays someone in practice or sees a comp and it's like, yeah, let's use that comp, and then they have no understanding of how it works, and they're just like, why is this not working? Like, you guys, you're playing it completely wrong. Like there's not one round that you play it similar to any team that looks good on this map. So
why can't I sprint rotate? What's going on?
What's happening there?
That one was incredible.
So a bit boring.
Chobra, are you concerned? Do you think it was maybe just a Bind problem? Do you still have the hope that they will be able to play non-Neon stuff if they need to?
So I think as a team they are capable. Do I still have the confidence that they'll be able to win without Neon in Kickoff? No.
Right.
So because it just seems like they were. I think what we saw was them trying to play the Raze like a Neon, right? Like go in, disrupt, and then we'll trade you. But then it's like none of your other util is there like it was with the Neon. The Neon can't self-stun for other people. And so you're just seeing a lot of the mess of Stomby's like constantly way too far ahead compared to the rest of his team on attack and things like that. So I was glad that they played non-Neon, but I think it should have been a huge wake-up call of like, oh, we've been way too used to playing Neon. Because I promise you, back when Neon wasn't OP, they looked fine with Jet and Raze, and they looked great, and he looked to have good position and not constantly overheat. But now he's just Neon pilled, and he just has to go on the zoomies all the time. And with Raze, he's like, well, I got blast packs, I can still go fast. And then he's just way ahead of his team all the time. So I think it should have been a wake-up call of like, okay, we need to actually research other comps and prep them a lot more. And also, I think just give respect to everyone now that you've had trouble, obviously, with DRX, but also like, Boom was looking very strong again now with DOS9 included.
Yeah, they look a lot better with Dustin, and they got a new coach as well, right? So I think like the ante's been pretty decent as well. So I think they're gonna win more maps than I originally thought coming into this year.
Yeah.
Win
I mean,
more
some of the other
maps.
Ascension teams are dark.
Yeah, I said
Boom
I
are
said
not
maps for a
dark.
reason.
Right, not
I
match.
don't think they're good enough to win games. I mean, they aren't good at every map. I mean, not a lot of games, but I think they'll win. Like, look, this is not America's. 2G are in a different level of bad.
Oh yeah,
Just randomly
They're-
bring them
yeah.
up.
But like, there's Boom, and then there's like 2 tier gaps. Then there's a massive fucking pile of shit. Then there's the fucking asteroid crater that killed the dinosaurs, and then there's 2G.
I mean,
So comparatively, Boom are alright.
yeah.
That's crazy.
There are some other VCT teams as well that I would put down there, like way before we get to Boom. I actually think the Pacific has the highest floor out of all of the regions.
Yeah, it's them and the EMEA. I think is kind of where I'm
I
at.
think EMEA has the best floor.
Yeah, I think so. Like them and Pacific, it's the closest between.
I mean,
Who do you
guess
think's,
no.
who do you think's bringing down the floor?
No, I mean, unfortunately, you're correct
Yeah,
because China and Americas are actually eating glue off the pavement.
I mean, yeah, that's not my fault though.
No. So you're right, but I had a bit of a weird reaction because I was thinking about some of the games that we were watching this week and like some of the weird shit that Team Liquid and Koi and Apeks and that we're getting up to.
Gloomy Star Koi, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, we'll save that until we get onto the EMEA segment. Do you have a red card clip that you wanted to show us?
Oh yeah,
Slick?
dude. I think I put it in the thing, right, Kat?
So this was them actually playing Neon. So this isn't molding about the bar.
No. This is just me molding about Danby. So they go really really aggro. They realize they're pushing, okay,
Oh
and
my
so it's
God,
like,
this
okay,
is-
it's good. They've lost 2, right? They lost 2, and it's like, oh, okay. But
This
they're
was
eco.
like, oh
We
my
don't let
God.
them get. We just protect the guns. Where's this guy going with a gun? He's hand delivering them a gun. What's he doing? There's 3 people here. You know they just pushed. Like there's so many people here. Why have you just hand delivered the guns instead of getting rid of them on the map? They have no guns. I was just like, what is this guy doing against ecos? And he did this on Split like the week before against ecos. He needs to relax. He really needs to relax. This was one of the worst things I've ever seen. It really is.
so funny.
It
I'm
was
pretty
nuts.
sure I was also when I was watching, I was like struggling to try to cover it up, but I was like, no, there's really no excuse. Like there's just no explanation to
There's
ever
no
do this in a
logic.
match.
It's
If they
insanity.
slow contact reclear that area,
Yeah.
you're like, all right, maybe they think, okay, because we pushed in that area, we should be backing up, and you can like slow contact in. What? He's
Fucking
running in
running
there.
in on his own.
You know there's numbers there. Like they're gonna have a sick crossfire.
It looks so similar to that round on Bind where they just like they know that there's people outside showers and they just walk into them. Like,
Yeah.
come on, let's use our brains a little bit. All right, let's go into the other games though that were played in Pacific. Let's move on, talk about the games basically that happened this morning, right? So RRQ and DFM, they eliminated Team Secret and Global. So goodbye to Team Secret and Global. That was a little bit of a surprise for me that DFM ended up winning the game against Global Esports. I thought that one was a small upset there.
Yeah, I agree. From what we've seen from them both, but I think it was 2 things. One was I don't care what the manager said from Global Esports about their map pool and what they've practiced. Clearly, their Haven is just really, really bad. Because if you're banning it 3 times in a row after you've clearly not been able to showcase your Abyss, then it's not good, right? Like banning
Yeah.
against Secret is
Yeah.
like, okay, it's a respect ban. Secret always good on it. I was down to buy into that. But now it's like, okay, this is a little questionable. And you know what? If you want to have the excuse of, hey, we had to retool with a stand-in and whatever, that's fine too. But it's like this whole masking of, well, we were actually well prepped on everything just clearly wasn't true. And I think I think their further opponents read into that. Like I think Talon and DFM were like, we just got to pick Abyss. Like we're going to be fine.
I thought they said, am I going mad? I thought they said, and we were talking about it last week, that
Yes.
literally like we can't play Abyss.
Yeah, they
They-
were
they
basically
did
like
say that.
Abyss was our least prepared map, but then you kept banning it. So you know what I mean? Like the leaking of that information. Like if that had never gone public, we would just be sitting here of like, I wonder what's going on. But now that they've said that, we're like, oh, actually, that's just not true. Your Haven's actually worse than your Abyss. So
right.
that-
I mean, yes,
yeah.
but yeah, both
You still-
maps. Both
Yeah,
maps didn't look good.
So that was
Yeah.
questionable. But then I would also say, I mean, let's be honest, on Split, like DFM was getting bailed out hard with some hero plays as well. Like they were able to just survive. Like May getting a fadeaway shot into a 3K to secure the round, like near the end of the game. It's just like, what do you do at that point? So I don't know if you can really blame too much in terms of like upset potential on Split, but it's unfortunate.
Do you think there's a chance if Split had gone the other way, that Global would have won on Lotus?
What comp would they have played would be my question.
Yeah,
okay, but do you guys... I don't really hate this comp, though, the Triple Sentinel. I don't hate it. You guys are all looking at me like I'm the most insane man.
It relies on a lot of people messing up. And I don't think that this comp... I think this comp is doable if you can somehow get out towards aggro A, but you just can't because you have no duelist. Like, it's so...
I do think it's heavily reliant on the chamber popping off. Yes.
Yeah, you have to just rely on picks.
That many places that you can play the chamber. It's not like where you're playing a Raze and they can be on. They can be taking fights with their team in a number of different positions. I think it's a bit more predictable, like where you're going to run into the chamber. You don't know exactly every round, but you know roughly where they're going to be taking the fight. Like, you know, we have to be worried about Mound. We have to be worried about that early angle on B. We have to be worried about that A angle. And there's also just no pressure on the attackers as they take space apart from the chamber. So you've got a lot of like static util, but the attacking team, I think, has a lot of freedom to just kind of walk forward until they meet that utility, rather than constantly getting like skirmished as they try to take space.
I'm not saying it's great. I just think it could have worked against a team like DFM. Right, I just don't have full faith that DFM was gonna trip everything and get rid of all the util and yada yada yada. I think that's fair.
Yeah. I think that's fair. How do you feel about DFM coming out of this then? Can they make an international?
No.
I'm just bringing that up because Paperthin said it at the beginning of the.
Well, okay. I will say the broadcast ended and all of us looked at each other from the Pacific broadcast and we were like, God damn it, we're gonna have to listen to Paperthin just go off about DFM for the whole year because they got this one win and they survived in Kickoff. And he's gonna be like, well, they had potential and they have more help than May. They now have Akame as well, and he's able to frag out when he needs to. And so, yeah, he does have more help, but I mean, the competition is so rough.
Yeah, there's enough decent teams in Pacific. I mean,
that's the issue.
Wyatt said FURIA would go to an international leg.
Yeah, I mean, Paperthin's been bailed out by one of the other worst takes of the year, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, I think I don't think they can. We got some positives because like GN or GN.
Yeah, GN.
Right. Yeah. He played really good on the first map, and I feel like he kind of needed that confidence. That's like a good sign. But yeah, are they at the levels of being able to qualify? No, we got a long way to go for that. I also think that G comp really needs a Omen if you're gonna run no duelists.
You mean on Lotus?
On Lotus. Oh, that I would agree with. Yeah. I will say though, like within Pacific, from what we've seen, I think DFM, I think they could still, let's say, beat Secret, Zeta, Boom. Like I think those would all be.
They got Paper Rex next.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't think history is repeating itself that one.
Yeah. Well, let's get into some of the predictions then, shall we? So, looking at the upcoming games, let's recap the viewer predictions. So, last week's Pacific Match of the Week was that match that we covered earlier, Nongshim Red Force versus Boom Esports, a rematch of the Ascension final. With over 6,800 total votes, 84% of our viewers picked Nongshim Red Force to win, and they were correct. Well done, little viewers. So you can have a look back at the community tab on Friday to vote on the Pacific Match of the Week, which this week we've chosen to be Gen.G versus DRX, which I think is going to be a great game. But first of all, there's another really good game before we get to that. T1 versus TALON.
Yeah,
no, don't love this. Don't love this one.
Not very happy with the guarantee here.
No.
I feel alright about this. Hold on, what did T1 ban? Do you? Yeah, I feel alright about this. Am I the only one that's still high up on T1?
I feel okay about it, so one of the reasons why I went for T1 and felt okay doing it is that I think they had a very good awareness of Paper Rex's super aggressive style. They were very prepared for that. They called well against it. They were ready to repel the aggression. And I think that'll serve them well against Talon, because Talon also do a lot of that kind of stuff. And some of their compositions, like the split one, it's far worse than what Paper Rex is throwing at you. So I feel all right about it in that sense.
I mean, they're going to be a map up. They're going to win the split.
I mean, that's fair.
Are they going to give him split?
Yeah, I think so.
I actually think so. I think Talon, just also given their history, they would be happy to play split again and be like, we can prove them wrong. And
surely
see if
Pearl
it
has got to be a
works.
better map for Talon. I know they first round banned it against Global, but the kind of compositions you can run on Pearl just fit Primmie
Yeah,
and
you could
Ban,
put-
and like they've
put
just
them
fit
on
their players
Phoenix.
way better. Yeah, you could literally play Jet Phoenix on this map,
Yeah.
and you'd be having Primmie farm, I reckon.
Yeah, oh no, it would be crazy. Dude, having someone that good that can get that many Phoenix ults is scary.
yeah, but would T1 leave that open? Like,
They banned.
I don't know what they've been banning.
They banned. Oh, they did ban.
banned
Pearl,
it
so it
against
might be
Paper
that.
Rex.
Might be their perma
Oh.
ban. Yeah.
Oh, well, T1 banned Abyss as well, though, against
Oh,
Boom.
okay.
So
Oh, they
maybe
play
they don't
several
have a
maps, that's
perma. I would highly doubt that they ban Pearl in the game against Talon if they're, if you're looking at Talon, and Talon have just banned it as well. So
Sure.
maybe this is a Frost Gigabrain play. First round ban it
It
in order
could
to get a
be.
good one in against T1.
dude loves
I
his
mean, that
mind
would be a
games.
play. That would be a play. I would give them that.
That would be a sick play. So why do you not feel good about this guarantee TMV?
Because these are the kind of guarantees that go wrong, where it's not like a. It's not
Right.
like a.
Reasons?
Like, no, because you've got a team. Like a guarantee is, when you've got a good team against a bad team. Talon aren't a bad team. They they
Right.
have a chance. All that, like Primmie could just pop off. That you unlucky, unlucky you lost a map. Like just like that could happen, right? Like Talon are also a team that are, like, I think quite variable, right, in terms of what you might get from map to map, sometimes round to round, right? Those are not good teams to guarantee against. You want a two glue. You want a Gluria. You want these teams that like they're not gonna surprise us.
Right.
Talon could surprise you, and they're pretty decent already. And T1, like, here's the thing. I don't think the Paper X played very good at all against T1,
Mhm.
and they still almost beat T1. And I think that was like a pretty bad Paper X.
But that version of Paper X, I thought, played better than Talon. Apart from Talon's Lotus, maybe.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But look, I picked them.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just-
I know.
I'm just
I know.
weary.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fair enough. All right.
I'm weary.
I think that's fair as well. Like, given that they played 6 maps, right? Their bind looks a little bit ropey as well. So there is that essence of they might just both lose one split, one bind, and we go third map. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
Okay, let's have a look at our next game now. This one is the match of the week. This one is the one that you, the community, will be able to predict on. It is a Korean clash for the ages, potentially. Gen.G playing against
I'm
DRX.
worried about this. One of you must have. Wait, did
Okay.
Did I?
I almost forgot what I picked first of
Not
all.
sure, not sure I went for DRX here. Did I?
Didn't you?
I might
Let me
have.
double check. I may have made a mistake.
Honestly, I was hazy after the stream, so you might be right.
I know I went for DRX. My take at the moment is that
went-
DRX look like
yeah.
the best Pacific team right now, which is a tough take, really, when we've only seen them play one game, but that's the same for Gen.G.
The Teo madness.
You
Yeah,
put
I think-
TBD. Wait, no. You put Gen.G.
I think Gen.G.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
You put Gen.G.
Okay,
I'm a little hazy as well.
Because I was like, I felt like, I mean, I like the DRX going in for the Teo stuff. Like, I think that's like the big thing they play on every single map. I think that's really good. Do I think it's gonna work as good second time round? I'm not sure. That's kind of like where I'm out with the demos there.
Wait, why?
It's just
Side-
manipulating whatever.
Yeah,
you
we
want.
switched
It's very
Sideshow.
hazy.
Yeah, what
Dude,
the
I
hell?
didn't
Get me
sleep
back
last
to
night.
DRX.
I'm sorry. It's
Yeah.
tough out here. I'm very
the hell?
tired.
but while we get that fixed, I just think that we've seen that if you break Foxy 9, a lot of things break down. And I think more than anybody in the world, Termi knows exactly how to break Foxy9. Like I legitimately think so, because I don't think they did already break him once. He'll do it again.
I'll sub you in. I'll sub you in. I'll sub you out. I'll sub you in. I'll sub you out. You will never get confident. You will never have any chance in this game. And then when I sell you to another team, I'll fuck you up again.
I just think it's because if you think about it, that is how he played Sentinel and DRX too. Like if they would enter his site, he would do well, and if they didn't, he would struggle a little bit with the macro. So I mean, yes, it helps to have an IGL like Munchkin who's experienced and all that, but I just think, especially with a Teo, like if you're still playing like Killjoy and Cypher out here, like I just think that
That's
DRX is gonna have a pretty good read on how to break apart that team.
I also think they've got a free win on Fracture.
That's
probably
also
fair.
that is
That's
actually also
probably
true.
fair, yeah.
Yeah, no, they probably will be a map up. I think if we're thinking of if you're thinking complete teams, yeah, probably looking better. I think that what you said about the Teo actually, especially with if you do both your comments like put together, like the Foxy9 playing in the same place every single time, similar util and then versus a Teo, like that's a disaster. With that said, I'm gonna stick those. So let's see what they do. I just believe in the original three.
Yeah, I mean, they
Tech's
are
just
great
gonna
players.
prove who the daddy of Korean Valorant is.
And who is that? That's Texture, is
Texture.
it?
That's Texture.
Right.
He's gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. we don't need any further comment on that one. This next game coming up, honestly, could have been match of the week worthy as well.
It is for Chobra.
Yeah, it would be for Chobra.
It is for me.
It's Chobra's RRQ playing against Nongshim Red Force. I struggled. Oh, and I'm glad that this one is split, honestly, because I feel like that's a reasonable conclusion for it. So, Chobra, I know why you're going for RRQ. Sliggy.
Wait, what?
I mean, listen, of course I know why
We
you're
could
going.
have put any fucking team versus RRQ. We could have put fucking.
But the reasons would be different.
Okay, well then, all right, I'll come to you first. How are they not going to throw this game away like they did against Gen.G? What's going to be different this week?
Wait, that question has a very different answer. Hold on, I wasn't ready for that one. I was more ready to answer how they would win it, not how they might throw it away. But I just think now that they've experienced being ahead and then letting it slip again, right? And then they course corrected, obviously against a weaker team. But I think after that, and now seeing that Nongshim, I think it's more that I've lost faith in Nongshim like being really, really strong for Kickoff. I still like the team. I still think they're going to do well for the year, but I just think they're not as adaptable for Kickoff. Yep. In which case, I think if they've showed most of their hand, surely after a week of prep, like RQ should be ready for it. And I need us to scrub this part of the bot before the Nongshim management sees it, because I've been glazing them up everywhere else. And I've been eating their noodles on stream, and now suddenly I'm like, Indomie is better than Nongshim. It's just not going to go down well.
Yeah, I kind of back a lot of that. I think they've just looked so good, and I'm a little bit worried for Nongshim as well. Just feels, I know that like the Mayhem's hard to play against, but RRQ and like most of these players have played against PaperX for a long time, so I feel like they should be pretty normal and like used to it. And dude, I just rate the coaches anti-strat wise. I just think that they should be able to come out on top of it. And plus, and Cushy's incredible.
Yeah, Cushy is fantastic.
The truth.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that really tipped me to Nongshim, though, while I was thinking about this, RRQ have been first round banning Bind.
That's true.
Get that shit out of there. Nongshim can't even pick it. Even if they wanted to, they're not even allowed to, because RRQ are going to first round ban it. So we've got neon maps the whole way. I think that's going to be a very good situation for Nongshim to be in.
Yeah.
This was a very tough game to pick. This actually was probably the hardest game, I think.
Yeah. It's gonna be a banger.
But yeah, I've just been high on Nongshim, so I just have to stick with it. I'm just fucking sticking with it. It's a 50-50. Stick with your guns.
All right, fair enough. Well then, I doubt we're gonna consider this next game a 50-50. But we'll see. Maybe someone's a maniac. PaperX this week, we didn't even discuss their game as they just took a turd on Zeta Division. The game was over.
You could have shown a replay of a game from last year, PaperX Zeta Division. Put that on the VCT Pacific, and no one would have noticed. People might have been like, "Wait, what? Lazen retired?" That's the only thing people might have noticed.
Well, then this week they're playing against the other Pride of Japan, so it's PaperX playing against DFM.
What?
Nongshim?
See,
Oh, drama with the violent Nongshim.
can I explain myself? Okay, here's what happens. For most Plat Chat episodes, I prep the show the day beforehand. But since the Pacific games are happening while I'm sleeping, I have to wake up an hour early after getting less sleep than I normally do, and then do all the predictions. So mistakes happen, especially with.
Is
for the
this a
Pacific
mistake?
games.
No,
Is this a mistake because
I gave him 3 answers. I gave him
Oh,
if
yeah.
RQ wins.
You gave him
Why?
Nongshim subbing in.
Listen.
Tag me in, DFM.
It's just
I said if RQ beats Secret, RQ beats Nongshim. But if Secret beats RQ, then Nongshim wins. And then
that
I
was
said,
nice and easy for Kurt. You made
Yeah.
that simple.
here's the thing. Like, great, I can do one person. That just makes it more confusing.
Yeah, exactly.
I know,
Okay,
that's my bad.
So
yeah. I'll
what
fix
was
it
your
now
pred
and
then,
take a
Chobra?
picture when you guys look hideous.
Paper X.
it was Paper X. Okay, we were
Yeah.
all smiling for the camera. That made it an
Yeah.
even better situation, honestly. Can we all smile again?
No.
Oh, I wasn't ready.
We all look-
TMG was there. All right, anyway, let's talk about the game. So Paper X versus DFM. Is this going to be another like free one for the Plat Chat guarantee? It feels like it should be.
It has to be.
Should be. Should be fine.
Yeah.
The individuals are looking a little bit better for DFM. That's like why you might be slightly worried. But I think that will only get him a map max.
Okay, and honestly, our prediction rate, the guarantee rate, is not too shabby at the moment. 6 and 3, I think Kurt just flew on the screen, so that's all
Better
right.
than last year.
Yeah, 67% win rate. I'll take that. Okay, I wanted to at the end here very quickly. I'm really trying not to let this drag on forever, but I wanted to look back at our power rankings that we set at the beginning of the year and set us on a different task. Now, our power rankings at the start of the year for Pacific were supposed to be a prediction at the end of the year of where things would end up. But what I want to do right now is try to find this moment in time, how we rate the teams against each other. And then try to, keep a little bit of track of that throughout the year as teams go up and as teams go down. So this is more of like a true power ranking. What are their current power levels? So it will be very different. Even like, it's not even that we got the old one wrong. We're just literally trying to do something super different right now.
It's so hard for Pacific though.
My take is that DRX currently look like the top team in Pacific. That's
The top team
I think so.
with one shot.
I hesitate just because it was one game against.
But we've
a
only
Nongshim
seen
who
one game
clearly
from a lot of
couldn't.
these teams.
True.
True.
I mean,
Look, we can
I
put
mean, I'm
Zeta
down.
last. We can put Zeta last.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's an easy one.
Yep.
That's an easy
And
one.
then,
Apologies to
honestly,
Boom.
What about Team Secret? Team Secret
Yeah.
should also be right down there with how they've been played.
Throw them in 11.
Yep.
I
I'm
won't
fine
Oh.
with 11.
Guys, they would beat Boom.
They would beat Boom, you reckon?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure about that,
Actually,
Yeah.
no, they would.
Wait,
This-
is
this-
this
they
a
need to
coin
beat-
moment?
No. They need to beat Boom to support my RQ agenda because it was a 2-1 game against RQ. So
I mean,
they need to be a pretty decent team.
If you're confident about it, I'm willing to cede that because I'm not 100% sure either way. So if you
No,
really
I'm-
reckon that
I'm pretty
Boom would-
confident.
All right.
But the question, I think the question should be is GE just currently, right? Regardless of potential, etc. Are they below Boom currently?
The problem with GE is I think they've
guess
got
they
2
beat
maps they
Secret.
can't play. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
I think on the rest of their map pool, they actually look pretty good.
yeah,
Yeah.
So I'm more inclined to give GE the benefit of the doubt and put them above.
I agree.
So what was your gut then, Sliggy? Boom, then
I would
Secret.
say Zeta last, then Boom, then Secret, then Global.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Okay.
with that.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
all right with that. I'm all right
I'm
with
okay
that.
with
There's
that.
definitely arguments that could be changed around, but I think that's
Yeah.
fine.
And then DFM have to be next, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They have to be
Yes,
8.
yes. That I think
Yes.
that's clear.
Yeah.
Now it
then-
gets rough.
Yeah, now it gets tough.
Now it does get tough. It might
I-
be Talon.
Talon, RRQ.
I think.
I mean, well, RRQ are
Talon-
never going in 7. I should already accept that.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ wouldn't
We're gonna have
deserve
to-
to be in 7th. I don't
Yeah.
think. I think it's got to be Talon of the teams that
Yeah.
we've seen here.
But if we ignore, I mean, not that we should, but like if we take out the split, where do they sit? because I think the split weighs them heavily downward.
Let's just
right?
take out
Yeah.
Zaya's 2 losses as well. They haven't played.
Well, let's just take Zayt off the board and let's talk about the rankings. I mean,
No, we already did this before and it was a
Maybe
disaster. It was a
Flip
disaster.
them upside down or something.
No flipping. They're gonna stay the same way up. No! Okay.
Yeah, this is rough, dudes. I'm okay with anything. Yeah.
Am I the only one that, like, currently I'm pretty low on Nongshim, like, for Kickoff, like, in their current state? Like, I think they're
Yeah.
individually talented, but I just think if you were to give a week, then the other teams in the top 6 would beat them.
I think it's certainly possible, but I would be wary of T1 PaperX beating them. I don't know whether that would be
See, this is where it's interesting because you two had RRQ winning and us two had Nongshim winning.
right.
So we
Right.
probably think that they're about
true.
the same for
Yeah.
5 and 6, I would guess.
Yeah.
But are they 5 and 6? Again, I don't have that much faith in T1 and PaperX. I don't think that either of those teams looked that great.
No,
I
but
think
are
there's
you
a
gonna put them
serious chance that
below?
Nongshim RRQ might be better than those teams.
I think
I'm all,
team-wise, yes.
I'm all for going crazy fucking with it. Let's go.
Oh boy.
I mean, as
This,
someone
is the,
who...
this is the chaotic part.
Yeah.
of
Whoa,
it.
I
At
don't
least I-
know. Hold on.
At least I got my 8 to 12. You guys can go crazy.
This
Wait,
is
so are we
where
just-
it gets difficult, but
We're fixed with Talon and 7 for now, just because of what we've seen.
yeah. I
It's just
think
a split.
I genuinely think I might put PaperX at 6th.
Whoa.
This is why you were off the chart at the start.
Well, okay, so what have they done? At the moment, they've beaten the ever-living shit out of the worst team in Pacific. And they
Okay.
lost to T1 playing some fairly poor Valorant but good individual form from people like Devi.
Would all of these teams though beat the ever living shit out of Zeta?
All of the top 6 teams we're currently looking at.
Yeah. Do you think they would all beat them like Paper X beat them? 'Cause I don't.
But the thing is with PaperX, they do beat the crap out of bad teams, but that doesn't
it's a
mean that they're
stylistic
better.
thing.
Yeah, they just run
true.
people over.
But I also
I don't
think
think-
that PaperX, you still have to respect. Like, we can call it not good Valorant, but the individuals are cracked enough that they,
Yeah.
you know, like they get bailed out all the time, whether it's Devi waking up or Mind Freak, and you know. So I think that
well-
alone keeps them afloat.
Okay,
Where
what
are
if
you
we
thinking
try to
of
work
putting
from the
T1
top?
though, Sideshow?
Yeah, I was going to ask this.
I would put T1 in 5th.
This
fuck
is-
me!
This
So
is
you
crazy.
really
How are you
have
so
RRQ?
down? Did you watch a different T1 PaperX game? So I watched it. It wasn't that bad.
It was all right, but
It
I
was
also
scrappy.
watched T1 play against Boom as well.
Yeah, but that was the anti-strat. That's their bind. You take out their bind.
No, it's not just their buying.
Well, the Pearl wasn't fantastic.
Stacks looked like his
either.
mouse wasn't plugged in.
That Razer mouse, it just wasn't working wirelessly.
No, Meteor looked like he wasn't in the comms with the rest of his team on Pearl. It was tragic. I mean, Pearl, that game against Boom was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, well,
They just
I'm
got
more of a-
antis.
No, they didn't just get antied.
They
Meteor was
did.
running at people
Well, they
like he thought he could
did.
1v5 them.
Dude, they won 2 maps where they lost both pistols. It's an okay game. I'm telling you.
It's not good Valorant. From a
They're winning games where they lost double pistols against in theory tier 1 teams.
Okay, what about number 1? What about the number 1 team then?
That's tough too.
You're
I think
talking
it's between.
about. We're talking about. it.
You're talking about T1 being the number 1
Wait,
team?
yes.
You've been on the crack pipe. What are you talking about?
I don't know
Dude,
if
they
they're
look
one
fine.
anymore.
Fine is not the number 1 team.
Okay, but
No,
if you think, wait. If
who's
Sliggy
better?
thinks T1 is 1, do you
DRX.
think PaperX is 2?
Dude, can we just let Sideshow go for a little bit on this? I would
Okay, sure.
love to see it.
All right, you want to see my rankings?
Yeah, I
You wanna
want to
see
see.
my
I just want
rankings?
to see your last 6, but don't
All
touch
right.
the 7 and 12. It's good.
Okay, so number 1, I think I would have DRX. I know that we only saw one match of them playing, but I mean that's all we've got to go with. It's not like we had an opportunity to see any more of them play. I thought their players looked really good. I thought the Mako was calling an extremely good game throughout that, outplaying people, freeing Hyunmin, looking like some of the best rookies that we've seen. Their usage of Tatejo was also good. It looks like they're kind of like on meta with what they're going for. So I'm thinking that they played some of the best looking Valorant that we've seen. Number 2.
That's how much he hates it. That's so much he's had enough.
Number 2, I'm going for.
This is what I mean.
You don't like any
I'm not
Gs
sure
that are
you
left.
thought this
Yeah.
through.
I'm going for. Holy fuck! Who am I going for? Number 2, I'm going for Nongshim
do
Red Force.
Shut the
This is wrong, man. This is wrong.
This is what I'm trying to tell
It's
you.
wrong.
Invalid.
Okay,
It's
keep-
wrong. Okay, no, it's wrong.
Keep
When I
going.
said it, when
No,
it
keep
came out of my
going.
mouth, it's wrong. Okay, keep going. RRQ in 3rd, Gen.G in 4th, T1 in 5th, PaperX in 6th. No, you know what? Gen.G looked
beautiful.
worse than T1. Gen.G in 6th. Foxy 9 ruins this team. They can't play Fracture. What the fuck are they doing? Gen.G in 6th.
It's just demolishing an egg.
Scrambling an egg.
Did you just put that on your keyboard?
Yeah, he's had
No.
enough, dude. He's done.
I got a bowl here. Don't worry.
Nice. What you planning to do? Beat
Are you
the
gonna
egg?
eat it now?
You want me
Go
to
on.
fucking eat a
Yeah,
raw egg?
go on.
Yeah.
Get some protein in you.
No.
They're safe in the
What
UK.
fu-
They're safe.
I know, but I'm not
Yeah.
fucking doing that.
I ate a
the
raw
protein.
egg yesterday. I put it on the top of my pizza. It didn't cook properly, and it was burning the rest of the pizza, so I just ate
it's
the raw
good.
egg.
It's good for you, protein.
Yeah, you need
but I'm
energy
not
for the
gonna do
EMEA
that.
section coming up.
That's true. That is
Kurt,
true.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're fucking putting all random little pictures. While
Yeah,
everyone- you need to wake up, son.
Yeah, that will wake me up. That's the
Yeah,
only thing
eat
that
a
will
raw
wake
egg.
me up.
Yeah.
It'll wake
Eating a
up.
raw egg
Yeah,
will wake
yeah,
you
yeah.
up. I'm
Yeah.
not eating a raw egg. I'm not doing it.
Put it in the microwave.
Okay, I might have scrambled. I might have scrambled my brain with this one. I'm not feeling good about it.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about it.
Okay, you want to have another go at it, or
No. I cede control to somebody else. The only one I feel good about, I do genuinely think that DRX look like the best team that I've seen. I don't have a clue about the rest.
sure.
I give up.
Yeah.
I'm okay to have that if you put T1 second.
I didn't even see what he ended up with.
It was madness.
Nongshim second?
I mean, I don't
Maybe
think
he's-
Nongshim are...
Lost your mind.
I know, I don't think
He's-
Nongshim are better. I don't think Nongshim are better. I don't know what I've done.
Okay, well I got my
But
move in there.
Gen.G 6.
Their fracture looked appalling, and I
You're
don't
putting
trust their
Gen.G
Haven.
6 and RRQ third,
Yep.
and Gen.G beat RRQ.
Yep.
Don't ask.
I mean,
I've gone off the deep end.
He committed so hard to the Paper X and T1 6th and 5th that
Yep.
he just got so lost.
No, I got utterly drenched in the sauce there. I think
Put Paper
there
X
is not.
third at least.
I don't think there's a good ceiling at the moment in Pacific that we've seen so far.
But that's okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. Put Gen.G in 4, put fucking RRQ Nongshim whatever way you want, Kurt.
There we go. Yeah.
This is so
now we're doing good.
standard.
Yeah,
Oh
this is
no!
very- this is safe.
No! We did our predictions off the games that have happened. This is what you're meant to do. What do you mean standard? You guys are addicted to
You got
content.
DRX 1. I don't think that's standard.
It's
Yeah.
standard. Okay, all right. Well, lock it in then. That's our assessment of where the teams are currently at in terms of power rankings.
Why'd you sound annoyed?
I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed at
Yeah,
my
no
own
shit.
inability to figure out what the hell was going on there between 2 and 6. I drowned myself in the sauce. I was just swimming around in raw egg. Okay, that does it then for our Pacific segment. We covered a bit of China, covered a bit of Pacific. We're going to be doing the same kind of stuff for EMEA and Americas coming up as well. So we're going to get Mimi in, and thank you Chobra for coming along and doing Pacific for us. We'll release you to sleep for the day.
awesome. It was always a joy.
Yes, and you've persuaded some of us at least to the Church of RRQ.
Just a little bit. Just
Yes.
wait until next week.
I tried to put them in 3rd place. I can't believe you didn't back me.
No,
It's
I
crazy.
was all for it.
All right, we'll take a short break then, 3 minutes or so, and we'll be back in a bit.
I'm gonna go return my eggs.
You
All
could
right.
cook them in the microwave, you know. You can beat them up and you can microwave them, and it turns into like a bad scrambled egg. He's gone already. All right, I am also going to go and get a snack.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check the Preds while I have 2 minutes here. I can't be making mistakes like that. That's going on my resume. It's on stream. Okay. You know what? I'll get music going before I do that. And message Mimi. I wonder if Mimi's awake. I don't know if you guys watched Bren's stream last night, but Bren just trolled Mimi for 2 games of Valorant and then left. It was pretty funny.
Hello.
Hello, Mimi.
Hi.
That was a good stream.
What was? Sorry.
You and Bren playing some Valorant. That was great.
I forgot to ask you. We need a segment about that at the start of Americas. Me and Bren need to talk. Is all. I'll take care of it. Me and Bren just need to talk. We just need to talk before the segment.
Bren was just like, you were like calming like it was Arma, and Bren was just like, I'm gonna just do something else.
Bren, dude, if this was Arma, Bren would get fucking court-martialed for that performance. I'm not gonna lie.
That's so sad. Speaking of court-martialing, I just want to make sure all your Preds are correct, so I'm gonna double check that real quick. Then we can.
I mean, even if they're not, that's fine. I don't remember what I put. I was in a Walter White fugue state when I did those Preds.
That makes you and Kurt then, Mimi.
You know, I didn't get to watch all of EMEA this week. I'm just glad I got to catch Team Liquid, my favorite team, who's just so good. And I'm excited to talk about them personally. They're my favorite
I think
team.
we're all excited to talk about some of these
I
teams.
love their Sage comps. My camera cropped in really tight, Kurt. I can't really tell.
I'm
compared to the
fixing
others.
something real quick.
Okay, no
Just
rush.
give me a moment. Well, normally you have joyous, whimsical music going on during these breaks, but not now. Maybe
I was
next
thinking
break.
we were lacking joy and whimsy too.
Mimi, were you joyous at your Philadelphia Eagles? Are you an Eagles fan?
I'm not a big footballer, but if I watch football, I like the Eagles. So it was pretty sick. The city's having a good day. Fucking, they had to grease the poles. People still got up them.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Why are they climbing the poles?
Yeah. Why do they? It's just a tradition. Because the sports complex is down like at the south end of Broad Street, which is like the big street north-south in Philadelphia, and people always like walk up it and like kind of congregate around City Hall at the end or take the subway up there. And then there's a bunch of like nice little street lamps and people climb up there and celebrate. There were some guys up there reading their books. You know, it was awesome. Our mayor did a chant. It's like you just spell out Eagles is the chant, and she did it wrong, and it was just EGLSES eggless. And she just straight up spelled it wrong, which I thought was awesome.
That's TMV after he just got rid of the last egg in his pantry.
How was your egg, TMV?
He didn't eat it.
I didn't eat it. No. Yeah. I mean.
You know you can just eat eggs raw.
I've
The risk is
been
pretty
made
low.
well aware by everyone on the show that I could have safely eaten that egg. I am well aware.
Like you just
However,
slurped it. Think of the macros.
You could have cooked it as well, but I mean,
Yes.
okay, you can still cook it later on. It's
Yes,
not going to
that's
go
true.
off
cook it
immediately.
later on.
That's
All right,
true.
we got Mimi on. We're going to be talking about EMEA here. Let's start off.
Wait, am I hosting or are you hosting?
Oh, up to you. Do you want to host?
I do because you know. That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah,
And that's,
no,
that's
that's
why
fine.
I'm qualified.
No, go for it.
to
Go
do
for it.
All
You're
right.
qualified.
Let's hop right in. You know, we're starting things off. We had another awesome week of EMEA action.
Okay, you're not allowed.
Okay,
to host.
Sideshow.
All right, I'm done with the YouTuber voice. But Team Heretics, they had kind of a rough start into this one, losing their first map against Gentlemates. Obviously, some of their players were coming out ill, but they bounced back. Map 2, Map 3, get a pretty dominant victory in the end against Gentlemates. And I just want to get like a general vibe check. We've only seen a little bit of this team, but how were we feeling versus the initial expectations? Is everything still feeling good for Team Heretics?
I was told that there was no way that Team Heretics were going to lose a map against Gentlemates by, I think, Sideshow on Plat Chat last week, and then they proceeded to get fucked on Abyss.
Okay, but also they didn't realize that Abyss was in the map pool. They they've never seen this map before. They've never played it, and also you clearly gave them all some kind of terrible disease, like in order to win that bet against me. Because I mean, the players were ill. They hadn't. I really believe they hadn't scrimmed Abyss, because that was like a team that had no real idea what they were doing. They just kept getting killed trying to get into their positions to run executes. Like they would walk up towards B and they'd already lost somebody before they began. It felt to me watching it like they didn't know which angles to be worried about on that map. Where they're like, on all the other maps, you're like, okay, when I peek around this corner, I need to be worried about this spot, this spot, this spot, whatever. On this map, they were just walking into stuff constantly. And I don't know whether that was some of the illness, some of the lack of prac, like whatever it was, but I'm willing to shoot them enormous amounts of bail for this series because they were ill. It was one bad map. And then they bounced back, and they kind of crushed on map 2, map 3, and established a bit of a tier diff. So,
yeah,
I'm fine with them. I'm fine.
Yeah, I think I'm fine as well. It's rough to there's similar levels to the teams we were talking about earlier, where it's rough to be exposed on a map this early on, and I imagine that's pretty much where majority of their time will go into practicing this map because it's probably going to get picked against them. But we've seen Heretics have a brand new comp on like a map and perfected in about like 3 days. So if anyone can do it, I believe it's them. And I was kind of impressed still with how Gentlemates were playing as well. So I think the score made it look maybe a little bit worse than it was. Even though they kind of came into my stream and was just like, man, we played so shit on this map. So
the double duelist worked really nicely for Gentlemates. I mean,
it looked awesome.
Mini looked great.
Mini was really good.
Yeah. I want to hear too you guys' thoughts on their next 2 maps. They played Teo in both of them, but I think unlike most of the other teams that we've seen picking up the Teo, who are pretty stalwart in these like breach Teo ideas that have proven to be really strong, they were running Teo with a flash initiator in both of these, with the Sky on Fracture and then the KO on Pearl as well. Is that a direction that you think is good with the new agent, or what's our vibe check on it?
See, it's interesting, isn't it? Because like there's so many. Obviously, Breach still works with Teo, and perhaps has better combos with Teo.
Sure, the stun,
because of the stun and stuff. But there is like things of, the rest of your comp depending on what you're playing. For instance, taking a look at their Pearl comp, they're playing Astra and Killjoy. So if you were to play like a Breach with that, it's like, who is your second player in? And I think we saw like FNATIC kind of struggling with that, where they had like Boaster on Omen on a map that they were playing Teo. And he was kind of the only one who you would think like, oh, you could be the second one in, but it's Boaster, so it doesn't really make sense. Like, so like there's trade-offs, right? There's trade-offs, and obviously when you're playing like a KO or a Sky, they're just the second one in, and it's fine. You don't suffer that same problem. So I think that this is the interesting thing about Teo is like, how much do you lean into? We're gonna are you playing like Deadlock and Fade and Astra and we're a Breach and we're gonna combo and just go, because we have seen some teams do that. Or are you just gonna play it and just have it as a another initiator and just play a somewhat standard rest of the comp? And I don't think we have the answer as to exactly what is the best just yet. And I don't know if this one game of just like one team kind of doing this is enough to say like, but clearly it can work. But then again, it's Team Heretics and they're very good.
Yeah, and it was also them just kind of shit stomping Gentlemates the next 2 maps, to be honest.
Especially on Fracture. I felt like I didn't get a very good idea, to be honest, of whether it actually is a good system running the Sky with the Teo. I feel like on that map, it makes way more sense theoretically to be running the Breach. But did I learn a lot from the Sky here and whether it changed my mind across 12 rounds of basically Team Heretics winning everything on defense side? Not really. I didn't.
Wait, really? I thought it was sick.
You thought the Sky in particular was...
Yeah. Did you not just lose map control, double push out flash to get information of where we can take? Like they had every single reaction for once they lost one part of the 4 bits on the map. It was awesome. Whether it was like a Teo drone or whether it was like a Sky Flash or Sky Dog. I thought it was awesome.
But I'm not convinced that idea... I'm not convinced the game was competitive enough to test whether that idea actually works against very good teams. because you're also
Sure.
losing quite a lot of your plant denial. So you have to be really fast.
But you
with it.
you don't have to have the plant denial if you're flashing through and fighting when the smokes are up. Because when the brim smokes go,
yeah.
like the way that this map plays, when the brim smokes go up, if you can drop your own brim smokes and get out, and you can like delay them going like into the side itself, like you're gonna win. So you have like two agents that kind of can delay them going out. With the brim and they did play brim, right?
No, they played
no, it was the
Astra.
Astra. Okay, with the Astra suck, and then you have the Woot has his rockets as well, and then you can just flash through and beat them with the brim smokes. So I think I honestly really liked I liked a lot of it. I thought the sky was awesome. I think I think it's really good against the brim that a lot of people were playing, and I think it was very, very drilled with the amount of protocols they had. I think this is one of the most. I think this was the best fracture I saw.
Let me
I
go
do
crack
also...
another egg.
How many eggs are you going to go through?
That's crazy. I do really like some of what the Astra brings on this map. When you're playing a comp with no stun, you're giving up a lot of, like, you have no line control agent to like do like the normal trap play, B main, to like go for like something like a crunch, to do the more proactive stuff. But I think actually having Astra pull can make up for that in a lot of ways, which is pretty cool to see. I actually hope to see more teams try and pick up the Astra on this map sometimes. It lets you play a lot slower style, focus a little bit more on the reclears, kind of play like a less all-in fracture, which I think plays really well to some team styles like Heretics displayed here.
Yeah, I think it combos so well with the Teo as well. Like, I think it's so good. Like, they play more for like map control and stuff like that, but the Astra Stuck, the stun, and even like the fake smoke is so good that I was really impressed with this fracture. I thought this was awesome.
I'm not fucking with the Woot Boo role changing depending on the map. I'm slightly concerned about that. You asked me earlier, like, what the overall vibe is about Team Heretics, and I am willing to give them tons of bail, tons of credit for being good in this series and not worrying about their Abyss. But I am a little concerned that on Abyss and Pearl, we saw Woot going over to playing the Astra and Boo picking up like more of that initiator stuff with the KO. It seems odd to be shifting things around at this point, and I know that Woot had said. I think they talked about this on the broadcast, that Woot just wasn't really vibing with the KO on Pearl, and that's why they'd made the shift. But at that point, you can run plenty of stuff that isn't the KO in that comp. Actually, you don't have to limit yourself to that. So I find it to be a little strange that they went for the role swap rather than a compositional swap to make their like incredibly good player more comfortable. So that concerns me a bit.
I think it's valid, yeah. I kind of share the concerns a little bit of that, yeah.
They do still have a bit of time. I mean, they kind of had a blessing with their bye and the EMEA schedule being that they get almost a full week off before playing their next match. So time to work on their Abyss and kind of double down on what was strong. Let's move on though to Karmine Corp, who
Oh fucking hell.
we may have messed up a little bit. There was some screenshots circulating, but it wasn't just us that was the problem, because last week's EMEA match of the week was KC versus GX, and with over 7,100 votes from you, the audience, 93% of you went with Karmine Corp, which was a fat incorrect. Timmy's, I'm sorry. You guys messed this up, and no one else messed up this prediction.
We definitely didn't
Whoa,
mess
whoa,
that
whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa. That's a doctored image. That's a doctored image.
I was disappointed by KC. They kind of they regressed back, I think, to playing how they did in their opening game a bit more compared to what we had seen from them against Vitality. I think we saw a little bit of two KCs across this tournament, and I was hoping that we'd see maybe it shouldn't have come as a surprise, because we were surprised that they even played that well against Vitality. When we were watching them play, we were like, holy shit, I thought this would be actually a bit more one-sided in Vitality's favor. Karmine Corp really stepped up to the challenge. And then they didn't really against Giants. And I felt like the ways that Yampi was able to call and outplay the calling from Cloud in that BBL Giants game, none of that was present in Sadak being able to outcall Cloud. How is the IGLing diff not able to manifest when you've picked up one of the best, most like storied IGLs that we have in the scene? It's strange the way that KC is approaching some of these games, because I feel like that we're not seeing that flair as much from Sadak in the same way that we are from plenty of other IGLs around the scene.
Yeah.
And
I do want to mention really quickly before you continue, TMV, that well, this was an upset that surprised everyone. This is also the worst mistake that chat has ever made, that the Timmies have ever made. There has never been a prediction that is this dominantly gone for a team that lost. So y'all kind of fucked up big time. But a chance for redemption next week, EMEA Match of the Week. You'll have a chance to vote on that. That'll come out tomorrow on the community tab. So redeem yourselves. But TMV, you were going to make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about Karmine Corp and like their obsession with Yoru, because they play Yoru every map.
Yes.
And I just think that, look, I love Yoru. I think Yoru is a great agent, but I think particularly early on in a season, like Yoru is an agent that can go bad if it's not. You need both, I think, good plans of what you're going to do, and have enough like solid Yoru plans for what you're going to do. And you also need then good execution for those Yoru plans. And if you get both of those things, you will fuck with the Yoru. You will absolutely fuck with it. But if you don't, and like one of those two things is off, then I think that's when you can struggle. And I think that on Lotus in particular was like an example of where it just didn't seem to like, and they're also like, you know, playing a harbor and stuff like that. It's not just the Yoru in this map that, you know, is kind of a bit strange. I just think that like if it goes a bit wrong, like you're playing a risky game, particularly early on in the season where, you know, you've probably got other problems and, you know, the team needs to still, you know, formulate together and you know what each other are doing and what style they want to play and how Sadak's going to call, and all this needs to come together. And then on top of that, you add in like an agent where you need to be precise. I don't think it's a shock that like Kickoff didn't go that well, because unlike in past years, like we could look at last Kickoff and say that they also played a lot of Yoru, but back then not that many people had played against Yoru ever, right? Yoru had never really been part of a meta before, so it was a surprise to people. Now, and especially in EMEA fucking loves Yoru. Probably every team has played against enough Yorus to where they have a decent idea of where are you going to TP, you know, what are your likely plans going to be with that agent. So it's not as big of a surprise. So, but yeah, I think the main point really is what Josh said earlier on, which is that they, against Vitality, they had all of those plans and their execution was good, and it led to a remarkable game. This game, it reverted back to like, oh, sometimes it's good, but
so me, if I'm in a position where I'm a VLR frog and I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this is a Sadak-led team at the beginning of the season, fully indexing into kind of a niche comp and a specific read on the game that is very much their own, and then failing in a match that they should have won with some key underperformances from some of their star players, I can't help but have some flashbacks to Loud last year, the QCK Phoenix incident, the issues of the past. Is that a valid concern to have watching this KC team?
Maybe to some degree. They've got an unusual take on the meta, but I don't think it's fair to blame that entirely on Sadak, because I think last year you also saw very similar things.
I think Eng loves Yoru.
Yeah, and I think that Martin does as well. You saw Martin play a shit ton of it previously. But I can see where you're coming from, because it's not. I thought Sadak would actually balance this situation quite well. Obviously, but I'm not worried about the compositions.
By doing his crazy shit.
Well, maybe they have crazy ideas, but I kind of trust them to have some. Some crazy ideas are going to work. Some crazy ideas aren't going to work. But I like the creativity that you get from these guys. And I think that they actually do put a lot of time into it. And when you have creative minds that are willing to challenge each other and come to different conclusions, I think it does end up being decent. But fucking what am I watching on my screen there? Sadak bunny hopping into angles. Like, what I don't understand is that the area that Karmine Corp needed to improve the most from last year to this was not the creativity aspect. It was not the set plays aspect. It was the mid-rounding. It was being able to take some pieces of map control. They love running set plays, right? They love running set plays. You'll see a lot of their attack rounds are literally just set plays. Why not do some of those fast pieces of map control takes at the start of rounds, then slow the game down and allow Sadak to take over and run the game as he kind of sees it, instead of carrying on with the plan that you made as barriers drop? And I'm not seeing enough of that. And what I'm worried about is whether that is ever going to come out for this team, because that's their win condition. To become a top tier team is to combine those aspects of the good macro that you can get from somebody like Sadak, if indeed he can call like he has done in the past, with the set plays that are coming out, with the creative ideas from people like Eng. And it wasn't there.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. And I think this is where the coach and maybe Cloud as well, I'm not sure how much anti he does as well. But the anti was really, really good. Like, they should have won bind as well. This whole thing where because they lost double pistol on bind, but if you like look at their defense, where they're playing against an Astra, right? First of all, K-Corp, they should definitely go watch some of the Chinese demos to kind of learn how to play the...
Another team that can't play defense with one of the most busted defense.
Comps. Like, they're using their wall and the deadlock wall a little bit wrong. But if you look at how Giants approach this defense, it was really, really cool where they're just turtling in hookah. And because you only have 2 smokes from the Astra, right? So you're smoking elbow, you're smoking spawn, and then they're just strong holding hookah, and then you just have that crossfire. So like they're running into the site, and there's people that have flood out of spawn because obviously no one can get to the back of site, and then K-Corp are just stuck in a crossfire where someone's watching from hookah, and then someone's got to back a site. So I thought that playing against the Astra was really, really good. And then a lot of stuff what you were saying earlier was coming into play, where it's like, this is our set strat on Lotus, and this is the only time we like smoke over towards door, and this is where we double TP into door, and they just see the smoke and they're like, well, they're here, let's open the door and spam it. So I thought the actual anti-stratting that the coaches did, and maybe Cloud was involved as well from Giants, was awesome, and it really just exploited a lot of the things we were seeing last year, where it's just like, once you have a demo on this team, there's so many rounds that just get nullified and you actually win because you go, oh, this is the smoke where they do this and then they do that, and you have like that 3-second advantage where you're like, I know what they're doing right now, like I know where they are.
I actually quite liked what we saw overall from KC on their attack side anyway, though, on this map, on Bind. Even though Giants had that really good idea of how to break Karmine Corp's B attacks, what we also saw was KC put up actually a pretty reasonable amount of rounds. You know, they get a 7-5 half by winning the pistol as well, but they still get, 5 out of the other 10 rounds that are mostly to do with rifles. And I think that their composition, the adaptation of the Vice Deadlock comp to include the Yoru and to include the Gecko actually helps it a ton on the attack side, because you have that double flash combo that you can use to get in. You have a bit of gap close to be able to get into the sites. And then they fumble it on defense. They're not able to actually execute the comp in the way that provides a lot of pressure onto Giants, and it just falls to pieces, and they end up squeaking a win in overtime, and that's the only map they win in the series. Yeah. It was a little disappointing for me for KC, because I've seen them play much better.
Yeah, again, they can just, like, Nova, DRG, they're the demos they want to watch of just how to play this better. Because I think they can improve on attack as well, yeah.
By the way, this is an amazing game from Tomaji. Tomaji playing against his former team. They cut him, and he came out in the final map, and he double-dicked them down. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You were like, you dare fire me? Me, the pride of Portugal? And he destroyed them on this map. There were so many moments where he had huge multi-kill rounds, massive impact rounds to be able to put KC away. And KC were looking like they were going on a bit of a run to try to recover Fracture as well.
Yeah.
And he did great. On the defense side, where Giants ended up getting the win towards the end, he was 10-5. And like the only player that was truly shutting down some of these execs.
But dude, they won 1 out of 6 pistols and they won this. Like it was actually a bit like they slaughtered them, in my opinion, when you look at this stuff. If you actually consider the pistols and like what the scoreline is and how close that bind was, I think it should have been a 2-0, and I still think they wrecked them in this. Like I think this is a great sign from Giants. Like this is what we thought we were gonna get at the beginning, and then we had that one rough game.
Yeah. I was really impressed by Runner this game as well. Like he was obviously good last year with Vitality, making it to champions at the very end. But I feel like his Yuto was really on point for Purpo throughout this one, and obviously just a super cool story for Tamazi. GX, I mean, again, 93% of the fans predicted them to lose this. Everyone on Plat Chat predicted them to lose this. It's tough for KC to be out this early,
Good
but
job, guys.
big step up from GIANTX. The curse might just be real. Let's move on, though, to another big team that people might be surprised to kind of see in the position where they are now. FNATIC losing that initial match to BBL, and they only barely scrape by to stay alive in this tournament. A double overtime against NAVI.
Why are they both shaking their heads?
We were watching this game. We were fuming.
Get them gone.
I can
Get
see
FNATIC gone.
Fuming.
The frauds. Get them gone.
Is FNATIC back on the table?
Oh, more than ever before, I would argue. This game was saved by Alpha, deciding halfway through Haven to just turn on cheats.
Yeah, avatar mode.
I mean, Kayak also has amazing stats on Haven here, right? But when you actually look at the way that they were able to recover Haven, the rounds that mattered and got them back into the game, almost all of it is Alpha deciding to go God mode and just like run at the other team and kill them. It was almost like when we were talking about Nobody earlier on, where he just decided to take matters into his own hands and become a phenom. It was not as unintelligent, the decision making, but it was similarly risky. It was similarly risky from Alpha, but he just knew he was better than everybody else, and he made this comeback happen with the help of Kayak. But the playmaking was coming from Alpha, and it was absolutely ridiculous to watch. One person, with a bit of assistance, but like one person get them at least onto the right track and continue to just push a train up the hill against NAVI. NAVI should have won this game many times, but like this round is where it turns, and he just runs out garage and owns them.
Yeah,
they were putting this guy on fucking Tejo, by the way. Let him.
I know.
Let
This is
him
what I'm
walk
talking
ISO
about.
every game.
Yeah, but he even in the comms as well, he was fucking hyped.
Yeah,
he was mega hyped. Like anytime the camera cut to him, he was going crazy. But yeah, I mean, a lot of funny things happened in this game though. Angel wins a 1v4. I don't know if you can get it up, Kurt.
Oh, that
in
was
round
so
15.
funny.
And so Navi win the pistol. They win their attacking pistol. They then lose the second round. So then they go for their like classic FPX buy. So they still have like a couple rifles, even though they lost because some people didn't buy. And the whole fucking round, I'm going, and I think even on the cast they were saying as well, why the fuck does Angel have the rifle? Bro, give that fucking rifle to anyone else. What the fuck are you doing? Try and win. You should be closing out this game. They get into a 1v4. Angel's stuck on the C side on his own. What's he gonna do? What funny moment will we see from Angel now? How bad's his whiff gonna be? And boom, 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 boom. Angel fucking makes me eat my words, makes me look like an absolute fraud.
Yeah, it was incredible. It's definitely one of those games where like it's a rough watch back for NAVI. But yeah, dude, this 1v4 is mental. As soon as this had happened, I was just like, well, this is for sure over. But I think this is the most I've ever seen Alpha like want to win, I guess, like visually. Like this was a pure map of he just went, fuck it, like I'm not actually gonna lose, like I'm not losing this game. And I was so pumped up, like every round we're just watching him just like stand up scream.
I've never seen Angel hit a 2K like that, by the way. Never.
This is crazy. This guy could aim in CS, like he did this in CS.
I know, but in Valorant his aiming style is that he one taps people or he misses horrendously, right? He like gets the first bullet accuracy or he's done. Here he starts shooting at crashies, readjusts his aim with spray control, which is a weakness of Angel in Valorant, I think, and then spray transfers back onto crashies. Like, this is so nice. And normally Angel is like, he's just like an entry player, right? He runs in and he's like, boom, he either hits it or it's like, okay, he's dead. I haven't seen him hit shots like this. Like, he's the fountain of youth has come back just in time for him to be eliminated from the kickoff. Yeah. This was so fucking annoying to watch this match. It was so annoying.
Incredible.
It was
It's the literal best map of this year so far.
No, KC Vitality Abyss was better.
No, you lot are mad.
No,
you think that was better than this?
Yes, this one was it high quality Valorant?
We were fuming.
No, it wasn't high quality value.
It doesn't have to be high quality to be good. Fucking Angel's hitting clutches on these guys. Alpha has to become LeBron to barely save the game. Like this, it was so funny.
It was
It
funny.
was- it was
It
a
really
funny game.
It was
was.
incredible. Entertainment-wise, by far the best map we've seen.
It
was
killed
sick.
me though.
It had
It
everything.
absolutely killed
How
me.
many years off your life do you think it took, Josh? I'm seeing you and I'm thinking at least 2 or 3.
Oh, many. Now, I was loving the fact though that Kayak actually did have a great performance. We should touch on Kayak, right? Because
Yeah.
last week you were saying might be a bit of a land choker, hasn't played like he did online, and then really was big for them in this game.
Dude, he
had
was-
great performance.
He was the reason that they could like finish it in overtime as well. He got the 1v2. I thought he was great here, and I think he might be one of those guys. And I don't know if Alpha like can continuously do this. That like needs someone to like pump him up or like have that kind of thing where everyone's just shouting, because he was so good here. And yeah, it's like this is what I needed to see. And I think this is what I need to see. And I think this is what he needed as well. Just like that.
Yoru TP straight into Alpha here. It's so
Dude,
silly.
This is also the Navi comp. I hate the solo Yoru on this map because you don't
Yeah.
get much help. Like
How
at
are they
all.
losing this though? Look how badly Hero and
Oh,
Rux,
yeah.
I'll
Hero
play
and
the
Ruxic
1v2.
play this situation.
There was
It's
another
so
one as well,
rough.
wasn't there? There
Yeah,
was literally another
exactly the
1v2
same.
with these 2 players.
They're
that
literally
lost.
kissing in the cage on default, doing nothing.
But then they're just like scared, and when they reposition, Hero doesn't go back to short, so Hero's now stuck in front, and so now Ruxic has to swing to bail him out, and it's like the smoke doesn't go down in time, and it's oh my god, like they got really panicked. Navi, you could tell they were really panicked. It felt like a
Oh,
big
yeah.
experience.
Oh,
yeah.
that Ruxic clutch where he tries to jump up on
Yes.
the platform.
Which round was that? Because that one, it was a 1v1. Again, it was a 2v1, but it ended up becoming a 1v1 with Ruxic versus Crashies Alpha? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
I think it's round 17.
I want to say it's
Kurt.
Crashies, right?
Right,
Yeah, it was
round
Crashies.
17. And
Run
this
it
was the
up.
beginning. Round 17 was the beginning of the comeback for Fnatic. So this is a 1v2 that if they'd been able to win it, sorry, a 2v1 if we're going to frame it from Navi's perspective, that if they won it, it's probably over. Fnatic are gone. They're going home. They're 11-5 up.
11 to 5. It's so bad. And the way
Wait, was it
the
this
way
round
that
then?
so
Yeah, it was,
many
it was,
rounds,
'cause he
not
TPs
just the 2
across.
clips we've seen, were Navi at advantage in a post plant with a good position, and then they absolutely fumble the fundamentals and lose to rounds like this.
Ruxic is 20-10 at this point as well.
And like
by
at
the
this
way.
point, he's TP'd across. We're saying like, oh, what's his plan gonna be? Where's he gonna go? And he doesn't go anywhere. You know, like you've got a 1v1, you can go anywhere, and then he doesn't go anywhere. And as soon as Crashies gets there, he kind of seems to get a bit nervous and tries to jump on the platform. And
By the way, Ruxic is
he sees
20 for 10 at this point in the game. He then, after making this horrible play in the clutch, he then goes 6 for 10 after this. So he had a 2.0 KD, and then it goes all the way down to a 0.6 KD after this one moment.
I think that round was like the effect of taking ayahuasca. Really bad trip. It just like the ego death of a man after that.
Yeah, that's. But I think that's, in some sense, maybe you can argue that it's like a good sign for Navi that they can get to these points, but their inexperience meant that they couldn't close it out, and
Yeah.
that'll develop over
Shower an
time.
angel.
But
Right, but it wasn't
but
them that
that's
were
not-
fucking it up.
Yeah, it's not them involved in the big rounds, and like you can't just have like you got 2 veterans. Like,
You're not
other
gonna
people
have
are
Angel in the
melt.
big rounds. He's gonna be done.
Yeah, he's dead. Right? He's dead.
He gave
already.
you one. He gave you his one.
Yeah. But I think that's kind of what we always talk about with the tier 2 like rookies. Like this happens.
Yeah.
Like you get nervous on stage, especially when it's like you're what is it? Was it 12-5 or 11-5? What you just
11-5.
11-5. Yeah, and as that starts getting closer and closer, you're like you do start thinking in your head, and this is where like the mental coaches and stuff come into play, because you're just thinking about losing, or
Yeah.
you're thinking
Yeah.
you're either thinking about the past or the future, and you're not
dude,
in the
we
moment.
need
and you're
fucking
just playing so bad.
transcendentalism. Get Henry David Thoreau on one of these teams. Get the players in the moment. Win the rounds, man.
The people want us to talk about Crashies being a double agent as well. The people are not happy with Crashies because he
The reverse
didn't-
Ardis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically.
Artist revenge.
But honestly, like, yeah, he didn't. He's not Leo, is he? He's
No,
not Leo
for sure. And he was the only one that looked good on this team last week.
Yeah. So I'm not ready to come for Crashy's head yet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There'll be time.
I think people.
I think that
I
moment
wanna-
saved Crashies as well, though. Like that winning that clutch.
Sure.
I think that was a bit of a save because he was having a rough haven.
I want to
Yeah.
save the rest of our Fnatic discussion for the predictions in just a second, and I think there'll be more time to talk about them there. Let's move on, though, to another team that has absolutely boomed us all, and that's Apeks. No help. Fluorescent, no help. type beat. They're out of this tournament in the first round, losing 2-1 to Team Liquid, giving a little bit of hope, winning. Well, barely winning on Pearl. I was watching this at Americas. I left. They're 9-3 up. I'm like, Apeks is so back. Floor's the GOAT. I walk away for 45 minutes. I walk back. It's 11-11. Just a meteoric near choke from Apeks and a series loss to now go out. And is there any hope for this team? Because I need someone to sell some for me.
There's a flicker for sure.
I mean, there's good hope. Really,
Batu on the double duelist when he was opping on Yoru looked actually sick. And then they put him back on Sova map 3. And I thought the coaches were, I don't know. Like, he dropped, on Abyss, map 1, he dropped 98 ACS. On Haven, map 3, he dropped 81 ACS. All time, as Sova, he has a KD of like, what is it, like 0.6 or something? It's like actually tragic. His KD, oh my God. Wait there. All time Sova KD 0.6. Like, get this guy fucking off the Sova. Run double duelist everywhere, every map.
No, I agree. I think that has to happen. And I get the whole like flaws on the team, like you have to enable her the best. But this, like these two together with double duelist, like we can't underestimate how good this guy is with an op. And Flaw's incredible with a rifle. You actually have like a really good double duelist combo here. But I don't think this guy's, again, it's very early. I haven't seen that much. I don't think this guy's that good with a rifle, but I think he's incredible with an op. And I am just leaning into that so heavy. And I think Flaw is good enough that she can just take over the roles of just, I'm now the rifle duelist.
So, somehow Sideshow was right and wrong with his take. Because
Odorous
is their best Sova.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah,
the team would be better with Odorous. They are if they're playing Sova.
Which they were on 2/3 of their maps. And that, like, it's not, so his stats aren't just from playing with Apeks, right? Maybe they are, actually. Because I'm not super familiar with Badu. Well, I'm not familiar at all, I should say, with Badu before he joined Apeks. And he did play with them during the Red Bull Homeground qualies as well. But I thought he was playing mostly Breach during there, to be honest. Yeah, he was, like, pretty much the entire time. But you can't have this guy as your main Sova if he's dropping 0.4 kills per round.
Yeah, no, it's not. Dude, it doesn't work. Just get him an
unbelievable.
You just got to get him an op if he's going to do this. Like, honestly,
all-time 0.47 KPR, 0.59 KD. I mean, these are like all-time Shinobi, back when he was dragging tens down into the mud in 2020, was fragging more than this.
Jesus, that's such a random stray, dude. I'm telling you, I think, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm telling you, I would just accept that even if this guy's playing Sova, just give him an op. It makes sense positionally. Like, I think this guy is so good with this gun, and when I watch him rifle, it might just be the navs, but it is not there. So I'm just letting him op or outlaw or whatever every single round.
I think they can actually get upset wins against some of the other teams in EMEA if they go crazy on the double duelist.
Yeah,
they would still be upset wins, because I think if you go into the double duelist like that, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to get like consistent value out of it, because you're just playing like so off meta stuff most of the time. But I think it might be their best chance of being able to, because the goal for this team is to make top 8. I would assume.
Yeah.
So best way of getting there, I think, is to abandon the meta compositions.
Yeah. And that helps them anyway, because no one gets practice against that. Like, you just play a brand new style where you have 2 duelists who are absolutely crazy. Like, I think you can really own this. Like, I would be, if I was in this team, and like, obviously you're annoyed that you just got knocked out, but I would be excited because I think that you could do some cool stuff with double duelists on every map at the moment.
Just to clarify, right, as an Ascension team, if they make top 8, then they go to the promo relegation tournament to defend their spot. If they make champions, they auto stay in, correct?
Yeah.
And
unless the other
they're
team
bottom
goes
4, then they're auto kicked, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless they get to champs and somebody else also gets to champs and goes ahead.
Then it's based
of
off placement.
Yeah.
Sure. I will say, like, if nothing else for this team, I feel so fucking vindicated after reading comments about, like, Floor not being good enough to play in Tier 1 for so long, that she is still feasting and having some really good individual moments. So hopeful they can do something a little bit more into Stage 1 with a little time behind them. But for now, they're knocked out of this tournament. Another team to talk about who always seems to be similar in EMEA. The most honest team in Valorant, the footballists, the foot fans, eating pretty good in their opening match. They just got a nice, easy win against Team Liquid. Double swung everything. Team Liquid looks a little shambolic, and they have a date against Vitality coming up now.
They are so honest. They are just honest Valorant
No
players.
cringe utility.
No utility. What?
No
Never heard of
comps.
I'm just gonna sit there. I'm gonna throw util at the beginning of the round, and like as you guys enter the site, and then in my retakes, I am just going to buddy up with 2 or 3 of my friends, and we are going to walk forward like a musket line and take you down. It's like it's like they've got military strategies from the 1800s in their games. They're very, very tight the way that they play off each other.
Yeah.
But part of that is because people don't have util in their hands very often. Like they actually are just guns out like a lot of the time during these team fights.
Yeah, I think they're very drilled, and I think we didn't really see the performances we're going to see from Zeus as well. I think he has way more to give than this as well. Like, I'm pretty excited. But I also think Liquid, I don't use the throw word, man, but my God, they threw Fracture.
My God, Kurt, show the fucking first 5 rounds of Fracture. Just, let's fucking go through it. Let's bring it all up, Liquid. You're watching this first 5 rounds of Fracture. What are you thinking? What are you, I don't know, Sliggy, what you were saying. You must be thinking, we're never going to win a round. What fucking round are we going to win if we can't win some of these rounds? Like,
oh my God,
seriously.
Sliggy, you're a fan of this team. It's so cooked. It's so cooked for Liquid.
No, because you got good signs. You got good signs.
They have good moments. They have good moments.
But
It's not good signs. It's
No,
very bad signs.
No, because it's not like they're not like 2G just getting slapped every round. Like, they're getting into 4v2s. You should be able to win 4v2s. Where are you going, Kiko? The team! Play with the team! You already had the spike. Where are you going? You die, then they all die.
Kamek walled himself off, or straight up whiffed a wall and then could not plant the spike. It was so...
But he was doing it. He was doing this in the previous game as well, man.
And they picked Fracture again.
When they picked Fracture, I was like, okay, they were just really nervous the first time, and that's why they were making so many mistakes. Because they talked about that in the interview. They were like, we were super nervous. We couldn't really figure out what we were doing. And I was like, well, they looked nervous. I mean, what I was watching was dreadful. And then Kamek, his most played agent of all time, I think, is Sage. It's either that or it's second most. Get him the fuck off this agent. He's never allowed to play it again. What is going on with some of these rounds? All time, Kamek's second most played agent. And I can't believe what he's doing with some of the utility.
Okay, I agree with some of the stuff, but I think, and this might be a hot take, I think the comp only cost them 2 rounds out of all of this, and everything else was rifle out, man advantage situations that they lost.
Okay, but are you saying the comp was the problem?
No.
Are you saying that? Sorry. Are you saying the composition wasn't the problem if Kamek is making terrible individual decisions?
I'm saying, I'm not just calling him out. I think you've got to call a lot of people.
Of course. Absolutely. Of course. But what I was watching with the Sage was diabolical.
Put round 4 on, Kurt, to highlight this point. Put round 4 on to highlight this point, because, oh my God. Like I say, it's just, like, you're watching them, like, it's like a script. It is like this is scripted for like what crazy fucking way can we get into an advantage and then somehow lose the round?
It's like daytime television, soap opera type plot lines, the way they're losing these rounds. Like things you could not think would be a way to lose a round in Valorant.
But I want to give some grace to Sleek. Like I agree. There is hope. Like when you're in these situations, you should be winning these rounds.
Yeah,
but they should have been 5-0 up here. They should have been 6-0 up against Foot on Fracture.
I wouldn't be as angry if this was fucking 2G and they're missing Sage Wells. Whatever, the team's tragic. I have no hope. I never did. But you see the rounds where they look good. You see the fucking potential. You see how individually skilled these players are. And then it's all fumbled.
Yeah. But I think they do the hard work a lot of the time. And then they just missed
another 4v2 here, by the way.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of these. It was
1v3.
So many. Yeah, it was 2 1v3s.
Oh, don't worry,
like
they have Sage Wall. They're gonna win this.
don't worry, he's gonna res him. They're back in a 1v2.
Wait, how do we get past our sage wall, guys?
Oh.
Why'd he do that shit hot dog style?
But losing to time here again is just like, what's the funniest way that we can lose this? And they lose on time, and you think, oh, he's got it. Thank God they didn't lose, and then bang, fucking hell.
Oh.
They're a funny team, but
there's good signs.
I dispute that it's a good sign because
No, I said there's good signs.
No,
I
didn't.
said
But okay, the situation is that they are good enough to get themselves into good spots, but then fall apart completely. But what my problem with that is that I think the falling apart completely is much worse than any of the good signs of like we know that these players can be talented. Well, you know, when we're watching them play on Abyss and Nats gets a 3K spray down clutch situation, like, okay, I know that your team can do that kind of stuff. But the level of discoordination, the level of tomfoolery going on out here is miles away. I think it might be the worst that we have like in the league.
Yeah, because most teams don't get to these situations without being pretty decent.
Yeah,
but like Liquid 2G are never in a fucking 4v2.
Liquid are not creating these advantages as well by playing really great Valorant a lot of the time. I think they're getting into these situations by making a lot of like individual plays. We watched on Fracture there where they're like one person's pushing out halls and just hits a 6 sheriff shot. So now, you know, the player watching towards the south side's dead and it allows them to snowball up. I think that their style is so messy. It's like the sloppiest team that we have in VCT.
In VCT, I think.
Yes. Yes, because again,
2G?
because 2G are not sloppy. 2G are not sloppy. They are just scared and passive and don't do anything. This team creates fucking chaos and then dies in the chaos.
Like the anti-paper X.
Yeah. Like the Team Liquid games are what I was expecting BBL to be. Honestly. When I was watching BBL in the offseason and I thought the Yampies are IGL, I was expecting them to play a bit like this. And instead, the curse is stuck with Team Liquid. Yampy left, the curse stayed.
What happened? What did Nats do to get like the 1,000-year curse of Raw on this team? It's correct. Like there's an ill omen flying over them, but yeah.
We need to get Shio on at some point to defend his take that Team Liquid are going to be like the 4th best team.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Shio was, you know, he was sniffing whatever he was sniffing, and he was just seeing the starts of rounds. He was just seeing the start of a round.
It's like winning position.
See how it ended.
Winning position, top 4. Top 4. They're on the edge. They're going to be losing. They're out of this tournament. Goodbye, Team Liquid. But they're
Liquid are playing against Giants.
Oh my God, you're right. I forgot they're still in the tournament.
They're still playing against
more
Giants.
entertainment to come.
They beat Apeks. Oh my God.
Yep.
Well, if you want content, GX Liquid, that's going to be a fun fucking game to see. Let's move on to our Preds, though, because Foot, they beat Team Liquid. They're looking good. And we've got our EMEA match of the week coming up. You guys will have a chance to vote on this in the community tab tomorrow. But our Preds for the match of the week are as follows for Foot versus Vitality.
Ooh,
and it's split
okay.
50-50. Me and Wilkinson going for Vitality, and Mr. Sligward and TMV are Foot Fanatics.
I went with Vitality because I think that they have the gun skill to be able to create holes in the very regimented way that Foot plays. I think that Foot are an extremely skilled team, very coordinated, very disciplined, but I think Vitality are going to shoot back at simply a much higher level than Liquid did. And I think that that's going to create opportunities for Vitality to mess up some of that super tight coordination of Foot.
Yeah. I think that's fair. This was a hard one because I'm like, I watch Vitality and I kind of look at their list, like just their list of the players. I'm like, damn, they should be winning this really. But I also think that you gotta back the 4 core and just changing one instead of a whole fresh roster. That's kind of where I'm at. And it's like they gotta beat them now. You gotta beat them while they're like bad at some maps, or there's still like chemistry issues and people aren't playing like fully together. So that's where I'm kind of at.
Where are they bad though?
No, this is my problem with
they
Vitality,
shouldn't.
is what Sliggy just said. Because I think everyone in their mind thinks that they only made 2 changes. That's what's weird about this team. And I think in your head, they're like a completely new team.
Yeah, I guess.
But really, it's only because they added 2 unbelievable players that it feels like they take so much weight in your mind that you don't think that they still have 3 players who were playing together last year, and it was just
They have
a good
changed the
core anyway.
role of Safe though as well.
Sure.
True.
You know, they've
But
moved
Safe
more
has
around than
changed
Foot.
roles
But
on this
I
team
think
a
I'm
million
almost
times in the
doubting
past.
myself. I'm doubting myself, thinking early on I had this same take of like, oh, Vitality will probably take them some time, but I'm wondering, will it take them as much time as I thought?
So
was
then why
amazed.
did you go with Foot? Because I feel like you're making a pretty good
Hold on,
argument for Vitality
Mimi,
right
hold
now.
on, hold. Yeah, I might want to swap.
You got another Bren.
So one of the things I was really impressed about watching Vitality is how quick they were at being able to look like a well-functioning team. Because as much as you're saying they only changed a couple players, they also changed Safe's role, and they changed IGL's, which should make a large difference even if you hadn't made a large amount of roster changes. But they didn't play like a team that was concerning macro. They didn't play like a team that was running out of ideas at any point. I think the fact that Durka is so vocal on the defense sides is probably a great asset for Safe to have. Les, we know, has been very vocal on teams before. Who knows how vocal he's going to be now that he's coming in English, but I would expect, from what we've watched, that it's been quite a nice transition for Safe. Because the game against KC, they looked like they had good ideas and good execution of it, and didn't have a map where they looked shit. I mean, even Bind that they lost, okay, they lose to Karmine Corp's ridiculous Deadlock Vice composition, but they had really nice stuff going on this map. Safe's Tejo, I thought, was really fast at being able to follow up on what the rest of his team needed from him at various points. Didn't think it looked bad.
Yeah. No, I mean, my pick isn't anything to do with Vitality just looking bad. It's just, it should, in my head, like it should, time-wise, just, it should be winning. But, if Vitality win this, then they're going to have a great year, though.
Yeah.
I'll say that much.
I think Vitality, I believe that they have good, dishonest Valorant. Like, they're playing interesting humps. I think a lot of it already looked pretty well fleshed out. And I think they actually have, like, the proper utility usage to get advantages over Foot, and also just the individuals to win out despite how disciplined Foot are. Like, Team Liquid was making Foot look like the best, most precise Valorant team in the world because they were doing so much slop and taking so many individual fights and taking so many risks that feeds exactly into a team that is perfectly double swinging anything. I don't believe Foot can look that good against a team that is, I think, both on a macro level going to look a lot better, and also that just has stronger individual players. But it should be a fun match.
I think it should be a great game.
All right, let's move on. BBL versus Heretics, the next game to take a look at here. BBL got a pretty big win in their first round, but TA is your guarantee.
I think this is going to be a lot closer than people expect. Or maybe people are expecting this to be a close game. But
Yeah.
on paper, when you look at like what these teams achieved last year, it should be a drubbing, right? But this version of BBL that we've seen this year is actually looking pretty damn good. I mean, they got the win over FNATIC. That's already a big scalp to take down. And we've seen a bit of shakiness from Team Heretics. You know, the role swaps that they've been going with, the fact that they don't look very good on Abyss. They've got to have been practicing Abyss and getting it up to scratch in the meantime here before their match.
Yeah,
But
I think so.
I think this could be a game.
No, I think this should be a good game, and you would imagine the BBL probably win Abyss with how it looked before with like the Sage stuff. But also, I'm just going with Heretics because I think this might actually help Heretics a little bit, where they have like a set game plan that's gonna work against the Sage on Abyss, which actually makes their Abyss look a little bit better than maybe it is at the moment. That's what I'm kind of thinking. So I think BBL have a very good chance, like a very, very good chance. And they most probably win Abyss, but I don't know. The other good signs are just there for Heretics that I can't pick BBL.
Yeah, this is a game where, I mean, like BBL, if they do win this game, they are going to be the guarantee fucking destroyers. Because I'm pretty sure we guaranteed FNATIC against them as well, and they already beat that. But I mean, but if they can overcome like this would be okay, BBL, you're already like way better than I think most people thought you would be coming into the season, right? Like, you know, being Giants, being FNATIC, you've clearly like established that you're, you know, like a top half EMEA team for sure, right? Playoff team, see what you can do. But like, if you can beat Heretics, then we're fucking like, it's like, what the fuck is going on? You know, all of a sudden it's like, who the fuck is this team that's, you know, everyone thought would be kind of, they would be like Gen.G, right, of this year if they were to be able to beat a team like, or the Heretics, right? They would be the Heretics of last year where, you know, they just come out of nowhere and it's like, no one expected this team to be this good, and they are.
People expected Gen.G to be good last year.
Not at the beginning of the year, honestly.
Not as good as they ended up being, but
but you're right.
But the thing is, but BBL, but like there's so many good signs. It like the individuals look good. The Yampi's calling like has looked really good. Like it's not just like, oh, they're just relying on, you know, fragging or whatever. I'm starting to. I'm not going to change my pick. I'm not going to change my pick, but BBL will win a map for sure.
Yeah, this is the most we've ever had a Plat Chat guarantee and spent the whole time talking about how BBL will probably win. I think we're fucking traumatized from the GIANTX game last week. But it's also crazy with the EMEA format. They beat FNATIC. They have a week off to prac ahead of this Heretics game. If they beat Heretics, they have another 8 days off to prac and prep for the upper final and be a game away from Bangkok. Like, life is so luxurious if you're in that upper bracket. But
it's the same for Heretics, though. Like, you know, both. And I actually think it matters more for Heretics. I know people will probably look at that and be like, oh, well, BBL can come up with really sick game plans and stuff. But Heretics also have time to get over their illness. They have time to prac their abyss, knowing probably that that's where BBL are going to try to take them. So, which is fantastic, knowing what your opponent is probably going to end up going for. And they have, you know, any additional time to go and look back over VODs of what BBL have been doing. So, that's another one of the reasons why I feel better about Heretics. Is just because
imagine thinking esports players won't be ill.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Someone was telling me this, right? So we always think about FNATIC as being the doorknob lickers, right? Because they just came down with stuff all the time. Maybe it's the top team in EMEA. Maybe there's something about being the best team in EMEA that just makes you go around just sucking doorknobs constantly.
No one said anything about sucking doorknobs.
Oh, is it better to be licking them than sucking them?
Yeah, surely. Sucking a doorknob is a lot more graphic than licking one. You just give it a little lick.
Yeah, I agree.
Licking a doorknob is a very medical thing. Sucking a doorknob is a very sexual thing.
I don't know that it's sexual. It depends what your doorknobs look like. Mine are like big brass handle looking things. I'm not even sure I could get it in my mouth.
Let's move on.
There's only one way to find out.
And then TMV's going to eat the egg. Let's just get everything going.
Josh is going to be right back while he researches something. Let's move on to our next match. Another team that exceeded some expectations in channel mates, taking on everyone's favorite disappointment, FNATIC.
Guys,
no.
Guys, you can't do this.
No. This is a bad idea. This is a very bad idea to have this be a guarantee.
I'm not.
Well, who's switching then? Someone's
I don't
switching.
care what you guys do. We're counting this. We're counting.
Not a chance are we counting this.
No.
Not a chance.
We're counting.
I mean,
this.
does anyone? I think it's gonna be similar to the game against NAVI, where we're gonna come out the back of this being like, for fuck's sake, someone's gonna knock them out. Like, I'm gonna be pissed off again that Alpha Year and Kayak and
there's
Chronicle
no way Alpha just my
through
counter argument is there's no way Alpha just put a LeBron or Michael Jordan flu game performance to play Gentlemates who have looked, you know, better than we thought, but not like world beers. To then
I think they look good though. Like I agree they're not world beers.
They look better than Navi.
They're fraud. They're FNATIC.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you guys are way too damn. Switch me. I'm switching then. If I thought you guys were down on FNATIC as well. I'm so fun to take
FNATIC is not losing this game.
That's crazy, dude. Gentlemates look sick. Someone should take the risk. I'll take the risk.
They look sick.
But I'm tweeting if they win, and I'm matting everyone here. I'm doing the Bren.
They're not winning on Lotus though, are they? I mean, they lost to Koi on Lotus.
Okay.
Are they winning on Pearl? I don't know. I felt like Boaster's attack side calling was really nice on Pearl.
The Pearl was nice, yeah.
Are they winning on Haven? Are they? Fuck. Alpha's about to destroy them. He's about to go Super Saiyan again. So, like, where are they getting their wins? What map?
Don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out.
I do think, though, I do agree it's reasonable for us to be going for a mixed pred, though.
Oh yeah, dude, someone has to take the
100%.
hit here. I'll take it.
No, thank you, Sliggy, for your honest work. Enjoy your screenshot. If it comes to it, I think this should still be counted as a guarantee, though.
Not a
Kurt,
chance.
I don't know. I mean, we all voted for it. It should be a
we
guarantee.
gotta keep that percentage good.
It should
That's what
be
we're doing
a
this
guarantee.
year.
Let's move on to the Preds for our last match. We have some titans of industry going up against some real fucking robber barons. It's Team Liquid versus GIANTX.
Ooh.
Oh, G2!
G2.
G2 are playing in this game! Mimi's got
They
G2!
win this!
Dude, look at
Look
Look at what I
win this.
did. I can't believe I did that.
No, keep my pred. Keep my pred, Kurt. G2's winning this fucking game.
I didn't
G2
realize
is winning
it was-
this game.
Yeah, we're
Trust me,
G2.
it's gonna
They
be
cashed in
exciting.
the money in the bank!
Because you come to
Oh,
they do cover.
They're
We've
back
been
to
here for several
EMEA to prove
summers.
they're the best here too.
What did
I
you
mean,
even pick,
if-
Mimi? I don't even know. I put.
I don't
G2.
remember.
I
Leave
probably
me as
Giant
G2.
X because I probably pressed G on my keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
think I
must have
picked
been. It must
GX.
have been. Because you mixed up GX and G2 in the opening
That's
as well, so I
so funny.
assume that is
Alright.
sleep deprived Kurt is an amazing
God
producer.
damn it.
Created some great.
Just
things.
wait till we get to America's. We're gonna have Chinese teams beating America's teams.
Yeah.
I don't see how you can possibly go for Liquid unless you're judging this as who you think is going to be the funniest. BMV, you have just ranted. You have made YouTube videos.
Yep.
What the fuck are you doing with a horse underneath you right now?
So you have to understand the philosophy. Okay, there's more that go into pricks than just picking the teams.
You have
This
the
is-
troll voice on. You have the I am trolling
No,
voice on right now.
no. I'm deadly serious. There is a philosophy to picking games, and that philosophy is that if you are picking a game and you're looking at all the games, some upsets will happen. So you have to
Sure.
look for those upsets. What are the conditions to allow for those upsets? And some of the conditions are you've got an okay team playing against a bad team. But sometimes the okay teams, they aren't that consistent. And that's where you find your upsets. That's how you get these picks right. That's
But
the secret
surely-
sauce that
I
I'm
don't-
letting you all in for. And for $10.99, you can buy the TMV course on how to pick games.
I don't think he's that mad. I actually spent a little bit of time on this working out who I was going to pick.
If Liquid do manage to upset Giants,
It's not
They
crazy.
And
are
that
the
will be
most-
great for the sales of the
they are
TMV
the
course.
most fraudulent 5th, 6th team across the entirety of the leagues.
Yes.
Because what they would have done is beat Movistar Koi, Apeks, and then got an upset win over Giants. Like, get the fuck out of here. Top 5, top 6.
That's very liquid.
I don't know how you're
That's
so
very
low on
liquid.
GX after like losing to BBL, who looked really good, winning a close game against Karmine Corp where they looked really good. Like, I don't know. I think this is going to be, you know, there's a concept in equine veterinary practice that sometimes it's beyond hope to save an ill horse, and you just have to you gotta put the horse down sometimes.
Jesus.
And I think that's gonna happen this game.
Your cat
actually
is
thought you were gonna
glaring
rip
at
the
you
head
right
off of
now.
Yeah, the cat's like, why the hell did you take that? Dude, okay, I would love to hear Mimi's and Sideshow's percentage and what you give this game.
75. The ball is special.
75. Okay,
The
I'm
ball
not
is
as...
special.
The problem is that Liquid are all over the place. So can they create some advantage situations and make this chaotic and make it ridiculous? Yes.
But
But they're gonna throw it away anyway, man. So what the
Okay.
hell does it
Well, then
matter?
give me a
Give
number.
give me a number. Yeah, give me a number.
God.
Oh, play the pipes out. I think. Oh! 85%.
85! 85!
no.
It can't
You're
be
cracking
eight.
eggs.
No,
Okay.
it's not. It's not 85. It's not 85. But I
The
think
metal pipe has spoken, Josh. That's
I think
your
it's
bad.
70. I think it's
You
70.
think it's 70? You guys are lunatics.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
It's a 55-45.
I have so little
55,
faith in Liquid.
45? There's no fucking way.
I think Liquid are playing some of the silliest Valorant across any team in VCT.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Oh, Jesus
That's
Christ.
not changing my mind.
Dude, honestly, the clip when TMV gets this right, that was going to be awesome. Put that next to the 85%, it's going to be sick.
Sliggy, you were watching Team Liquid Academy. Do they have a better read on the game than Team Liquid?
They really melted, man. I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of young players in there that really melted yesterday.
Oh, unlucky.
They're playing again now, so maybe they're doing right.
All right, we've learned a lot. Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah,
that's
no,
good.
no, that's
There we
good.
go.
That's good.
Oh wait, they're up. W.
Yeah.
Okay, we've learned a lot about the dregs of EMEA in this segment. Let's take a look at our kickoff power rankings from the beginning of the year, our predictive ones, and update it as we did in the previous segment with how we think they are in this current moment. If all of these teams played, who's the strongest, who's the weakest? All right, let's pull it up and see how much has changed.
Do we want to start from the bottom again, like we did with the previous
Sure.
one?
Yeah, why
sure.
not?
I think I've got to go with Apeks at the bottom, despite the fact that they will probably get better if they lean more into Floor and Batu playing double duelist. But I think the fact that we only saw that on one of the maps means that you can't really give them the credit for that yet.
I mean, that's very valid, yeah.
Yep.
11 and 12 or
Fine.
11 and 12.
Yeah, keep
Yep.
them there.
Gentlemen needs to go up.
I think mates.
I don't know where.
Yeah.
But
high.
Liquid are back down into 10.
Oh, chill.
No, Liquid
Below
10
Navi,
is real. Below Navi, yes.
Yes.
you guys
I think
are
Navi beats
so
them.
down on... I think, dude, the fixes are relatively
Them,
right.
it is about power rankings, not where they are in the tournament. That where they are in the tournament
Sure,
is not
if-
real and
dude.
cannot hurt me.
If you want to put them there and TMV's not going to argue, then...
I mean,
Then
I
done.
would put, I would put, I don't care.
It's gotta be
Put,
Liquid. Man.
Look, it'll make it all the more sweet when Liquid win.
Yeah, because even when you're saying they win, you're saying it's an upset, right? That was your
A
whole
slight
spiel, was you saying that you need to predict the upset. It's a bad team against an
well,
okay team. You
yeah.
literally called them a bad
and
team.
you gave them 15%.
No, well, no, I'm going to
stupid.
edit that.
You're
I'm gonna edit
stupid.
that to 30. But
That's too low as well.
I think then you kind of have to go for Navi, I
FNATIC,
think.
yeah. Let's place FNATIC.
We didn't guarantee FNATIC, but we did initially. So I think you have to put mates.
My suggestion
I would
is
say mates next. Or Giants.
Oh, I'm so annoyed with Fnatic.
Guys.
I think FNATIC 6.
Why are we not talking about Kickoff?
Yeah, Casey, I kind of forgot.
Well, yeah, Casey,
I was,
if you take the average of the 3 games that they played, it was very similar to Navi.
yeah.
It was a bit worse than Giants. It was a bit worse than Mates, probably as well.
Yeah.
Even though they played really well in the Vitality
Mates beat
game.
Apeks, our 12th best team. They won one map against Heretics and then got shit stomped for the rest of it. I think we're overrating Mates.
I mean, we're underrating mates.
Could put foot in third. That's easy.
Yeah, real.
Yeah.
But hold. Okay. Yeah.
Put BBL in 4th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm so
Yeah.
down for that.
You guys-
I think that's very
valid.
reasonable.
Sure.
I think then
Ooh.
I'm annoyed, but I think I'm putting
General
you-
mates.
No, I was gonna
Put
say
General
Fnatic, even though I hate the idea of it. Now it can't be true. It can't be true.
I
It
think
is
that's fair.
though. It is
The problem-
though. They are 5th.
They've got so
Yeah.
many holes
It's
in their
just-
game that
it's
they're
just-
making up for.
EMEA and Americas just have like they're like the real like wealth distribution. The rich are so rich and everyone else is so lacking.
That's
like
true. Yeah.
this whole like bottom. Oh,
Put
The middle of
Fnatic.
the
I'd
pack.
I
put
don't even know
Fnatic
what I'm
fifth.
saying.
I think Fnatic 5th is fine.
Yeah.
GX6.
Giants would be ranked higher if they hadn't played a really bad opener against BBL. No, not even a really bad one, but like a really mediocre one.
Sure.
Yeah,
as their opener.
that's fair.
I'd put Karmine Corp 8 because at least for now they can't prove otherwise.
But
Fuck.
no, because it's
No,
supposed to be on
no,
the data
no,
we
no.
have already, and I do think they deserve credit for having a really good showing against Vitality.
Yes.
But no, dude, I don't think so. I think you guys are underestimating the fact of like not having demos. I think you have to put them in 8th. Dude, they got antis.
They did have demos in that game. Wait, what do you mean?
First game they played, right? Against BBL.
Who-
Is it? No, against
who?
Vitality,
Wait.
sorry. Oh, no, yeah, they did.
No,
they did
they'd
have-
already played
Yeah,
one
two-
before they
Navi.
went into Vitality.
played Navi, but it was 2. Okay, yeah.
It was a
they beat
2-1 game
Navi.
over
They
Navi.
lose a close game to KC, and then they get eliminated in the
Or lose
surely
a close game to
KC.
Vitality.
Surely KC is 7. I can't see how we can justify mates above.
I think
I mean,
if
Because they look better.
It's in their name, to be fair.
if
can see
mates
it.
do really
8.
well against like their upcoming games, I think they'll have proven that they deserve to go up. But
Sure.
but I'd rather be a little cautious on them for now
Okay.
because they have beaten the 11th and 12th best teams in the league.
Yes.
And lost a map to both. Did
No, they didn't lose
They
a map
didn't
to
lose
Apeks.
No,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad.
But
I feel like this is fairly reasonable.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I think we're sleeping on Gentlemates a little bit, but I think it's okay.
It feels a bit rough
This
to
is
Navi
right
even,
now with
'cause-
the info we have, you know?
like Navi, if they hadn't had a bit of a choke from their good players, could have easily beaten that, the team that we have up in 5th over there.
Yeah, but I think it's always really close for EMEA, and it's I mean it's hard when it's just the first time we ever see them and it's new comps, no.
I think
demos,
it's
really, or
1,
little
2,
demos.
tier gap, 3, tier gap, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, tier gap.
I'm not
But
convinced
I'd put
yet.
Liquid
that-
above the tier gap.
I'm also
11,
not
12,
convinced
6.
there's a tier gap between 2 and 3 right now. I think
Yeah,
we've only seen one game of Heretics
Yeah, I agree.
Vitality. And
No,
we're giving them a lot
you're
of
actually right.
props,
You're actually
but,
right.
But there is still a chance that top 4 could be mixed up in different ways.
Yep.
And maybe even top 5 if FNATIC get their shit together. But it seems a little less likely.
Okay. Any speak now or forever hold your peace on these
Better
power
than the
rankings.
debacle we had with Pacific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, yeah, but you just fucking
That's-
lost your mind.
I was gonna say that was mostly your fault.
You just started sucking off the doorknob, apparently. Came back.
All right. Well, Sliggy, TMV, thank you as always for coming on. We're gonna get ready for Americas. Bring in Brennon and Wyatt River. Josh is gonna go suck some doorknobs, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Lovely. Ace of brass.
Yeah. How did you not think that was sexual, though? Sucking off a doorknob.
Okay, what's the difference between licking and sucking, except that sucking all
Licking.
goes in
People
This
lick
is
things
not-
all
yeah,
the
for a
time.
lot-
guys, I'm
Things
going.
all the time.
Before this conversation happens, I'm bowing out. So enjoy.
Goodbye, Sliggy.
Bye.
We'll save this one for the co-streams, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is a co-stream discussion.
Goodbye, everyone.
See
See
you.
ya.
Josh, you have to be baiting by saying that.
I don't think that I wasn't thinking of it as being sexual. I mean, they're not phallically shaped either.
Dude,
They're like, I mean,
Okay,
they shouldn't be phallically
things
shaped.
that you suck on that aren't phallic or don't give off a phallic vibe are generally like mints, you know what I mean? Not huge
Sure.
objects. Like
Well,
big
yeah, I mean, a
objects in
gobstopper.
your
A
mouth.
gobstopper.
Definitely. That's not huge.
Gobstoppers can be huge. I mean, that's the whole reason they're called gobstoppers. They stop your gob.
Jesus Christ. Anyway.
I suppose the fact that doorknob, like knob, literally
Video
means-
yourself. If you videoed yourself sucking on a doorknob and posted it, you would get banned on any of those sites you posted on. Like, you can't just suck on a doorknob and post it on YouTube. I guarantee you, your account would get banned. It has to be. You can't do shit like that. It's gross.
I mean,
It's
we'll
it's
see.
gross, but also it's like disturbing on like a very unique level.
Yeah, it would be disturbing. It would be disturbing. Because doorknobs
You're
are
just
strange.
looking
They're
at your doorknob right now.
I am, yeah. Because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking it's kind of light bulb shaped. And when you put light bulbs into your mouth, famously, it's very difficult to get them out again without smashing them and causing enormous damage to the inside of your mouth.
Normally,
But-
yes, normally.
Yeah.
I'm getting Bren and Wyatt.
You guys never heard about putting light bulbs in your mouth? I mean,
Josh.
don't do it. It's a very bad idea.
I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back.
That's fine. I'll entertain the people.
I think we got Bren. Oh, he just walked away.
And like I said earlier, guys, if you like the show, if you enjoy the current format of what we're doing, where we're trying to cover more of the different regions and get more people on rather than just it being like 4 of us talking about Americas and the EMEA for a lot of the sessions, then please do consider becoming a member. It helps us massively to be able to pay people and make it worth their time to come on the show rather than just abusing them and using their time for free. We do appreciate it. We've got some cool plans for what we're doing this year, and hopefully by the end of Kickoff, we'll have some good data about whether or not it's financially viable for us to do this. Either that, or we'll just start using like child labor at some point.
That's a really good idea, Josh.
I mean, Bala has a kid, Vansili has a kid. They're not going to get paid, are they, if they come on the show? So we could just replace those two with their offspring.
We could do a China podcast where it's like it's just their kids and we don't have to pay them, and then we could always cover every region. Or we could like we could rotate what region they cover so it's even, and then it'd be great.
Yeah. Oh.
Is everyone here?
Pseudo Fox, Ronnie, thanks. Welcome to member.
Who's everyone?
Bren. Disappointing again.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Hi.
You're quite quiet, but yeah, I can hear you.
I shouldn't be quiet. I should be the loudest in the frickin' room, brother. Give me the attention. I want to be the center of attention.
Dude,
Oh,
Kurt, this song
crazy.
is so fucking good.
Interlinked. Brains interlinked.
Dude, I'm loving this song.
This is it's giving. I must perform in front of the court, otherwise I'm going to be beheaded type shit. Yo.
It really is. Wait, that's so good.
Or else I'm gonna get
The
beheaded
flute?
is crazy.
The flute? Don't put those clips in.
What?
Who's in the runner show right now? Don't,
I'm
Makes me
in the
feel so
run-up show.
don't put
jolly.
those clips
And
in.
I'm gonna be bringing up our first segment.
Don't bring up those
I didn't
clips.
put it on the run of show, but I would like to have a word
I don't
before we
think-
get
no,
started, because
I'm leaving actually.
I think we need to clear the air before we get into podcasting.
Wait,
I
I just
After
got
some
back.
I
What's
things that
happening?
haven't seen this.
Is everything okay?
I don't know what the
What
drama is.
Everything is okay, but it's Drama Wednesday, and me and Bren need to talk about some things. Welcome back. We're on America's final segment. Welcome, Bren and Wyatt, to the
I feel like
show.
I just got like a nail driven into my eye. What did I just do?
What
I
did
don't
you
know
just do?
What happened?
You can take a
I
break
don't
if
know.
you need it. Like if you want to go
I
to the
think
bathroom.
Let me see. I think somehow my contact lens just broke in my eye straight away.
Okay, you should take care of that. Well, he takes care of that. I'd like to bring something to your attention, Bren. We engaged in playing some ranked last night, some 5 stacks, right?
Yep.
And we're having a fun, good time amongst friends. And it has come to my attention that I don't think you were putting your all into the game.
Okay, so well, first of
And
all,
I don't think
let's add some context
you were
to this.
listening, using
add
your
some context to
ear,
this.
your microphone. And Bren, I'll let you say your piece, and then I just
I'm
want to
happy-
watch this clip.
I'm happy to adjudicate on this.
So, for context, I've had a really good ranked act. I've had like a 65% win rate. I've been playing mostly 5 stacks, only playing Teo, calling, sweating my ass off. I asked Bren, are we going to win before queuing these games? He's like, I'm high, but yeah, I'm locked in. It's going to be fine. I never lose while inebriated, were
Okay,
his
let
words.
me read out the exact
I
messages.
never lose while inebriated.
Step 1, why would you believe me when I'm high? Okay?
I
'Cause
believe my friends.
the edible gets ingested, and I turn into this manic pixie being, and I just want to cause mischief and chaos, and I want to do a little bit of trolling. And there's a specific clip that I know that you've linked, and it's probably the one where you guys rattled off 5 billion machine code instructions for me to follow as a Neon player.
It was
And
not
all I
5
wanted
billion.
to do, all I wanted to do was just run in with my shotgun and kill somebody, and we were overcomplicating it, and then 5 billion instructions came in, and I said to my stream, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear any of that.
Just run the clip. Please, let's just run
You
the
want
clip.
the audio
Kurt.
with this? I'm assuming.
I want the audio
Alright,
with
let's
this. And
full
then
volume.
I want Wilkinson to adjudicate.
What are we watching?
This is
A
a
clip
Brent's
from their
game.
ranked.
Were these the games that I was not around for the other day?
Correct.
This is last night.
Might have been a
was
good
Will
idea.
will I be glad that I skipped out on these
Oh,
games.
you will be so glad, Wyatt. You will be so glad. I went to bed fuming last night.
You missed out, Wyatt, because the trouble is you got to balance out the vibes, because Mimi runs this shit like a fucking Foot Locker on Black Friday. Like when Mimi gets into the 5-stack, she is running this shit like we are in Armor 3 squad mode. And I'm like, when I'm half an edible in after working a fucking 10-hour broadcast day, I mean, I didn't have a hard job. We were casting.
But I was microing you. I was doing everything for you.
Can we listen to the evidence?
Yes.
Can we listen to the evidence?
The brain and processing.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
Okay.
Play the clip, please, bailiff. Better util than them most of the time.
Can you support me for sand when I run at them?
Yes.
Okay.
I will blast deep A main to stop them from swinging there. You can hear how happy I am in the clip.
Some good supportive utility coming through. That's what it sounds like. Good team player.
You gotta wait for my flash.
I thought you were running sands, Bren. Are you running sands or main? Okay.
You gotta wait for my flash, bro.
Okay.
Bren has to wait for the flash.
Yeah, that's the only instruction.
I'm not waiting for the flash.
Oh no!
I'm inting. I'm inting.
Oh no!
I'm literally gonna int.
Flash him.
He said to wait.
I mean, it didn't even end in chaos.
Oh, it did. That clip cuts off early. It did. We lost that pistol round.
We were not losing these games because of me. I mean, say that.
Was that the clip lacking context submitted by the defense attorney to try and?
Well, I didn't build a defense. I didn't realize I was going to be on trial when I came on for Plat Chat Valorant America's edition. I didn't build up any
hold
defense.
on. Let's see.
Oh, that was an int.
Okay, but
I mean,
but also,
that clip that was the person. The previous person who cut that clip gave you incredible amounts of bail there.
Yes, it was one of his viewers who did it. It was trying to cut him some bail.
Funny though.
I want to submit another clip for evidence. It's not a clip. It's mytracker.gg, and I just want to show the games. I want to show the games before playing with Bren, and then the games with Bren. And
Mimi, I have a question before we see the tracker. How many of these games have you played on stream as a 5-stack?
0. I don't like streaming Valorant because I think it makes people play for content.
This guy is every game we play now, Bren. Bro, I'm gonna say it. This guy thinks he's fucking famous now. Every game we play, I mean, there's stream snipers every game. We're calling out stream snipers.
Dude,
okay. You have a dancing cat.
Pull up evidence.
There's a dancing cat over the map.
I'm gonna show you evidence. They're fucking out there.
Can you link it, Bren?
Look at the win rate. Look at the win rate. Look at the win streak I was on before this. I know I'm in a fucking horrid rank right now. I know that. But I'm grinding my way out.
It was a big reset.
I'm putting my fucking back into this act. I've played 50 games. I am trying my ass off on Teo. It was 6 games won in a row. And then Brennan Hook comes along. Pearl Fracture at the end here.
I don't think
I'm keeping my performance up. I'm getting mine. I'm calling for the team. And fucking Brennan is inting. I don't think his ears were open. The ear canals were sealed hermetically throughout that entire game.
Okay, I'm not
Shia
pointing
wasn't
any
really
fingers,
putting
but you
numbers
want
up
to
on
look at
that
the
one.
bottom of the
I'll be honest. Yeah, Shia wasn't really doing much in that
4 and 17.
Alice is screaming at me in the background. My wife needs to be part of the jury because this is unacceptable.
Bring her on.
She was saying that I was giving you a taste of your medicine.
My own medicine.
I mean, you do love.
I'm a changed woman. This year, Wyatt, vouch for my fucking character. This act.
Mimi, can you call your first witness to the stand? Me,
please, Mr. River.
Me,
Mr.
the witness. In this act, since the rank reset, I have been in a 5-stack that has won countless games at this point. And a crucial reason for that win streak, really, is Mimi. It's a big fact. Mimi's Tejo, since it has been introduced to the game, the commitment to playing that agent on every map, learning all of the ins and outs of the utility, providing a lot of communication for the team, fantastic. I have to back up Mimi. We've been going nuts and ranked.
The prosecution rests.
I don't think you can't just not let me speak. This is fucked up.
The prosecution rested, dog. You still can rest your case.
I don't know.
Final
I'm not a
statement.
lawyer. What do you? Do I need to bring one in?
No, you don't need a lawyer. You'll be fine. Just keep representing yourself. It's not going well for you so far.
Motherfucker.
It's not going well for me. But dude, okay, if I give the heads up saying I took an edible and I'm feeling inspired by console Valorant players, let's game, and then Mimi responds with, "Are we going to win?" And then I said, "I've never lost while inebriated." Why would you believe me?
I believed no. Okay, let's move out from that. I was ready to lose a game, and then I talked after. I said, "I'm gonna get off, guys. I'm gonna go." Bren said, "We're gonna win. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna calm this time. It's gonna be great."
I never said I was going to calm.
You implied it.
No, I didn't.
I didn't
just
say
said,
it.
Let's play.
Interesting.
No,
Interesting.
but
I said, it'll be fine.
The defense has landed a serious blow there in the prosecution's case.
When, according to the fucking summoner's code, when you boot up a game, Valorant is about trying hard, putting your fucking all into the game. You know how to win, Bren. You're
How
a
can
good
you say
player.
I wasn't putting my all into the game?
Because you bought a Bucky every round and you slid at them.
Because we had no money.
Because you bought a Bucky every
On
round.
the second half, yeah, because we had no money because we were already losing. It was like 9-3 and we were losing the pistol.
Okay, I would like, as the judge of this case, I'd like to hear a little from the jury. I'd like us to move on with our discussion, and I'd like, if possible, Kurt, if you could run a poll in the YouTube chat to find Brennan guilty or not guilty.
I would also
of his crimes.
May I request that the jury one more time gets to see the information from Tracker for that game again?
I don't think was it too crazy?
I want to take a peek. I want to evaluate those stats real quick one more time. Was Fracture the last game?
It was the last game we played, and I want to look at a certain number there. FD on one Brennan hook.
6 first deaths.
Bro,
that is a large amount.
Duelist. Look
Yeah.
at our comp.
I mean, their duelist has
I'm
one
not saying
first
it's the
death.
end all be all, but look at my tracker rating, my stats compared to the rest of the team.
Oh, we got a fucking stat Steven over here. Okay, go to the
you
and
Brennan,
Aspas will get along
Excuse me,
fucking
excuse
great.
me, order, order,
Order. That's all I say.
No, I'm sorry. Order in the court. Thank you. I'll hold you in contempt. We have our early findings in from the jury, and with 72% of the votes at this time, Bren is guilty of his crimes in Platinum.
All of you fuckers who are watching right
You
now,
will not swear in my court. You will not swear in my court.
None of you fuckers play the game. I will have your fucking heads on a platter. I swear to God, I will ban all of you.
Your Honor, get him out of here.
I
Get
will.
this man out of here.
I am not guilty
Brennan-
for this shit. Can a man not enjoy a succulent edible and a few games of Neon in Valorant and ranked in a 5-stack while on stream, huh?
Your
Can a man
sentence-
not enjoy that?
Your sentence is to return to console Valorant where you came from yesterday.
I don't even own a console.
Can you give us an overview of the console Valorant that you were watching? Was it great? Was it better than your performances in
it was
ranked?
horrific.
No, it wasn't.
It was horrific.
It was really interesting.
I mean, I think it was a lot of let's contact around. They haven't put too much thought into their defaults, but that's fine. It was a throw around tournament.
Was it supposed to be some of the best console players? Like, how did they even make the teams this console tournament?
It was literally just like an entire Discord channel of LFT, and it was like Plat to gold players being like, I can play Taeho.
Right.
Like, are you Sigma enough? And then they were like, yeah, okay, you can join. Like, that was it.
Right. These are not actually like the first starting pieces of top people on the console ladder.
No,
putting
they
stuff together.
actually some of the
Golden Boy
teams
wasn't
were the two. The two finalists, the guys on the Avengers, every one of them had like a Radiant buddy on their guns. Like I legitimately think this is like the creme de la creme of console Valorant. And it was interesting because of the aim assist. The most busted thing you can do is just have solid crosshair placement at head level and just full walk around the map and have a better reaction time. And you just hit the headshot every time.
What, just like contacting around the map rather than holding the angle?
Yeah, like everyone was just contacting around the map every round. It was devilish. Like, look at that. The peeking in and just, like, instant snapping to the head with good crosshair placement. It's kind of... It's wild because it feels like such a different game because everyone is just walking everywhere, and at any time with a sheriff, you can just aim assist, snap, and kill 3 people.
That's cool. I mean, I think it's It's awesome that the console version of this game is actually like playable rather than just trying to do the same thing as it is on keyboard and mouse. Mimi's choking terribly. I don't know. Hopefully she's alive at the end of this.
Okay?
It's just recovering from last night still.
I don't think it was that bad.
I will not hear of it any further. The sentence has been passed.
You can't.
I will not hear of it any further, Mr. Hook.
I had a chance to defend myself.
Yes, you have. You had an entire chance.
Who gives a fuck? Like, come on, bro. Let's go. The people don't care about this. They care about the facts here.
They definitely don't care about you trolling in Plat. I'll tell you that.
Misinformation campaign, fake fucking news is what's occurring on this show right now. Okay, this is misinformation across the board. I'm telling you. I think it's very, very apparent that Mimi is not streaming your 5-stack games because you have a positive win rate in 5 stacks. I'll just say that much. Because I have mountains of evidence that we're being sniped.
I don't even hide my minimap when I stream, and I don't get sniped very often. It's all in your head, brother.
He literally just, his corner gets cleared. This fucking guy is stream sniping.
They kill him running into their spawn where they buy
every map
guns.
we play now.
The tracker. So, okay, Wyatt, we played a 5-stack, right? And you played up with us on Haven.
We're never talking about
It was a team that was just slowing down. They were waiting 40 seconds at the beginning of every single round.
Bren,
Sure.
Can you put your tracker in the chat? Can we see your tracker?
You swapped out for Mike, and immediately we played against the same 5-stack, but he had swapped out one account to match our SR better. And then they queued into us 2 more times afterwards.
But that was not the games you were playing
No, but I'm just saying, it happens more. You can't just bury your head in the fucking sand and pretend it doesn't happen. Like, this shit's happening.
It's not that it's never happening. It's that it's unlikely. Every stack we run into says, "Oh my God, that's Brennan Hook. Is he live on Twitch?"
You're not that famous.
I streamer mode's on, bro. Let's just talk about the games. I don't give a fuck.
I'm just playing chess.
Show his tracker before we go.
This is not an ego thing.
Contrast the win rate.
I cast video games for a living, you motherfucker. For like a few years ago, I was casting a monkey shooting lightning at people. I don't have a fucking ego attached to this shit. I don't think I'm Ronaldo, Messi. I'm not earning rewards and shit. All I'm doing is commentating over video games. It's very simple. I'm not giving much value out to the fucking world. I understand that. All I want to do
No one said that.
All I want to do is take an edible and fucking play some 5-stack Valorant with my friends, and for people not to get bent out of shape and fucking passive aggressive that we're not fucking winning and scrimming and doing military drills. Is that too much to ask for a man to enjoy a succulent edible while 5-stack Valorant? Is that too much? Is that too much? Tell me, please. Am I in the wrong here as an individual? Am I in the wrong?
The people have found you in the wrong.
The people are wrong. Kangaroo court.
Let them eat cake. Oh, Bren, can we put this behind us?
Yeah, we can. I'm sorry for trolling, but also don't play with me when I'm high.
And I won't. And I've learned my lesson. Learned my lesson. I want something specific out of ranked. I don't think you can provide that when you're high. I appreciate you playing. Reasonable. If nothing else, it was really fucking funny the way I was very pissed in the moment, but in retrospect, it was pretty fucking funny. So thank you for your sacrifice, and I'm glad we can move on from this.
Yep, we're putting it behind us. Let's talk about America.
Moving on, are we?
Move on. Let's fucking move on. How long did we spend on this?
Shopify Rebellion? Question mark?
Yeah.
They're in challengers? Exclamation point?
First time ever for a Game Changers team to be able to qualify, right?
Yes. In any region.
Yeah, and then what happened to MIBR as well? Because MIBR were one game away.
They were a game away. They got cooked. They won map 1, and then they lost 3-1, unfortunately.
Unlucky.
And also the other Brazilian GC team, Team Liquid, was also, I think, 2 games away for them. They lost to the same team, unfortunately. Fatality, who made it in. But Shopify was not different. They absolutely cooked the Fun Havers this game.
Yeah. And now we've got a really... now the reality of the weird scenario in which you have Shopify Rebellion playing against Shopify Rebellion in challenges, and what that means for the scene has got to be kind of disentangled. Because I agree that it was an amazing idea to encourage more investment into the Game Changer scene by allowing orgs to have multiple options, but this is an enormous conflict of interest, and I don't really know how you disentangle that. So I guess you just kind of like hope that they don't cheat.
Collude, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just a calculated risk for the betterment of the wider scene and women's esports. We'll ignore this one, and
I mean, it would be so
assume that
funny.
they have the best of intentions, which they do.
It'd be so funny if Shopify Rebellion Game Changers ended up colluding, and they make history for cracking the glass ceiling.
You're working under the assumption that they're all being controlled by the same.
Dude, some of the best
one goal.
Some of the best girl bosses ever have been into collusion, though. Is the thing. What's that woman who scammed about the medical device?
Oh yeah,
Elizabeth
Holmes.
Elizabeth Holmes, one of the number one gaslighter, number one girl boss. Number one gatekeeper.
I don't want to throw up any more obstacles. I mean, these are competitors that want to win. They're not going to intentionally be throwing games to collude.
No, and they should be given credit as well for how well they've adapted to losing Floor, because this when you see how well Floor is playing in Tier 1, where she's not just holding her own, but she's actually clearly the best player on the team as well. The replacing a player like that shouldn't be too easy, and yet, I mean, Doorknob was kind of farming in Game Changers before, and seems.
Yeah, Doorknob was essentially always statistically the second best duelist, and in some instances of the Game Changers online stages was just slightly below Floor statistically, and Floor's obviously always been the best, but that is clearly the next best option that you could get for an NAGC duelist. And so pretty great replacement there. And then additionally, from the stretch of time from around Game Changers stage 3 of last year through the Game Changers Championship where SR won, Noya has gotten really phenomenal. She was a great player throughout 2024, the first half and prior to then, but goddamn, she's really, really fucking good now. And I think that's picked up some of the potential slack that would have been left in terms of firepower from Floor leaving as well. The team is still very well rounded, and I'm very impressed by how much she's improved and was already a great player.
They play in 6 hours from now.
Yeah.
Against Trust in Plug, which means they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever and be a better team than 100 Thieves.
And they could. And I'm casting that game,
Trust
actually.
in Plug.
Oh, you're casting that game?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Challengers starts today with that game at 6 or earlier.
Isn't it the second match of the day?
It is the second match of the day. Or 6 Central, that is.
Are they going to be playing in both Game Changers and Challengers?
Yeah.
At the same time?
I will say... Sorry, Bren, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's a lot of extra VOD footage you're putting out there. Because honestly, that was part of the reason why I think they didn't qualify before in prior years, because they ended up having to play Game Changer splits beforehand, and they had a ton of VOD footage out there, which no other Challengers team that was trying to qualify for the Opens had.
Not to minimize, but they also, I think, did have kind of a choking issue with those final qualification games.
Yeah, but they were so strat heavy when I was watching. I remember just watching their run, and I was like, if you went back, because I was trying to prove that point. So while I was VOD reviewing it in between the breaks, I would go back to their GC games, and I would rewind through, and I was like, oh, their opening pistol round is the same. Oh, their bonus round strat is the same. And I was like, all the team has to do is go through that, and they have the VOD footage, which they don't have. They can't at that point, they couldn't ante their opponents.
Which they now will be able to do, right? Because all of the games, you're not just playing open qualifiers where you're playing against.
But if they're playing Game Changers at the same time, there will be
more,
twice the amount of, footage is going to be out there still. It's still a point to make, I think. We're not, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. I will say this is the ultimate, they need to be anti-trusted moment for Game Changers, though, because they've just stolen FlyQuest's, the second best duelist in the scene from the only team that was even relatively close to them. FlyQuest then proceeded to sign a new coach who dropped the majority of the players but one, and that team has now completely blown up. So I don't know if anyone is going to be even, obviously no one was close to begin with, but who the fuck knows who else is going to be even like competent in GC after this. So that's going to be interesting to see. But really, it's just pretty fucking sick to see Shopify finally here. Like, this has been almost 5 years in the making since Mel and Alexis were first playing together at the beginning of Valorant. Now finally making it through here. Also beating the carried by floor allegations is pretty sick. Implementing a new player into their system immediately.
What was the problem? Apparently.
True. Real.
that's why they couldn't call before.
From what I've seen, I don't think that was a problem.
No. It's also another, like, I know you said that they need to be like antitrust, like broken up. The monopoly needs to be toppled, but I think it can also be a really good thing for other people in the game changer scene too, to have like one org that is in challenges, because if they end up feeding people upwards, if Shopify Rebellion end up feeding people up into tier 1, and they're going to need people to replace. And
True.
If they then pull from underneath, you might actually have a really nice farm system going if Shopify Rebellion can keep their spot in challenges.
Yes.
I agree.
Good.
Great
Next
discussion.
topic.
Great.
That's all, guys.
You want me to host, Mimi, do you? Have you just taken the back seat now?
No,
That's
I
fine.
can host.
No,
I was busy.
No,
I
that's
just had
fine.
to get the cloud of last night out of the air.
You know,
I needed to get past that.
About it.
Right, yeah.
I
Okay.
needed to get past that
Can we
now.
circle
To
back?
relieve,
Yeah,
to
I'm past
relieve
that.
you.
Let's
Right,
finish off.
we're not
We
circling
didn't
back.
finish the conversation, if I remember correctly.
No, clearly we still had another hour left in it, I reckon. All right, let's move on.
I mean, we only reviewed one clip. There's bound to be more that we need to scour.
Oh, trust me,
the
I've
There
got
was two
evidence.
whole
But
games.
Holy
the show
shit,
needs to
we've
go
got to
on.
move on.
The show
The
needs to go
only
on. Trust me, I have evidence, but I'm not bringing it up because
Bring it
the
next
show
episode.
must go on.
Next episode.
No,
Bren-
next
We should
episode is
play
not going to be
ranked
relevant,
later.
and no one's going to care. I don't care either. I'm past this.
Well, do you want to talk about two other teams that nobody gives a fuck about? Let's talk 2G and FURIA.
What is he doing?
He's hyping himself up like the guy from Wolf of Wall Street.
Are you gonna drink a goldfish next?
Yep.
Okay, now there's an elephant in the room. There's a big old elephant in the room.
Last
And
night's
it's-
rank games.
No, it's not last night's rank games. the elephant
Damn.
in the room.
I thought here I was thinking that was the elephant. I was looking over at it there.
The elephant in the room is past Bren. It's the guy who's trying to keep his face off the camera.
No.
Now Wyatt River,
Just-
you made a take based on off-season performances of FURIA
Oh,
that
yeah.
they were going to go on a run.
Oh, yeah.
And holy shit, that hasn't worked. I mean, they got
It
really
was,
unlucky in terms of their visa stuff, but
It was a short,
oh my God.
a short stint. It was tough. It was tough for the boys after. Now the thing is, I was with Brennan Hook last week when he was discussing the flight times, the traveling, the
Yeah.
delay, the getting there just before that initial game. Sure, I wrote that one off a little bit,
yeah.
but
Give
I
them
was
some grace.
I was worried. I was worried. And no, they continued to just completely flop entirely. Evidently, once a year, FURIA are granted 2, maybe 3 weeks where their players all sync up into being in elite form at the same time, and they can look white hot. And they expended all of that energy to win an off-season tournament and showed up completely cold. I just nothing positive about this team for me to really take away from these initial games. Like, the player form was like Havoc had some okay moments, but the comps they were running, they were behind the meta. Immediately when you see what they're running against EG, just look at the comps. This game's already over. They lost. Like, literally, they lost before the game started. Yeah, pretty disappointing. The teams that are running these old looks are looking quite flaccid in comparison to the teams that have jumped headfirst into the Taeho breach meta, which is just the best shit out. If you're not playing that, I think you are full stop trolling. The winner of Bangkok is going to be the team that is the best with this comp, so long as the agent doesn't get nerfed by that point, like running the Fracture Cypher Sage into the Breach, like
they weren't even
there's
being
no
funny with it
comparison.
like Team Liquid. They weren't even like I wanted Rafa to be straight up
no
trolling with it.
humor.
No humor with these
just
games.
sad.
If I may,
Yep.
I can fix them.
How?
Oh my god.
And I know that Brazil's not going to like that because we have issues that we need to work out. I've gotten over it. Brazil hasn't. Okay. But I've gotten over it.
Oh,
But
God, no.
I can fix them in the politest way possible. How in the world do you not have Heat playing Initiator after the performance he had last year?
Yeah, that is mad,
What is
isn't it?
going on with the roles of this team, dog? Why are you putting this guy on
It's a
Sentinel?
great question.
What the hell is going on with them? MW0, okay.
Did you
Okay.
see it?
I saw it, the post, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm going back and look at some of these clips. This dude is actually playing. So in console Valorant we were casting the other day, util is optional. Gunfights are supreme. And MW, I'm convinced, was raised on that as his bread and butter. He was around the dinner table just fucking chewing down console Valorant because this motherfucker is not using his util to set up anyone. And I'm like, okay, there's some fundamental issues here with potentially the roles. Like if you MW is an incredible aimer. One of the things that we've seen many teams do is put your incredible aimer that just slot them into a sentinel role, which is going to restrict them a lot more, but it means that their role is defined in the server and they know exactly what they need to be doing at a given point in time.
You
and
do
they're
all your
self-sufficient.
util in the pre-round, then you
simplify
just
the
get to
game.
shoot your
Yeah,
gun.
it simplifies the game for them, and you boils you down to they know what their objective is at the start of a round plan. For example, like attack side,
Sure.
defense side, whatever, and they can just focus on aiming and going through the motions a little bit more. And it's worked a lot for a lot of different teams when they put these aimers on that role. I don't understand what they're doing with the roles. It's in a weird place. Like, you could even try and lean into double duelist. I don't think it's good at the moment. I don't think it's the best comp to run into, but you can run it. The meta's pretty open at the moment. And the roles are just whack, man.
Yeah.
They are whack, and they are looking like like Wyatt said. I gave them a big like pass, I think, from their opening game because whatever they've had a lot of issues with just visas, with getting into the country, everything else. It's a lot to move thousands of miles and settle back in, but this is atrocious. I'm expecting more than this, man. This is just absolutely
I
atrocious.
have a clip I want to play. Let me
gotta
find this.
let's bring up the Reddit post though first, if you wouldn't mind, because this has
Please.
got to be one of the best Reddit posts that I've ever seen posted on Valorant Competitive, because it's just such a great breakdown to annihilate MW0's role usage on these. For example, right, if we're focused on map 2 where he was playing Breach, he never used a flash in 15
God,
of
that's
the rounds.
disgusting.
25% of the 75% of the rounds.
It's crypto
he didn't
throwing
use
esque, dare
a
I
flash.
say? It's we've got bitcoins on the match type beat.
80% of the time, when MW uses a single breach flash, they won the round, but they lost the game. So
That is a
these stats are
hilarious
ludicrous.
statistic.
I mean, like, once in a lifetime level kind of stats, and I love that they pulled these. It's so nerdy, it's so funny. The thing about his Sova as well reminds me of when I was learning how to play Sova like a few months ago. Terrible Sova. Learn how to play it a little bit. It's still not great, but like, this is the same thing that I was doing. Never using my shock dart. Never knew like the right timings to try to go for it. Just felt like uncomfortable because you want your rifle out, and then you want like the drone is easy to use if you're thinking intuitively about when you need to be like taking space or looking for info. But come on, how are you never using the recon dart?
Yeah.
The recon?
Literally
He died in
regen.
6 rounds without using
That's
a recon
unbelievable.
bolt.
That is actually unbelievable. How does your beginning round protocols not have you using the recon in some way or form to take a bit of space at the beginning or to get some mid round
on
information?
attack.
In
4
5 of the
times.
rounds, he didn't use the recon bolt at all. I mean, I suppose in 6 of the rounds, actually, sorry, he dies without using his recon bolt. But like, these are not him always taking early duels. Like, a lot of people are just going to fire the recon dart at the beginning of the round, but he's not always taking early duels. Sometimes he's just not thinking to use it.
Yeah.
Sentinel is the only role that he really hasn't ever played. I remember him playing Killjoy, I think, on one map on Bind ages ago. Yeah.
Wow.
In 2023 FURIA, I believe. But
He played a lot of Sky.
There must be a role swap at some point. Yeah, his Sky was good when Sky was very meta, but at the end of the day, he's always been a Raze player.
And sorry, I should give credit to the right person as well. I should give credit to the right person because this was just a translation. The Reddit post was a translation from Dewey Rigotti. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of that on Twitter. Who went to town, which is it's
some great excellent information to have. Yeah, pretty shocking. I mean, even like obviously, I went with like the absolute high end. They are in white hot form with players who can be at the elite top tier level. It's just only ever been in flashes. But man, this was just as low as it could have gotten.
Judge,
it's disappointing.
I have a fucking clip to put this case to bed.
Oh my god!
Round 8 fracture.
We're going back to the
okay. We're not talking. We're not talking about the rank game,
This is about
right?
FURIA. This is about
right.
FURIA.
Okay, good.
I've won my first case. I've won my first case. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, Kurt, it's a standard play in A main. You love the aggressive plays through A on this kind of round. It's the YouTube's dying.
Internet's been a little bit funky.
YouTube's dying, but you know the classic thing you're always looking for when you're going for aggression. There, you have breach, 2 flashes, a stun, tons of tools to fight. You've got Raze, you've got a Roomba, you've got a lot going for you. And you'd think a team so studious like this would win. Oh, Roomba, there's a teammate behind him, swings alone, past the broken Roomba, dies.
This is not good.
It's okay. It's a 4v5. No other mistakes are going to be made. You're FURIA. You want to take a fight. Okay, we're going to group up. We're going to fight through A main. Look at the utility. Can you zoom in, Kurt, please? Look at the utility. Oh, full breach utility. Dry swing, dead. Next player goes. Dry swing, dead. 3 players push into A main with a full belt of breach utility available. The only thing used was a Roomba for Raze to solo peek, and they all fucking die. That is like unfathomably egregious, and it wasn't even like a coordinated double swing. It was one at a time going. They're just feeding the meat grinder and using no tools to help.
Would you agree with me though that 2G actually end up looking worse than FURIA?
100%.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Definitely. A quick point. What's interesting is a clip like what Mimi has just shown. If you go back and watch FURIA in the offseason and Loud in the offseason, that looks like a clip from Loud in the offseason. That's how they were playing all of their maps. And they have completely flipped that around. They look fantastic now. And FURIA are looking exactly how they did. So uncoordinated, lacking basic utility usage, just so many dry swings being punished.
I want to move on for us to talk about 2G briefly though here. Because theirs is an unfortunate story as well. I mean, we've already discussed a lot of the like big issues with orgs moving over from South America or Latin America, and they also have an underage player who can't play until June 2nd, something like that, which is really going to hurt their season. But what I'm watching in their games just looks like they're not quite ready for the tier 1 level. When I was watching this, Crew were allowed to do anything they liked in this game. Anything they wanted to do, any space they wanted to take. 2G did not want to fight them. It felt like watching a team where they were all scared to be the person that lost the round for the team.
Yes.
So no one did anything.
I feel like I was watching like World War II Soviet conscripts who were forced to fight in a war.
They had to pick up their comrade's gun.
Yep.
To take
their
up the
officer
fight.
would shoot them if they were the one who made the mistake.
But I mean, 2G don't have millions and millions of bodies to throw at the front line.
No,
they're
do
playing
not.
5v5.
And that's why
that strategy doesn't
That's why
work.
they lost the battle. I'm gonna be so real.
The strategy would have worked if there was 1,000 of them.
This weekend was so funny for me because it was my one weekend of casting for Kickoff. I get the FURIA game. I get the 2G game. I cast 41 rounds of Valorant. It was the ultimate paycheck stealer weekend to get 2 day rates for 41 rounds of Valorant. This was like, that's less than some BO3s that only go 2 maps. That's a testament to how hard these 2 teams got utterly crushed.
I've never felt more utterly distraught and 2-dimensional, flattened for a team than after Melser hit that Guardian clutch
Oh,
on Split.
God.
I mean,
On
Jesus
Split?
Lord, like that was just like.
But he was doing it like a couple times as well.
Tragic, man. Yeah.
He had the other round where he teleported into the smoke too.
Yes. Oh
Yep.
my.
Yep, he had the fucking mandate of heaven.
Yeah, he did. The Guardian round was phenomenal though. Let me see if I can find
was
which round it was.
insane.
I feel for this team, man. They like what Josh said. Like they're scared to be the player to step up and potentially lose them the round. But it's almost like they don't believe they deserve to be here. Is the way that they're playing. Do you know what I mean? Where like they're all, it's almost like I don't know. They've got to the stage, and I understand that they don't have the full roster, and there's all sorts of other issues that might be compounding this performance. But the way that they play is with so much like trepidation that they just don't. They don't.
agree.
Sometimes you just got to go for it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you'd have to
Maybe
take
they'll
a
learn that.
risk.
Maybe they'll learn it when they look back on their games, and maybe they'll get a bit more confidence behind themselves. Maybe it'll take Spike being added back into the team for them to rediscover that level of mojo.
They should be able to get that back even without Spike. I totally agree with Bren. My overarching takeaway from watching their games is that their biggest, the biggest enemy of them was just their mentality. They lost the psychological side of the game.
Definitely.
Before even entering the server, it felt like when they played their first match, Mitch said at the beginning of the cast, which I think is a pretty important point, that you have the Ascension team coming into their first game and they're the favorite on paper because the other team is missing. And obviously they should be winning that game, but it's going to deal plus 500,000 psychological damage when you're then losing that game, coming in as the Ascension team where you're now the favorite in a game where you shouldn't be. You should be an underdog. It's very strange.
And you're also playing against tier 2 players. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you're supposed to be the best of tier 2, and you're just getting slapped around by other tier 2 squads that have been mashed together.
We have seen these players individually all at various times in the Ascension tournament dunk on the guys on M80, etc. Those are the same caliber quality of players as the FURIA Turtle Troop roster that came in. It's not like a crew are like so much better individually skilled than Turtle Trooper M80. It's a massive psychological booming that has occurred with this team that they have to dig themselves out of for stage 1.
Though the crew players were playing individually well, like, for example, that Melza clutch that you just saw there. Like, all of the space that you gave them allowed them to actually play a much better game than we had seen from crew before. And that just felt so cruel, because it's like, stop, they're already dead. Like, you would beat them anyway. You're winning anyway. Stop pulling out ridiculous, like, 1v3s and insane clutches all over the place. We're going to talk about this later on when we talk about the, like, which region overall looks best. But America's has definitely got the biggest range, in my opinion, between the top and the bottom. I think it might have literally the best and worst team.
It's so poetic. The best team is G2 and the worst team is 2G. And I think that might be all international leagues, the best and the worst team. I actually think across every IL, G2 has looked the best, 2G has looked the worst, and they are in the same league, opposite ends of the standings, with fucking perfect evil twin names. It's so beautiful. And
it is.
Oh, I feel bad for 2G, but you can't help but it's just so funny.
The poetic beauty really is there. Let's move on to some of the other teams, though, because we did say, is Brazil cooked? But Loud are doing okay, and MIBR actually managed to get their win over Cloud9. So that was one where I went for a bit of a punt last week, thinking that they had a decent chance of being able to play a better game than they did against 100 Thieves. Obviously, MIBR got owned by 100 Thieves in their opening game. So has it changed your opinion on MIBR? Are you starting to see the vision here? Are we thinking that they can be a top team like how we kind of power ranked them at the beginning?
Brennan, what do you think about Aspas?
Dude, Aspas has got a dog in him these days. I don't know if you guys noticed the same thing I did, but he...
Alice in the background.
Dude, he's been front of the pack for a lot of his team in these engagements, and he's been left out to dry, but he's been making space for them. Which is something you said that really resonated with me, Josh, when we were co-streaming, was it's almost like when Aspas loses faith in his team, he plays more towards the back because he doesn't have faith in them to be able to take advantage of the space he makes. And he thinks that their best chance of winning is if he's still alive, which honestly, listen, respect. We've all played with a Reina player in ranked that just sits at the back of the pack. And because they've got like, I'm not saying Aspas has got an ego. I'm not saying he's like a ranked Reina player.
I mean, he probably does. He's one of the best duelists in the world.
Yeah.
I think you gotta squash the ego to a degree if you want to be the best player in the world.
For sure, but you also have to channel it to an extent. You can't be one of the best players in the world and not have an ego.
You do. Don't tell that to the Reina players in ranked. Don't say that because they need to learn. They gotta learn.
I do appreciate on this map though that he had the most kills and the least deaths in the server.
Yeah,
a real lost
I'm
boss.
thinking of which game was it in particular that I was thinking of? Was it maybe Lotus?
Honestly, it might have been Abyss. I thought that the difference was palpable between his Raze and his Jet in terms of how confident he felt like going forwards, entering, diving in.
Yeah.
The Raze is never bad for Aspas. It never is. But he does play it quite conservatively and quite like he's not the kind of Raze that sends it in with like, big double blast pack engage, diving deep with a bunch of utility. He's like taking his slow jiggle peeks around the corner and creating those good duels for him to be able to get the entry. Whereas on Jet, he does sometimes send it with a recon dart and get inside of his smoke and then frag his way through. And I think this was also the game with the cape debacle, wasn't it? Where the bug of the cape was just flying around.
The observer client has been kind of cooked because there's that bug, and then there's also the enemies are randomly the wrong color bug, which has made it so tough to watch.
I couldn't help thinking about Edna Mode watching this game. No capes! Thunderhead! Caught in a jet plane, sucked to his death. Anyway, that's millennial reference there.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Incredibles is a classic.
It is a great one. Yeah. So, but overall, what has this made you think about MIBR? Are they primed to go on a run? Do they have what it takes to be able to take down better teams than just Cloud9?
I think so.
I think they can beat
it depends
EG
what you
for
think
sure.
of Cloud9 in the standings overall. Because I thought Cloud9 as being like our solid mid-table team in Americas. Because they had enough ideas where they're going to punish teams that don't have any ideas, and they can shoot back and aim well, and they're active enough in their mid-rounding where they're like contacting around the map, trying to create opportunities and plays when it all goes quiet. That is going to like again just disrupt a lot of teams. I think we saw that when they played against NRG. But in this game, MIBR kind of diffed them in a lot of those aspects, I think. And so they definitely rose up the rankings for me because I didn't expect them to win this game. But they did. They showed up. It was good. It was a pleasant surprise, I would say. But in terms of how far they can go, like are they going to go on a run all the way through the lower bracket? I'd be surprised if that was the case. Like, look at this. I mean, it's like the Aspas playing himself in as well as team swinging off of it with the dash into the side. It's nice, man. It's nice. It's like these little individual set plays that they've got, and the mechanical skill is going to be there. You know it is. And they've got to be able to beat a lot of teams in that aspect of their game. Like if you're only looking at the aim, and as long as they try to give it these little set pieces more often, they're going to be able to beat teams like Cloud9. I think they're up against EG next. I think they should be able to beat EG.
Honestly, Cloud9 might have been a better team than EG.
Yeah.
I think that's extremely
I would
possible
probably
as
agree
well.
with that. I also think, like, if you look at this team, like, I didn't have super high hopes for Xenom. I think he had some really good moments in this game. As was expected, I think, to be. Aspas and Noswar had really good, like, coordination. Noswar was looking back to form. And I think this team does have an even higher ceiling than they were showing in this game. Like, if Cortez just starts to play a little closer to what he was playing in the offseason, playing in Tier 2 and like kind of finds his groove in Tier 1, I think that'll level up this team. And I don't know. Like, I don't expect them to go on a lower bracket run all the way because the bracket is pretty tough, right? They're going to either play Center Loud next, which I think is a hard game either way.
That's a tough game.
Then they're playing the winner of let's say, Sen G2 win. They're probably going to end up playing Leviathan or NRG in that next game, which is also really brutal. So I really doubt them making it to Bangkok, but I think they're going to probably beat EG and have a good chance to like make top 4 here, which I think after losing your first game, like a top 4 finish would be a pretty good outcome for MIBR and give them a lot of kind of ceiling still left to work with once we get towards stage 1.
Most of the games this week were shit. I mean, especially on this day. This was the day of shit games when we were watching, because it was like crew, they took on 2G.
You mean all regions?
Yep, EMEA was poop as well.
You didn't enjoy the koi game?
No, I didn't enjoy the koi game. Team Liquid were trolling. It was a really bad game. But at the end of the day, we got a nice little palate cleanser, a lovely way to feel good about yourself. We got NRG playing against 100 Thieves. And we got Mada dropping crazy stat lines. We got Nadeshot molding at the end of it as well that we'll get onto afterwards. We got this was like the best of Americas, where you get the drama and the chaos and the big plays and the names that you're familiar with, etc., etc. I really liked that we saw the NRG bounce back as well. The difference between what they did in that first match to this one, the prep difference, the coordination difference was so large.
Yeah, this is the exact kind of game that you would hope, you would think that NRG would win, and they did. You're getting to play against 100 Thieves who have already displayed bind again 2 times prior to this. Like this, they've got the tape. They can easily prep for the 100 Thieves maps that are going to almost certainly go into the pool. They did. They get owned on bind again. I think all of the conditions were set for the NRG win, and it happened because of that. Like that's the kind of conditions that FNS is going to thrive in.
Yeah, I thought they had one of the like better breach tail implementations on both Lotus and Pearl as well. Like I think Finesse said it in the post game interview that he felt like they won because they had like better synergy and util combos than their opponent, and I think that is very true.
They also said that they'd only been practicing with that for like the run up to this.
Which is crazy, because it honestly looked really on point, really rehearsed. And they were also playing into this. I know they lost Lotus, but it was a super close game. I think they could have, maybe even should have won in that final overtime. But they were playing into this comp that when we watched 100 Thieves play the Neon the first time, it felt like it was designed to absolutely obliterate breach Teo teams and like run them over while they're setting up util. And I still thought they did a pretty good job of not allowing it to get too out of hand. They clearly learned a lot from the tape of the last time 100 Thieves played that. And I'm not gonna lie, NRG is feeling back. Also, the classic curse is feeling back. But every Finesse team has to have their extremely disappointing loss to start so they can get tape on their opponent, heat up, come out with some new comps, and look good again in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was so classic.
I put a clip in the thing of in the runner show for like the little things that NRG were doing. At least one of them that I think showed that Finesse is thinking about the game. He's thinking about the comp that 100 Thieves are going to run and the things he can use to dissuade the calling a little bit. Which was it was just their pistol round, which they opened up with, and it was on Lotus on the pistol round here. Now, if you look at the minimap, I don't know if we can go into it. Vanessa is playing away from the pack. He starts the round jump spotting on C mound, knowing that this comp that 100 Thieves are running is very much like we're going to stick together as a pack. We're going to run together and try and take map control. And the intention of it is normally the breach is going to be playing sort of around the rest of the team to make sure that they can support the fault lines to support the util to fight a rubble or something early, like into link. But he's trying to pretend like the pack is actually over towards C mount to push them into the players over towards A. These are the layers that Finesse was thinking about with their comp and the way that 100 Thieves are playing. That it's the little things like that I think add on to what made Optic a good team in the past, what made NRG when they were good a good team in the past, like trying to outsmart the IGL with their overall like position and macro.
And I do just want to point out that they do end up losing this pistol round, but that's because they failed to execute properly the like trap play that they have over towards Rubble. And you could see them type in the chat afterwards, like, "Yeah, no worries, guys, we just fucked that up." I think that was what Mada said in the chat.
But it was an awesome
the overall
idea.
The macro, was a super nice idea, and they had tons of that kind of stuff. I think they had really good reads on what 100 Thieves were going to do. It's also another game where Cryo did not dominate on Pearl. They were very good at being able to navigate away from Cryo. The op that I suspect that 100 Thieves have been absolutely rolling people in scrims because Cryo has been a fucking demon on this map. And it just hasn't happened during the 2 games that they've played on Pearl. And it's led to them basically losing the series, like, because they've picked a map that, NRG ended up picking it this time, I suppose. But they've played the map and they picked it against Sen, where their expected win condition just doesn't quite materialize. And I think there's also fair criticism for going into bind and just playing the same shit that you've done like many, many times before. I liked their strategic adaptation on defense against Sentinels, where instead of doing a lot of defensive re-clearing, they instead like held back, played more to bait the time, bait the clock down, played more plant denial stuff. I thought that was sensible, but it's the kind of thing that you want to be in those positions midway through the tournament where you're iterating on your own ideas. Not game one where your opponent already knows everything you're going to do, so you're already forced to play differently. You should have a different look, I think, heading into this year on bind to make it less obvious. Because Finesse and Ethan, the way that they implemented the KO to be able to shut down what 100 Thieves were doing, and how obviously they realized that 100 Thieves were going for these classic 4-1 execs. They ruined the 4-1 short exec multiple times. They were fighting to try to... Because the classic way that 100 Thieves attack on bind is that they send 4 people down short, and then they have EU solo go through showers with his prowlers. And they were murdering that. They knew exactly what was coming for them all the time. So I think there was a bit of a overall strategy failure from 100 Thieves. And they were still very close to being able to make it deeper in this tournament.
What if I were to tell you there was an easy fix for their strategy? They should have listened to the community. They should have listened, because there's people out there who were putting up some real information that 100 Thieves could have used. Kurt, can you pull up the PDF I put in the Run a Show, please? This was posted from very intellectual.
Oh my god,
and
here we
kind
go.
Member of the
What
community.
is
This is
this?
113 pages.
And this is why fucking 100 Thieves lost. If Zix was reading this shit, they'd be good. Scroll to page number 1, please.
What is this?
Scroll to page number 1, please.
y'all ain't peep this?
No, I've
not
not
on
seen
game?
this at all.
Sorry.
You're about to
one more
download
down,
some
Kurt.
serious
Here
information,
we are.
Josh.
Okay. Please listen up.
Icebox's description.
Icebox was released on October 13th, 2020, as part of Valorant's Episode 1 Act 3 update. The map is set in Bennett Island, Saka, Russia, featuring a snowy port environment with vertical play and zip lines, making it a unique compared to other maps. Icebox emphasizes skirmishes, fast-paced gameplay.
You're not going to
requires
read all of the
strategic vertical
113
You're
positioning
just
pages.
reading
effective use of
AI-generated
cover.
text. This is like, come
Yes,
It must be, right? It
it
must be.
is 100% that.
on. This whole
But
thing
just-
is AI-generated.
Well, I
But
don't
are
think
they-
the whole thing is. I think the text is to pad it out.
Okay.
But I
1,000
legitimately think
acres of the
someone.
Amazon burnt down to generate
Yes.
this document.
But just scroll through this. Cryocell's area of dominance. If they fucking knew that, maybe they would have won this game.
But this is like this is the most basic info. What was the point of this? Do they eventually get into
To
more
know
like?
Cryocell's areas of dominance is attack. Come on.
Does this eventually get a bit more in depth? This is
Well,
listing
let's-
every time they've ever played on Icebox.
Let's keep scrolling. Let's keep scrolling.
What the hell
Let's
is
keep
this?
scrolling. The American flag. That's big. That's big. Okay.
Cryocell's area of dominance. I mean, they are using at least some more advanced stuff in terms of the like. I can't really see the image, but I assume is that like a heat map or something?
Yeah. Well, we got to scroll past EU, Busio. Oh, I'm at page 70. I'm still in areas of dominance. Let's see. Surely there's something substantive. Strategy.
Is
When
this what
analyzing 100
Nadeshot?
Thieves' movement on Icebox, we notice several heavily contested areas marked in red around common angles. Nadeshot's got to be eating this shit up. Surely this will fix them. Surely if they hire this guy, it'll fix them. They're one chat GPT message away from being the best team in America.
Who made this, Mimi?
Some person on VLR
Now-
who is just getting fucking clowned on.
And but now, to be clear, I wonder if we can find this post really quick.
I have the original. post here.
Yeah. Now the funniest part of this situation is that known at times Plat Chat guest and contributor MCE actually responded with a nice little message, because this was someone who did an open submission to try to get a coaching role at
Yeah.
100
Right, and
Thieves.
they've clearly put a lot of effort into creating
sure.
that.
No,
So
no,
let me-
you should
let me-
look at
let me
what
read
MC
something
said.
really quick.
What they
But before we get to that really quick, Wyatt, I just want to read a part of their initial post. A couple months ago, Zix and 100 Thieves put out an open call for coaching. I spent 2 weeks putting together a tremendous amount of time and effort to create these 2 analysis reports. despite the effort, despite reaching out to Zix 2 weeks after the deadline for any word. Bold. I was ghosted. Unbold. Only to find out that your average VCT scouting/analysis report is 1/200th of the size.
Well,
So-
yeah, of course it's 1/200th of the size, but
I
it's more
think-
efficient. What?
I think that's where the issue lies, is that this person is probably, I mean, I'm assuming they're quite
Not
young.
to sound sizes and
they-
everything. When it comes to scouting reports.
Exactly. And especially when you have to give this out to pro gamers who cannot pay attention for 30 minutes.
They're not
If
reading
the idea is a
113
scouting report to
pages.
get them up to speed, it needs to be short. You need to be getting to the point, to get into the meat and potatoes. You
They
can't
are
have
just.
you can't have an autobiography expose on the creation and development of Icebox at the
But
beginning.
Bren, the thing is that Nadeshot and 100 Thieves continue the narrative that everything they can, they are doing. They simply are not. This is continuing one thing that has plagued esports: cronyism. The normal size of an analysis report in VCT is 1 to 2 pages. For a game that is supposed to be tactical, how would you fit a scouting report into 1 page? How does Nadeshot and 100T organization pay for such mediocrity when people put real effort into their applications? Esports needs to stop being a revolving door.
That's.
I mean, they've come to the wrong conclusion about why they weren't picked up, I think. But they have a good
very.
point.
No, they have a
good
terrible point. They have a terrible point. They have a terrible point, and they sound like somebody who is really failing to reflect on what the.
Oh, they're
important
definitely
parts
failing
are.
to reflect. Allow me to segue into what I just. So look at this post from MCE. Look at him being nice. Skim through this. Well, hold on. I can't even read it on there. I have to read on.
I have it up.
You know, while it's a ton of info, there's not an easily readable amount of information. While you included executes and what they used, I don't see a default. Like, just trying to be nice. And you're getting a response from a fantastic Valorant coach. Scroll down a little bit, Kurt, and look at the response.
Unfortunately, in the
I'm
world
going
of
to
competitive
pass on your
sports,
advice.
we are measured by wins and losses. No offense, but I'm going to pass on your advice and just lists all of the wins and losses that MCE has had, calling him like a bad coach, basically.
It's crazy.
He cooked MC's
And
ass.
MC tried so hard. He sent him like a screenshot of a real scouting report of like how to tell a team about a good default, talking about how brevity is important in communication. This instance is much more helpful because we'll actually see that happen a lot. He's trying so fucking hard to give this
Bro.
guy some credence, and he just owns him.
I don't know if this is bait. If it is bait,
It
it's one of the
feels
most-
like bait.
If it's bait, incredible.
one of the most legendary posts of all time because the amount of effort that's been put
It's
in.
so
Because it has
funny.
to be bait. But I've worked with people that are kind of like this without the ability to self-reflect outside of. They just kind of like project and point blame at other reasons to why it isn't working out for them. If they are listening to this and it's not bait, I have to say this now because they're going to get to the point where they're 30 and and nothing's gone right for them and they're going to be bitter and sour. And you need to. Now is the time to self-reflect. Listen, I know you got minus 100 votes on VLR. It might be bait. It has to 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 be bait. I don't want to.
I don't think it is bait. It's too high effort, and I think it's very reasonable that when somebody puts themselves out there like that, expecting a positive response to it because of the effort they've put in, I think it is quite a natural response to get very defensive and just lash back out at people and tell them that, no, actually, you're the stupid idiot that doesn't understand how the game works. I think it's unfortunate, but hopefully if they can take a bit of distance, they'll maybe take some lessons away from it.
I've known
That's
many a
so
brilliant
wild.
person who doesn't get along. Like they don't have the skills to be able to either reflect themselves when stuff doesn't go their way or being able to communicate with people to work stuff out. And those are the most important traits you need in coaching, period.
And
Straight
I mean,
up.
they're just great life traits as well. to have.
Great life traits in general. Yeah. Listen, people are going to want to, if people want to be around you and you are willing to accept advice and criticism humbly and subtract it away from anything, like a personal slight. I've put a lot of work into stuff before and it's been bad. And if you don't take it personally, that is the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
In general.
Okay,
Now,
but can we also transition from one bad communicator into another bad communicator as well? because maybe this guy should have been picked up for 100 Thieves. Because I swear to God, Nadeshot's communication style is like so similar. He has, I think, some of the worst comms of anybody.
They need
who
to take
runs...
Twitter away from him. They have to take it away from him.
He's
Please.
got board CEO syndrome or like board founder syndrome where they just like they're so now removed from the decision making process because they put other people in charge that like they have to concoct the drama in a different way. And I think that his comms style when his team loses serves only to add more fuel to the fire of people being mad at his team.
Yeah.
It doesn't do any PR control at all. It literally makes it worse.
I'm going to say something that he's going to love a lot, but he probably shouldn't. And he runs 100 Thieves kind of like how Elon Musk runs companies.
Yes.
And he's going to love to hear that. But he shouldn't, because they purposely have structured SpaceX and Tesla so that he cannot interrupt the process when he comes in for visits. So, and 100 Thieves, I think, have... Listen, I'm just saying, the way this guy operates is he's come into a lot of money at a young period in his life, and the hardship that usually comes with failure has never really been afforded to him, and I feel like he's never learned that, and it just reflects in the way that he lashes out. 100 Thieves have lost to two of the best teams, two of the strongest teams in Americas. And I think he's got valid points about the format when he was going off about this, about how he doesn't get to see his team play in a long time. But it's only like 4 weeks. It's only 4 weeks, and you've had off-season tournaments to be able to show yourself if you really want to.
Which they only participated in one
this
of
guy,
and lost to Trust and Plug.
Yeah, he only cares when...
I mean, you've got to be pissed off if you Nadeshot, to be honest, if you lose to Trust and Plug.
Sure.
And then you come into the season and you lose as well.
But you've lost to some of the best teams in Americas, and
like
he's not taken
Plug.
into that. There's no context that he has taken from these losses. He just sees that his team has gone out early, and he's lashing out, which of course, sure, why not? But surely one of the traits you need as a leader in any sort of capacity is to be able to take the context of why something's happened.
What is the post? What is the post?
There's
exactly?
a 20-minute video of Nadeshot explaining his tweet. So I don't really want to watch 20 minutes of him explaining
Ain't watching that.
But if you full screen it, we'll see the tweet.
What is the tweet? Can we... I can't read it.
The tweet was, my frustrations are the same as yours with our Valorant team. Feels like we're spinning our wheels in place. Got to find some solution soon because it feels like we're cruising at the same pace each year and it clearly isn't working. Something's got to give. Now, I think what he's doing is, he is a passionate person. He is a competitive person. And I think what he's trying to do is tell the fans that he is also with them, that he wants more. Right? He doesn't want to post a tweet that's just like, GG's, we got unlucky, and then the fans are like, what the fuck? You think this is acceptable? But I think he's very bad at communicating that style of, I'm on your side. Whenever he comms this kind of stuff, it feels like he's directing either change or disappointment or frustration towards the players. And I think that that's the wrong way of doing things. And I think part of the reason for that is he's probably not the right person to even be commenting this kind of stuff because he's not involved directly with the Valorant team. Like, if it was the coach, if it was Zix communicating this, for example, and he was taking some responsibility for it, then that's okay. But that's the thing that I think is very missing from all of that. There is no responsibility in that tweet. It's all, I'm disappointed at them. That isn't okay. What they have done is not acceptable, basically. None of it's like, we haven't had a great start to the season. I'm going to make sure that, I still have a lot of faith in Zix, but I'm going to make sure with him that we get our team onto more stable footing. There's none of that, like, reassuring that things are going to go in a better direction and taking any level of responsibility. Frankly, because he's probably not the right person to be doing the comms on that because he's not as involved in the team. It's just a really weird...
it's a vanity project.
Hyper-invested
situation. It's a vanity project for him. He wants to claim the success when they do well, and he wants to feel like he's rooting for them. But he's not involved with the process because, frankly, I think it would like you said, it would be negative for them if he was involved in the process.
And none of the owners should be. Well, none of the owners should be. Rob Moore should not be in charge.
They shouldn't be incredibly hands-on. You need to care, but not care to degree
But also,
where you are
I think
making...
Sentinels moved from an era where their comms were horrible and they were making like bad decisions to actually like of late, I think doing a lot better at communicating and like putting more in the coach's hands. And like obviously they've been winning, so it's a different circumstance. But still, I feel like that's a contrast of like kind of growing out of that phase and like gaining the trust in your coaching staff.
I mean, they've also just been winning more too. It's very easy to have good comms when you're winning.
That is true. That is true.
But for Nadeshot too, though, I think
it's also easy to not click send on your tweets.
Yeah, maybe that would be a good change. But the thing that I get frustrated with the 100 Thieves fan base as well is that it's tough not to be as a fan. I understand it, but they're very results oriented, and you can make the right decisions and it can still go wrong. And that can be the same for any team. And I think that there is disagreement about whether they should have made more of a change in the offseason. But the kind of stuff that the fan base says when you lose, of like, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that, they have no idea of knowing whether that would have actually made the entire team worse. Like, they're actually in a pretty good position right now where they should be set up for some level of decent success in stage 1 at least, because they are looking like a competent team, like a top 5 team, top 6 team, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah,
if they want to make the step up a little further, then maybe they need to do something more radical in the offseason. Maybe you could have a valid critique that, like, if you want to win or be shit and you're willing to take the risk and all you care about is winning and being like a top 3 team, then all right, maybe you should have taken more of a risk in the offseason. But then you have to be happy with the fact that you might be completely shit. You might fall to pieces as well. And at the moment, you have a team that's not going to completely fall to pieces. And if you think that what you've done in this tournament is completely fall to pieces because you got eliminated first, then you're just too results oriented. You won a game against MIBR and you lost 2 other matches that you're like close to being able to get good wins against top 3 teams, top 4 teams, something like that.
The variance...
You can't control whether or not you win. You can only control if you make good choices heading into matches. And I don't think you can be mad for them.
They played good comps. They played well. Like
there are some small areas where you could have criticism.
I mean, of course you could. They lost. There's always going to be room for that criticism. There's always going to be things to improve. But to say you need to drop the roster or blow something up or be super, you can be disappointed because your team lost. But this is not a horrible result for 100 Thieves, even though it's first round. Like they got a shit draw. Unlucky, really. Go next.
Yeah, I'm still walking away from their performance thinking that overall they were good. They lost to 2 teams that are, top 3 teams. Sen and NRG both look really phenomenal. I think that they're going to regret the way that they approached playing Bind. They had some different setups with the same comp that they were running as last year, but I don't think the variance was great enough, and I don't think that their defensive play on that map, especially towards B, was all that great. I think that it was heavily exploited by all of the teams they faced on Bind, and I think that it was actually, I mean, there are 2 examples of Cryo not playing well with the operator when he had the chance to play duelists in this tournament, but that is very rare. I had sent link to you earlier, Kurt, if you want to show it on VLR, of one of the last times they played Pearl when it was in the pool, of what Cryo was doing with the op on that map. And I can't be mad at them for trying to play into that map with him opping as a win con. His defensive opping when the map was in the pool prior was beyond phenomenal. I really think at the time he was the best defensive opper in the game. That is a win con you should play to. This was a game against Sen. Look at the stats all. He goes 32 for 22. Look at so Sen are up a huge lead, 9-3. Just click on defense, Kurt, on Pearl. And look at what Cryo did on defense. Like, this is what he was doing on this map. That was his best performance, but that kind of performance was consistent with him on this map prior. Like, I think they made some good decisions that just didn't go their way against a gauntlet of teams that are in, at the very least, the upper mid table. All 3 teams they faced. And I also, to what you said about what Nadeshot had posted, Josh, I agree that I think the tone and the way it was directed makes it fall far too hard on the players and not in a reflective sense. And it definitely is coming from him being incredibly competitive and passionate about this team winning. I can definitely speak to that firsthand. That I mean, he is definitely pretty obsessed with Valorant and this team winning. And yeah, it's that emotion definitely coming across in those words and not directed in the right way.
But because also he did ring up Zix afterwards and be like, "Yo, I believe in you guys. Like, let me know if you need any more help with anything. Like, let's make sure that we get some good results." You know what I mean? Like, he's not dragging Boostio onto the stocks in the 100 Thieves compound for going -30 in the game. He's not actually like trolling them behind the scenes and being a terrible boss. It's just just rough optics.
It doesn't help.
We don't know if they're stocks or not.
We don't. We don't know. I suppose Boostio may have had Rotten Tomatoes thrown at him for going -30 in the game and underfragging competitive
But it's
finesse.
unlikely. It's unlikely.
We can say it's unlikely. Let's move on to predictions, though. We spent a long time talking about this. So, viewer predictions check-in. Last week's America's Match of the Week was 100 Thieves versus NRG, the match that we've been talking about now for quite some time. Over 9,000 of you voted, and 59% picked 100 Thieves to win. So not a large amount of you, but you were incorrect. Sorry, little Timmies. you got owned. Rough one, that one. NRG had a big bounce back, but 41% of you did get it right, and you know what? That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
You can check back in on the community tab on Wednesday to vote for the America's Match of the Week, which this week is Loud versus Sentinels. And that's our first game that we're going to be predicting as well.
Can I say one thing before we move on?
Of course.
You were mentioning in the first segment of today that China has a best of the rest tournament that they play after kickoff concludes while the other teams are getting ready for Bangkok. And I think that would be a really cool thing for Americas and the other regions to do, which would exactly deal with what Nadeshot is complaining about in his tweets, right? Your team loses close matches to good games. Guess what? I bet if we played a best of the rest tournament, 100 Thieves might fucking win it. So
I've been in two meetings where Josh has made that point to
I'd go even further. Like, I've been trying to pitch people inside Riot this for a while. Partner with third-party tournament organizers. Fuck Esports World Cup, where they do it in the middle of the year and it doesn't make any sense for the Valorant scene. Find some third-party tournament organizers and run a best of the rest. Take the teams and put them all together into a big international tournament and find like some wildcard picks that end up going to Bangkok and make it like a 10-team tournament, 12-team tournament, whatever, with some wild card picks towards the end where you have like the best of the rest international event where there's actually something to play for. Maybe not for Bangkok, maybe you would only do that for Toronto or something, but it'd be so fucking good. And it would give you more games for these teams that get eliminated early. All right, anyway, sorry, let's go into it then. I love your idea, Mimi. I'm fully on board with it. Let's go for our first prediction. It's Loud versus Sentinels, our America's Match of the Week. Now there we go. I was wondering.
I knew I would deny it. I knew I would deny the guarantee. I have certainly, undisputedly, come into this year with a lot of hope for the Brazilian region. And so far, it feels quite unfounded. But that being said, the beacon of light that remains is coming from the unlikeliest source, given how tragic this team looked in the offseason, and also coming into this year with roster moves that I just did not find inspiring. And I have been really blown away by how good Digizin has been in this tournament. He was...
Digizin's a truth.
In Brazilian Challengers last year, he was definitely a good player. He was at the top of the scene for half of the year, and then his team completely planked out. It was not like this guy was just dominant, like was in VCT. Damn, he couldn't get a team. He's going to play in Challengers, and he's just farming everybody 24/7. That was not what happened. But he has come back and is just looking like fucking elite. I mean, I think he overall is probably my right now my overall MVP of any player in Americas at the moment, from what we've seen just up until this point, with the Loud team that hasn't lost a map yet. And then taking into consideration as well how proactive they've been at leaning into the meta comps, which is Teho. Kawanzine looks fucking great on that role. Kawanzine is just, he looks amazing in general. This dude's form is maybe the best it's ever been. I don't know if that's exaggeratory, but it's got to be at least matching the best that we've ever seen from him. He's just pulling 3K all headshot multi-kills out of his ass every other round, man. This dude looks insane. The form looks incredible individually for players that I did not expect at all to be peaking like this. In their decisions regarding the meta, the comps they're running, I'm a big fan of. I definitely would classify this as an upset win for sure. But I am really believing in the momentum that this team has right now that I did not expect to see at all. They've made me a believer. You
started to sell me. I started to believe. I'm thinking, damn, they're back. And then I remembered the Sen game against 100 Thieves, and it comes crashing back to reality. Oh, Breach Tail really good from Lad. Also very good from Sentinels. I thought John QT looked really good on that role. Wow, they have a pretty good duelist. Stitchesen's good. Zekken has been more consistent, more solid across the board. I really have liked seeing him on the Yoru. I don't know, Sen just looked clean. Bang is just such an obvious addition that is looking really, really good. I mean, he was cooking his former team in this game against 100 Thieves. Just ridiculous on that bind, especially. Yes, there's an upset chance, but I feel like it's pretty slim with how good Sen is looking right now.
I'm interested to see if they can keep the op out of Dajazzin's hands. I think that's a huge win con.
I mean, he is committing crimes with the defensive op. He should not be getting away with it as much as he was in these last 2 games.
The flick shots are just outrageously good from Dajazzin. But because it's the operator and it costs a lot, you actually can kind of mess up the economy if you have really good plans outside of those rounds or before those rounds even get started.
Sen need to implement austerity in the server.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
One other thing that Sen have got going for them, real quick before we move on, is I think they're like a week or two ahead of the meta compared to a lot of other teams right now with the comps that they're playing, because it's not just the Breach Teho, they're also running a ton of Yoru, and they're also running a ton of Vice. Because when Teho gets played, it's almost like this game of rock, paper, scissors. Teho get played, can't be playing Cypher or Killjoy as much, because a lot of your Sentinel util is going to get broken. And so Vice becomes the natural choice, and Yoru gives you great options to deal with Vice too when teams eventually drift into that direction. So the comps that they're running are almost like they've settled into, they have options for anything that they might run into.
It's like 2 steps ahead in the adaptation.
Yeah, and as long as you're now cooking up a lot of default set strats XX with the comp that you're now running, because like they've looked like they're ahead, they'll be fine. Because I think when teams try and catch up to try and like shift and move away from Cypher Killjoy on a lot of these maps, they're going to be, again, the strat book is going to have to be like cut in half for those teams. And Sen still, at this point, they've been playing it now and they've had an extra week. They're ahead of most teams, I think, in terms of the meta development right now, from what I can see.
Let's move on to our next game. This next one is also, I think, an incredibly good one. It's G2, and they're going up against Leviathan. So two teams that have looked great so far. But that's the problem with this game, man, is that G2 just look too good. But would you agree with me that Lev also looked pretty strong?
Yes, however, G2 looked like they were fucking directly descended from the heavens expressly to win at Valorant in their game. They looked fucking perfect.
Yeah. That's the tough part. But I'm hoping that Lev can step up to the challenge. When they beat FURIA, I liked what I saw, mostly. I was not fully convinced that Demon 1 was back to a large degree, or that his raise was going to work for them that great. But they had sensible ideas. King was fragging. Natank fit into the team really well. Com was clutching and playing really beautifully. So I'm hoping that this
And Josh, I love that so much. I love everything you're saying. But they were playing against FURIA.
Yeah.
And they only looked fine, and they're also playing all these ancient era comps against a G2 that is very on the nose with the meta right now, that is looking perfect in every way, that I also think just mechanically is stronger. I will be utterly shocked if Leviathan win this game. I'll even be surprised if they win a map. I don't think they're a bad team. I just think G2 are world beaters right now.
I agree with that. G2 have got good thoughts in terms of their defaults. The players are in good positions. There's no gaps in the defensive setups. Their attack sides look well thought out.
They look like the best team.
They do. I think they're the best team that we've seen so far. I mean, maybe we're too analytical pilled, because when we're looking at these teams, a lot of the times, and we're watching these games, we're staring at the minimap. You know what I mean?
We are, but also you get shot, you die. Leaf looks like one of the best fucking players in the world. Like they've got
I
it all.
hard agree. I hard agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I just think there's been many a times where we have been almost too locked into like how pretty and beautiful the Valorant is, and we lose sight of like just the potential of a player actually taking over. But I don't think that's likely. The player quality of G2, with them putting Jorgamo in for Icy, you've solved a lot of what people were clamoring for that they thought was missing, because G2 have always played the style, but now they've got someone who can.
They have so much more aura with Jorgamo in the team. Like they have someone who's willing to take a little bit of risk as a treat, while also still just like filling into the system really well. Like ain't no way they're losing this game.
My primary concern for this team coming into this season was that things would perhaps be disjointed if they couldn't find the proper way to integrate Jorgamo's playstyle yet. I always expected it to happen at some point, but would that be the case right away? And it is. It took the time in the offseason playing tournaments together, and things have worked out. And I believe in one of the interviews, Josh RT had said that it was making the team even more dynamic, that now they're getting out of their comfort zone to be able to play at Jorgamo's pace at times as well, and not just locking him into their style. That it's getting them that or just giving them a new element to their game. I was obviously, along with everyone else, really impressed. Their fundamentals are just fantastic. The gameplay was picture perfect in that win.
Okay, if we're gonna go into our next game, then if you're gonna set up the Jorg narrative. I think this next one is going to be a little bit interesting to watch Icy play against Aspas. It's evil geniuses playing against MIBR. And it's not a guarantee again. Wyatt's gone with EG here. And I don't think that's too crazy. Bren seems to disagree.
Do you think it's crazy?
I think it's a little bit crazy.
How crazy? What are the percentages you feel for this game?
Like 65-35, I would say. So like if you're going for EG, I think you're going for like an upset win, personally, from what we've seen.
Yeah,
so
I think
far.
it's a light upset.
Yeah.
I think it's a very reasonable light upset.
I think it's a medium upset.
I have not been blown away by MIBR's play up until this point. I think that EG really shot themselves in the foot in the first game that they played, and there are some easy adjustments to walk away from, and they choked out on split. Yeah, they choked on split. I think there are easy adjustments to be made on Pearl that they're going to feel silly for not have just implemented as the standard way that they're playing the map and defaulting on attack. I know that. I mean, even walking away from that, the team felt like we just threw that fucking game. That was on us. That was us losing the game. And they came back looking pretty strong. Obviously, was not against the strongest opponent in FURIA, but it was still a comprehensive win for them. And I just have some faith that the team is just bouncing back from a first game that I think they absolutely... Beyond could have won, maybe should have won. I mean, should have won on split for sure. So I'm really just not looking at that game as like a 2-0 dominant win by any means by Loud.
I might
change my vote.
Change
your vote.
Really?
Change my vote. I'm
persuaded?
actually nah. I'm kind of persuaded. I'm thinking about that last CG game. I know it was against a dreadful team, but I don't know. I think that was the game to get their confidence back. I think Potter's gonna have a good game plan. I don't think MIBR looked that deep. And honestly, people underrate how good the firepower is on EG. Nature was looking clean. Yaster's starting to wake up. Like Icy, even like holy shit, he's looking like legitimately pretty good on this.
I know
this roster.
that's why I said Icy Aspas. That's going to be
Yeah,
interesting.
it's legitimately going to be interesting. And also, this is something we were talking about a lot, like when watching that last game. But I think Ye and Icy have like really nice synergy between each other when they're anchoring sites. The way like Icy's baiting in, getting a first kill, then swinging out, putting Ye in these positions to win. Like those two look super good, super confident together. This is a team that has players on like all-timer redemption arcs, and this is a really winnable match for them. Like I'm on board, Wyatt. I'm sold.
I am worried. So when I was watching the EG game, I don't think they got tested particularly well, and I think I saw a lot of weaknesses for EG that could be pried open by a better team than FURIA. Namely, it was like little things going wrong, like they go into a side exec, no one covers the planter when they're planting, like towards A on Abyss. Abyss is a map that they're trying to opt into and play a lot. I thought the defensive setups on Abyss as well for them didn't look fleshed out. The mid was just a huge hole in terms of map control for them. They didn't have good ideas for holding mid control.
They do have reclear mid protocols.
They had reclear mid protocols, and they had a retake B protocol with but I was never seeing it come to fruition with the Vice. I think Vice, if you're going to play it on Abyss, you kind of need to run Vice on A. I don't think she's that good on the B side because it's just too spread to cover. I thought that I saw stuff that FURIA were not abusing because they weren't good enough, and I thought that just a slightly better team, even mechanically, is going to be able to take advantage of this when I was watching EG. Because right now they're fleshing out the strat book. Don't get me wrong, but it's not to the group. I don't think they've got the caliber of players that can make up for deficiencies in their playbook when their defaults have gaps or whatever else. And maybe that's just the players forgetting certain things when they're playing. I'm not too sure. Like it's not that I'm not trusting Potter. I just think EG would need more time with the players that they've got to make sure that there is just it's seal proof. You know, there's going to be no leaks in terms of their defaults that they're running. And MIBR, from what I've seen of them, they can punch back. They're going to hit you hard, and if you can't shoot back, if you can't trade them out effectively, I mean, it's gone. I don't think EG are up to scratch right now to stop them.
Okay, interesting take. I want to move us on to the next game, though. I want to talk about next match that we've got to predict is NRG playing against Crew.
Guarantee.
You reckon? Yeah. Are we back fully on the NRG hype train? Yep. They had great performances during the offseason. They looked creative. They looked excellent in terms of their individual performance. Came in, played a really bad game against Cloud9, looked at some VODs, minced 100 Thieves. I mean, in a pretty close game, but had great reads on them. Are we just fully back on the hype train?
Yep, all good, FNS.
I might swap.
They win this game. Nope.
You might swap?
Yeah.
Right.
Why?
Not that I'm not high up on NRG, but
further
NRG...
ensure their inevitable victory, Bren. Yes.
Yeah, I'll ensure. I got all my preds wrong last week. Let's keep the train going. Let's end 2025 with
why?
a 12%
Are you gonna swap?
What's the reason?
Don't swap.
Why don't you want me to swap?
Because I want
Kurt
the
wants the
guarantee
guarantee
record to be better. They win. This is a guarantee.
No, so
I
it
would
feels
say
so.
It's a 100% win chance.
Let me speak my piece about this because I think NRG do well against teams that they can VOD review a lot. They have VOD footage on. Crew are not a team.
They can watch any Crew VOD. Crew's been playing the same way for like since the 1800s.
Do you think there's exploitable elements to the way that Crew play?
Yes, they walk around the map.
Yeah,
and I think they take fights, and I think there's one thing that Finesse can't do, and it's take fights.
No, but what Finesse can do
How
is
dare
use
you?
utility.
He outfragged Boostio this week.
Yeah, dude.
He outfragged Ethan.
They had a close game against 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are not a bad team, but listen, it helps when there's like Boostio and Finesse are like fucking battling for the pension, like just like actually just trying to one up each other.
This is a devilish take.
I think the NRGs they play a thinking style of the game where they get to watch a VOD and they have these exploitable elements of team.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that with Crew. I think Crew have heavy hitters. They have great mechanical players. And I think that this game might come down to whether or not Som, Mada, Ethan, Verno can like put up enough of a performance to stop 5 players who are really hitting. Because I think the element that makes NRG good, which is that counter-stratting capabilities, I don't think is going to be playing
That's
as
not the only
important.
thing that makes them good.
Here's
Here's the fucking game plan. On defense, they're heavy indexing into these double initiator comps. They play. Crew is going to walk around the map on their attack. NRG is going to do set re-clears with their double initiator utility. One of their like child soldiers with incredible aim coming up from challengers will absolutely dunk on Kesnet while he is fully blinded.
Yeah.
And they will go back in, they will play their numbers, they will play a set retake, and they will cook them there too. Then attack side, they're going to play a slow mid round, wait for crew to walk into them, cook them, and hit a site together with better utility. It is a GG.
The win condition for crew is being able to like exploit where they do have a slightly better like individual level.
And where would that be, Josh?
I wouldn't possibly want to say because he's already been attacked so much.
Dude,
I'll
stick with the energy. I think
they
you
play
got a valid
such
point.
better comps.
I'm just saying.
Crew are playing comps from 2022.
Yes, I don't
man.
think.
And they're
It's-
playing like they did then.
It's tough.
Yeah.
What
It's
if
rough.
NRG play like they did in the first game that they played?
Then
They're
they will
gonna
lose.
win.
Yeah.
No,
What-
no. NRG, if they play like they did against Cloud9, are going to lose. That was bad.
Yeah, but that's not them anymore. Dog, what are you seeing?
They're
in
changed,
Crew?
man.
They beat 2G, who we just talked about being the worst team in all of VCT, and they got shit on by Loud. Like, where's
Loud
the
are
vision?
not a bad team.
No, I didn't say that, but I think NRG is at least as good, if not probably better than Loud.
Honestly, we're there. Are you locking this in, Bren? NRG
No,
or
fuck it.
crew?
I'll swap. I
No,
don't care.
Oh,
I,
fucking
there's,
son of a bitch.
there's no
Okay.
way you really believe that
All
in
right.
your heart of hearts.
Well,
I
we
think
can.
that there's a real chance.
But in
Let's
your heart
talk
of
about
hearts,
it
do you
when we get
believe
to
they
the
win?
power rankings. We're going to talk about it in the power rankings because we have to power rank where crew are overall anyway. And Bren clearly has a bit of a different idea. You've ruined our guarantee rating, you son of a bitch.
It's fine.
Let's have a look at the power rankings though, because I think the bottom is really easy. I think the top is really easy for Americas. Right? Are we all agreed that 2Glue is the worst team in Americas?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
and
And
followed up
Glue
shortly
too.
by Gloria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gloria. So, all right. So 2G at the bottom. Loud and Furia
He
kind
had
of
Loud at 11th.
Like,
Oh my god.
they played so
That's-
badly in the offseason. It
Loud
did make sense.
were the worst Brazilian team in the offseason, and literally everything that occurred in the offseason in Brazil, the
Is flipped.
exact opposite has happened.
yeah.
It's crazy.
I then think from 2Glue and from Gloria, I think we're then looking at either Evil Glue, Glue 9, or just Glue. You can't really do one for crew, can you?
I think
Who are we looking at here?
In the number 10 spot, I think it's a real battle between C9 and Crew, to be honest.
I think C9 might be better than I don't know. EG might be in contention down there too.
Yeah, I'm not
EG
sure
looked
who would win
pretty
that game.
pretty dreadful their
This
first
is,
game.
to be clear, this is straight up form right now, right?
Yes.
We're
Yes.
not
If they
doing
all
any
played right
predictive
now.
bullshit.
No,
If
it's
they
just
all
like
played
right
right
now.
now.
From the
Perfect.
games that we have seen so far, where would you rank them? And I
That's what
think
wanna see.
I think we have to kind of put Crew down there, to be honest with you, because they
Yep.
in the game where they played against another team that wanted to win, they got smoked. And then when they played against 2G, who were just scared and letting them do anything, yeah, they ran all over them. But that's not even really a game of
That's
Valorant
an easy
that they
10th.
played.
That's an easy 10th.
And even at that, they lost their go-to map pick, which is Split. They got beat by Loud there. It was 13-10. It was pretty close, but Loud were really in control of that game. And if that's the best we're going to be getting from Crew is running Sentinel's comp from last year on that map into
Yeah.
Breach Tejo fucking destruction. Like I'm just
C9
We're
is
moving 'em
above
down.
EG, I think.
That's
think
that's what I'm thinking as
They
well.
might
is that
I think they might even
I think
could
EG
they
might
be
turn it
above
around.
Loud?
I think EG. No, I don't think so. I think EG might turn it around though. But I think from the games that we have seen so far, what they were up to on their Pearl was it really didn't make any sense. It
Yeah.
was pretty poorly game planned.
And let's be real, they looked super clean against Furia. They looked good, but if they played C9 right now in both their current forms, I think C9 would probably win.
That's my feeling as well. Where are you at with this one, Wyatt or Bren?
I'm struggling. It's feeling kind of 50-50 for me. because
I'd agree with this so far.
I'm struggling because EG have felt more volatile in their showing. Though obviously it's been limited for both teams. How many games are playing in this tournament? But
If you're undecided though, let's look
I'm fine
at it.
either way.
And Kurt, yeah, of course, let's put G2 in at the top spot. I think that's perfectly fine. Can we also say that Sen are number two?
I would say
Were you guys like really sold on Sen after that win against 100 Thieves?
Yeah,
I wasn't super sold. I thought that they got bailed out a little bit by how good John's form was in that match. He was playing incredibly well in terms of his form.
Maybe I'm overvaluing that point in my own mind, but that is really sticking with me above all else.
About
walking away from that game.
How good John was.
Yeah, how good he was and how much he bailed them out
Do you
on
think
that
that
too
they would
when
beat...
they had zero momentum.
But it's just tough because we've only seen one game from them.
Exactly.
It's like there's no
Exactly.
bad evidence for Sen, so I feel like you just
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
have to put them up there at
I
two.
concur. I'm gonna say something crazy that 100 Thieves is. 100 Thieves might be third or fourth. Like they're either third or fourth in my mind.
I think if you're taking both matches, the average for NRG, then I think you have to put 100 Thieves above them. Yes.
Yes.
And that just depends on whether you want to completely
Current
discount
form.
NRG's loss to
Current
C9.
form.
Current
though.
form.
Yeah,
Current form for 100
I-
Thieves looks pretty fucking clean.
Do you,
Like
But
they
if-
lost a
current
close
form,
game.
you just lost to NRG.
If they played energy
Okay, but-
again, do
Yeah.
you think they would
I
win?
No, I don't think
No,
they
'cause
would
I
win right
think
now with
NRG
their
are very
map
good.
pool and the way they're
Yeah,
playing.
yeah.
No, I don't
They're
think
fourth
they would.
though. They're fourth though for sure. In my
Yeah.
yeah. That's
I
good.
think so, but I'm also a little. I'm maybe more optimistic than you guys are about Lev because I think once you get into the fourth spot, it's where you should start considering.
But it's about optimism versus current form, and I think, Lev, they played some boring comps. They didn't even really stomp Furia. They just kind of had a fine game against Furia. Calm had to carry with a lot of clutches on
He did
Haven.
have to
Like
clutch quite a
it was
bit,
it was an okay game, but it wasn't like it. They didn't look incredible. Whereas for 100 Thieves, even though they lost that game to NRG, I think they showed me more interesting stuff. I think they showed me a better read on the meta. Like I think if they played Lev, I'd be betting 100 Thieves to win.
Yeah.
Is it a hot take to have Loud as fourth?
Yes.
I was thinking the same thing.
No,
I was thinking like
I
what
don't think
team
so.
could beat 100 Thieves here. I think Loud has the best chance.
I don't think
I
I do
think I'd
not
have
think
Loud
Loud
above them.
would.
No, I
The
don't
thing is,
think.
I think it's
I don't
very
think
easy to be
Loud would.
high up on 100 Thieves because I'm thinking like, man, they always open a lot of their maps with very cool game plans, ideas. Like they come in with structured ideas the first set rounds, and it always looks drilled and good. But then, I mean, I think we're being fucking armchair analyst pilled.
I
You
don't
know what I
think
mean?
so.
But
I don't
really
think so in
they
the
would.
slightest.
I really think they would beat Loud at the moment.
Yeah.
I think they came in with really nice game plans, and I don't think that Loud look like they've fully cooked it up. I think Loud at the moment is being like fantastic form from Dejazine and Cowanzine, especially Cowanzine's opening game. But I think that the pace that 100 Thieves play at would kind of run Loud over, honestly.
As we saw when they played their opening match as well against MIBR,
Well, that was against
right?
MIBR,
Like they
but
were cooking them with their fast pace. And if you're talking about like individuals not being informed or whatever, like first game was a lot of just individual prowess from Cryo and Osna. Those guys were cooking. Second game for 100 Thieves in that upper bracket loss out to Sen. That was also another really good game from Cryo. Then you go down to the lower bracket. Even in the loss, EU was going crazy. He had great util in all the games, but he was fucking insane individually in that match. Like, I think, yes, the biggest point that is making me feel really high on 100 Thieves is like their grasp on the meta, their strat, stuff like that. But I think that's so important. And they also do have the individuals to boot that I don't really see the argument for putting them lower than a team like Loud.
This is where I would be putting Lev over Loud actually for 5th place.
Yeah.
But
Lev
I
played
don't.
one game
I know
against
and
a
it's
glue team.
Against
I know.
So
I know.
What are you
Gloria.
saying here? Because I don't think so. Here's my
They-
biggest problem with this power ranking right now is we're trying to make all these judgments when half of these teams have not been properly tested in their matches,
Yep.
and we haven't seen.
Well, we've
Yep.
got to
There's-
make the judgments, and
there's
I agree.
insane
Gambling on Lev
variance
is a
of all
good
these
it's a good
games.
gamble.
Yeah, so you just have to go with your gut, Brennan.
Sure, Lev looked good, but dude, Crew looked like a fucking wall beater versus Glue. So why have we got Crew in 10? Exactly.
No.
Lev played against Glue too.
Let me explain, because Crew has a history of playing against these. these
my
more structured teams
challenger's
and getting
call
owned.
time is in 3 minutes, by the way.
Okay, we do.
So all right. I'm not saying I could just dip out. It's fine.
No.
We don't have to.
Wyatt, where are you putting these?
MIBR easy.
I'm just saying.
Where are we putting them, Wyatt?
I'm putting Loud in 5th. Fuck y'all.
I like that.
And that's okay. That's
fuck with
acceptable.
that.
And then I'm putting. I would.
MIBR?
The Brazil bias is crazy.
Dude, I fuck with
I just don't know what have we seen from Lev that has made us
A
so
good
excited.
honest game against the Glue. Demon 1 is back.
Yeah,
Palm is
versus
back.
Crew
MIBR.
looked like they were winning champs when they played against a Glue team. It's not a good judgment.
They
It's
didn't
not a
look
good
that
judgment.
good. They had to rely on some fucking ludicrous clutches. Melzer 1v3, God's gift to Valorant type shit.
We have
That
2
was
minutes.
all
I mean,
We have 2 minutes, 7 minutes.
at least MIBR beat Cloud9. We're not
I'm fine
calling
with
them
this.
Glue
Lock it
9,
in.
are we?
Lock it in. Yeah, Glue 9, Evil Glue, Gluria, and finally 2 Glue.
Lock it in.
Okay, we have 2 minutes, and it's time for our most important segment at the very end. Roll it, cut. It's Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Wrap the show up.
Quick, Wyatt's got to go to his basketball appointment.
Quick. What segment is this?
Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Wyatt's Weekly
There's
Award.
an obvious answer.
Give someone an award.
Oh, it's a weekly award. I was gonna give it to Mada this week because
Mada?
yeah. Why?
Tomato,
That's
tomato.
fair.
Why is that not an obvious answer?
I was
You
gonna
went
say give it to
fucking
Mel and
crazy.
Alexis or give it to Shopify. I thought you were
and
biased
Kurt and
towards
I,
those
we
people.
discussed this in pre-pro, and we decided
Pre-pro.
that would just
Yeah, we have story meetings for this.
yeah. In Kurt and I,
Yeah, I was messaging Slurk. We had a huddle.
We
on
have 30 seconds, Mimi. Let the man talk and deliver his award.
No, Kurt and I, in the story meeting, we decided that Shopify were deserving of just having their own topic where we speak to their greatness. And then I would use the weekly award to highlight a different individual from VCT. That's what we opted for in the meet.
Okay, perfect.
Now we can review that in our post-show meeting
we'll
later.
Retro that. We'll retro that.
But I decided to go with Mada because not only was honestly he was showing out in that game against C9. He was trying his fucking hardest to drag Finesse's corpse over the finish line on Fracture, but his play in this series against 100 Thieves was utterly dominant. He has really lived up to the hype that he generated from being the all-star duelist and challengers in 2024. The performance on Bind at the end. I mean, I remember the one hot mic EU, just the classic 100 Thieves maneuver. They've gone back to the well of how they beat CNED. Just avoid the 11-1 duelist with the op.
This guy's 11-1. Should we run away from him?
Yeah. The classic 100 Thieves strat. So yeah, Mada was phenomenal though. Have to give it to him. Real breakout showing so far.
We're out of time. That does it for us. This has been episode 203, a 4.5 hour episode.
You can go watch Challengers.
Yeah, now you can go watch Challenges. Wyatt has to go anyway. So.
It would have been 4 hours if we didn't do the fucking trial of Bren.
Yeah, that literally took 30 minutes.
Insane. Yeah, I gotta go make money. Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
Goodbye, and subscribe to the channel. We'll see you for episode 204. Bye.
Bye-bye.